Book 2, Chapter 4 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 4. It was towards noon on a November day, and Dora Lomax sat working at her embroidery frame in the little sitting-room overlooking Market Place. The pale wintry sun touched her bent head, her deftly moving hand, and that device of the risen Christ circled in golden flame on which she was at work. The room in which she sat was old and low. The ceiling bulged here and there, the floor had unexpected slopes and declivities. The furniture was of the cheapest, the commonest odds and ends of a broker's shop for the most part. There was the usual horsehair suite, the usual cheap sideboard, and dingy druggeting of a large geometrical pattern. But amid these uninviting articles there were a few things which gave the room individuality. Some old prints of places abroad, of different shapes and sizes, which partly disguised the blue and chocolate paper on the walls. Some bits of foreign carving, Swiss and Italian. Some eggs and shells and stuffed birds, some of these last from the Vosges, some from the Alps. A cage full of canaries, singing their best against the noise of Manchester. And lastly, an old bookcase full of miscellaneous volumes, mostly large and worthless sets of old magazines and encyclopedias, which represented the relics of Daddy's bookselling days. The room smelt strongly of cooking, a mingled odour of boiling greens and frying onions and stored apples which never deserted it, and produced a constant slight sense of nausea in Dora, who, like most persons of sedentary occupation, was in matters of eating and digestion somewhat sensitive and delicate. From below, too, there seemed to spread upwards a general sense of bustle and disquiet. Doors banged, knives and plates rattled perpetually. The great swing door into the street was for ever opening and shutting, each time shaking the old frail house with its roughly built additions through and through, and there was a distant scurry of voices that never paused. The restaurant, indeed, was in full work, and Daddy's voice could be heard at intervals shouting and chattering. Dora had been at work since 7:30, marketing, giving orders, making up accounts, writing bills of fare, and otherwise organising the work of the day. Now she had left the work for an hour or two to her father and the stout Lancashire cook with her various handmaidens. Daddy's irritable pride liked to get her out of the way and make a lady of her as much as she would allow, and in her secret heart she often felt that her embroidery, for which she was well paid as a skilled and inventive hand, furnished a securer base for their lives than this restaurant, which, in spite of its apparent success, was a frequent source of dread and discomfort to her. The money obligation it involved filled her sometimes with a kind of panic. She knew her father so well. Now, as she sat absorbed in her work, sewing her heart into it, for every stitch in it delighted not only her skilled artistic sense, but her religious feeling, little waves of anxious thought swept across her one after another. She was a person of timid and brooding temperament, and her father's eccentricities and past history provided her with much just cause for worry. But to-day she was not thinking much of him. Again and again there came between her and her silks a face of careless pride and power, framed in strong waves of black hair. It had once repelled her quite as much as it attracted her, but at any rate, ever since she had first seen it, it had taken a place apart in her mind, as though in the yielding stuff of memory and feeling one impression out of 1,000 of every day had, without warning, yet irrevocably, stamped itself deeper than the rest. The owner of it, David Grieve, filled her now, as always, with invincible antagonisms and dissents. But still the thought of him had in some gradual way become of late part of her habitual consciousness, associated always, and on the whole painfully associated, with the thought of Lucy Purcell. For Lucy was such a little goose. To think of the way in which he had behaved towards young Grieve in the fortnight succeeding his notice to quit, before he finally left Purcell's service, made Dora hot all over. How could Lucy demean herself so, and show such tempers and airs towards a man who clearly did not think anything at all about her? And now she had flung herself upon Dora, imploring her cousin to help her, and threatening desperate things unless she and David were still enabled to meet. And meanwhile Purcell had flatly forbidden any communication between his household and the young reprobate he had turned out, whose threatened prosperity made at this moment the angry preoccupation of his life. What was Dora to do? Was she to aid and abet Lucy against her father's will in pursuing David Grieve? And if, in spite of all appearances, the little self-willed creature succeeded, and Dora were the means of her marrying David, how would Dora's conscience stand? Here was a young man who believed in nothing, and openly said so, who took part in those terrible atheistical meetings and discussions, which, as Father Russell had solemnly said, were like a plague centre in Manchester, drawing in and corrupting soul after soul. And Dora was to help in throwing her young cousin, while she was still almost a child with no church principles to aid and protect her, into the hands of this enemy of the Lord and his church? Then, when it came to this point, Dora would be troubled and drawn away by memories of young Grieve's talk and ways, of his dashes into market-place to see Daddy since he had set up for himself, of his bold plans for the future which delighted Daddy and took her breath away, of the flash of his black eyes, the triumphant energy of his youth, and those indications in him too which had so startled her of late since they, she and he, had dropped the futile sparrings in which their acquaintance began, of an inner softness, a sensitive, magnetic something, indescribable. Dora's needle paused in mid-air. Then her hand dropped on her lap. A slight but charming smile, born of youth, sympathy, involuntary admiration, dawned on her face. She sat so for a minute or two, lost in reminiscence. The clock outside struck 12. Dora, with a start, felt along the edge of her frame under her work, and brought out a book. It was a little black, worn manual of prayers for various times and occasions, compiled by a high church dignitary. For Dora it had a talismanic virtue. She turned now to one of the prayers for noonday, made the sign of the cross, and slipped onto her knees for an instant. Then she rose happily and went back to her work. It was such acts as this that made the thread on which her life of mystical emotion was strung. But her father was a secularist of a pronounced type, and her mother had been a rigid Baptist, old-fashioned and sincere, filled with a genuine horror of papistry and all its ways. Adrian O'Connor Lomax, to give Daddy his whole magnificent name, was the son of a reed-maker of Irish extraction at Hyde, and was brought up at first to follow his father's trade, that of making the wire reed, or frame, into which the threads of the warp are fastened before weaving. But such patient drudgery, often continued, as it was in those days, for 12 and 14 hours out of the 24, was gall and wormwood to a temperament like Daddy's. He developed a taste for reading, fell in with Byron's poems, and caught the fever of them, then branched out into politics just at the time of the first Reform Bill, when all over Lancashire the memory of Peterloo was still burning, and when men like Henry Hunt and Samuel Bamford were the political heroes of every weaver's cottage. He developed a taste for itinerant lecturing and preaching, and presently left his family and tramped to Manchester. Here, after many vicissitudes, including an enthusiastic and on the whole creditable participation as an itinerant lecturer in the movement for the founding of mechanics institutes then spreading all over the north, Daddy, to his ill fortune, came across his future brother-in-law, the bookseller Purcell. At the moment Daddy was in a new and unaccustomed phase of piety. After a period of revolutionary spouting, in which Byron, Tom Paine, and the various publications of Richard Carlyle had formed his chief scriptures, a certain Baptist preacher laid hold of the Irishman's mercurial sense. Daddy was awakened and converted, burnt his Byron and his Tom Paine and his three-pair back with every circumstance of insult and contumely, and looked about for an employer worthy of one of the elect. Purcell at the time had a shop in one of the main streets connecting Manchester and Salford. He was already an elder at the chapel Daddy frequented. The two made acquaintance, and Lomax became Purcell's assistant. At the moment the trade offered to him attracted Daddy vastly. He had considerable pretensions to literature, was a Shakespearean, a debater, and a haunter of a certain literary symposium, held for a long time at one of the old Manchester inns, and attended by most of the small wits and poets of a then small and homely town. The gathering had nothing saintly about it. Free drinking were often hand in hand with free thought. Daddy's infant zeal was shocked, but Daddy's instincts were invincible, and he went. The result of the book-selling experiment had been already told by Daddy himself. It was of course inevitable. Purcell was then a young man, but in his dealings with Daddy he showed precisely the same cast-down self-importance, the same slowness of brain, coupled with the same assumptions of an unbounded and righteous authority, the same unregenerate greediness in small matters of gain and loss, which now in his later life had made him odious to David Grieve. Moreover, Daddy, by a happy instinct, had at once made common cause with Purcell's downtrodden sister, going on even as his passionate sense of opposition developed, to make love to the poor humble thing, mainly for the sake of annoying the brother. The crisis came, the irritated tyrant brought down a heavy hand, and Daddy and Isabella disappeared together from the establishment in Chapel Street. By the time Daddy had set up as the husband of Purcell's sister in a little shop precisely opposite to that of his former employer, he had again thrown over all pretensions to sanctity, was, on the contrary, convinced afresh that all religion was one vast perennial imposture, dominated, we may suppose, in this as in most other matters, by the demon of hatred which now possessed him towards his brother-in-law. His wife, poor soul, was beginning to feel herself tied for good to the tail of a comet destined to some mad career or other, and quite uncontrollable by any efforts of hers. Lomax had married her for the most unpromising reasons in the world, and he soon tired of her, and of the trade, which required a sustained effort which he was incapable of giving. As long as Purcell remained opposite, indeed, hate and rivalry kept him up to the mark. He was an attractive figure at that time, with his long fair hair and his glancing greenish eyes, and his queer discursive talk attracted many a customer, whom he would have been quite competent to keep, had his character been of the same profitable stuff as his ability. But when Purcell vanished across the river into Manchester, the zest of Daddy's book-selling enterprise departed also. He began to neglect his shop, was off here and there lecturing and debating, and when he came back again it was plain to the wife their scanty money had been squandered on other excesses than those of talk. At last the business fell to ruins, and debts pressed. Then suddenly Daddy was persuaded by a French commercial traveller to take up his old trade of reed-making, and go and seek employment across the Channel, where reed-makers were said to be in demand. In ecstasy at the idea of travel thus presented to him, Daddy devoured what books about France he could get hold of, and tried to teach himself French. Then, one morning, without a word to his wife, he stole downstairs and out of the shop, and was far on the road to London before his flight was discovered. His poor wife shed some tears, but he had ceased to care for her, she believed, largely because she had brought him no children, and his habits had begun to threaten to lead her with unpleasant rapidity to the workhouse. So she took comfort, and with the help of some friends set up a little stationery and fancy business, which just kept her alive. Meanwhile Lomax found no work in Picardy, whither he had first gone, and ultimately wandered across France to Alsace in search of bread, a prey to all possible hardships and privations. But nothing daunted him. The glow of adventure and romance was on every landscape. Cathedrals, forests, the wide river plains of central France with their lights and distances, all things on this new earth and under this new heavens haunted him like a passion. He travelled in perpetual delight, making love no doubt here and there to some passing mignon, and starving with the gayest of hearts. At Mulhausen he found work, and being ill and utterly destitute, submitted to it for a while. But as soon as he had got back his health and saved some money, he set out again, walking this time, staff in hand, over the whole Rhine country and into the Netherlands. There, in the low Dutch plains, he fell ill again, and the beauty of the Rhineland was no longer there to stand like a spell between him and the pains of poverty. He seemed to come to himself after a dream in which the world and all its forms had passed him by, apparelled in celestial light. And the process of self-finding was attended by some at least of those salutary pangs which eternally belonged to it. He suddenly took a resolution, crept on board a coal-smack going from a Dutch port to Grimsby, toiled across Lincolnshire and Yorkshire, and appeared one evening, worn to a shadow, in his wife's little shop in Salford. He was received as foolish women in whom there is no ineradicable taint of cruelty or hate will always receive the prodigal who returns. And when Daddy had been fed and clothed, he turned out for a time to be so amiable, so grateful a Daddy, such good company, as he sat in the chair by his wife's fire and told stories of his travel to her and anybody else who might drop in, that not only the wife but the neighbourhood was appeased. His old friends came back to him. He began to receive overtures to write in some of the humbler papers, to lecture on his adventures in the Yorkshire and Lancashire towns. Daddy expanded, harangued, grew daily in good looks and charm under his wife's eyes. At last, one day the papers came in with news of Louis Philippe's overthrow. Daddy grew restless and began to study the foreign news with avidity. Revolution spread, and what with democracy abroad and Chartism at home, there was more stimulus in the air than such brains as Daddy's could rightly stand. One May day he walked into the street, looked hesitatingly up and down it, shading his eyes against the sun. Then, with a shake of his long hair, as of one throwing off a weight, he drew his hat from under his arm, put it on, felt in his pockets, and set off at a run, head downward, while poor Isabella Lomax was sweeping her kitchen. During the next few days he was heard of, rumour said, now here, now there, but one might as well have attempted to catch and hold the Pied Piper. He was away for rather more than 20 months. Then, one day, as before, a lean, emaciated, sun-browned figure came slowly up the Salford street, looking for a familiar door. It was Daddy. He went into the shop, which was empty, stared with a countenance in which relief and repulsion were oddly mingled, at the boxes of stationery, at the dusty counter with its string and glass cases, when suddenly the inside door, which was standing ajar, was pushed stealthily inwards, and a child stood in the doorway. It was a tottering baby of a year old, holding in one fat hand a crust of bread which had been sucking. When it saw the stranger, it looked at him gravely for a second. Then, without a trace of fear or shyness, it came forward, holding up its crust appealingly, its rosy chin and lips still covered with breadcrumbs. Daddy stared at the apparition, which seemed to him the merest witchcraft, for it was himself, dwarfed to babyhood and pinafores. His eyes, his prominent brow, his colour, his trick of holding the head, they were all there, absurdly there. He gave a cry which was answered by another cry from behind. His wife stood in the door. The stout, foolish Isabella was white to the lips. Even she felt the awe, the poetry of the moment. "Aye," she said, trembling. "Aye, it's yourn. It was born 7 months after you left us." Daddy, without greeting his wife, threw himself down by the babe and burst into tears. He had come back in a still darker mood than on his first return, his egotistical belief in himself more rudely shaken than ever by the attempts, the failures, the miseries of the last 18 months. For one illuminating moment he saw that he was a poor fool, and that his youth was squandered and gone. But in its stead, there, dropped suddenly beside him by the forgiving gods, stood this new youth sprung from his and all his own, this child, Dora. He took to her with a passion which the trembling Isabella thought a great deal too excessive to last. But though the natural Daddy very soon reappeared, with all the aggravating peculiarities which belonged to him, the passion did last, and the truant strayed no more. He set up a small printing business with the help of some old customers. It was always characteristic of the man that, be his feelings what they might, he never lacked friends. And with lecturing and writing and Isabella's shop, they struggled on somehow. Isabella's life was hard enough. Daddy was only good when he was happy, and at other times he dipped recklessly into vices which would have been the ruin of them all had they been persistent. But by some kind fate he always emerged, and more as years went on, owing to Dora. He drank, but not hopelessly. He gambled, but not past salvation, and there was generally, as we have said, some friend at hand to pick the poor besmirched featherbrain out of the mire. Dora grew up not unhappily. There were shifts and privations to put up with. There were stormy days when life seemed a hurricane of words and tears. But there were bright spaces in between, when Daddy had good resolutions, or a little more money than usual, and with every year the daughter instinctively knew that her spell over her father strengthened. She was on the whole a serious child, with fair, pale hair, much given to straying in long loose ends about her prominent brow and round cheeks. Yet, at the Baptist school, whither she was sent, she was certainly popular. She had a passion for the little ones, over which in general the fringed lids drooped too much, had a charming trick of sudden smiles, when the soft soul behind looked for an instant clearly and blithely out. At home she was a little round-shouldered drudge in her mother's service. At chapel she sat very patiently and happily under a droning minister, and when the inert and despondent Isabella would have let most of her religious duties drop in the face of many troubles and a scoffing husband, the child of 14 gently and persistently held her to them. At last, however, when Dora was 17, Isabella died of cancer, and Daddy, who had been much shaken and terrified by her sufferings in her last illness, fell for a while into an irritable melancholy, from which even not Dora could divert him. It was then that he seemed for the first time to cross the line which had hitherto divided him from ruin. The drinking at the White Horse, where the literary circle met, of which Lomax had been so long an ornament, had been of late going from bad to worse. The households of the wits concerned were up in arms. Neighbourhood and police began to assert themselves. One night the trembling Dora waited hour after hour for her father. About midnight he staggered in, maddened with drink and fresh from a skirmish with the police. Finding her there waiting for him, pale and silent, he did what he had never done before under any stress of trouble, struck and swore at her. Dora sank down with a groan, and in another minute Lomax was dashing his head against the wall, vowing that he would beat his brains out. In the hours that followed, Dora's young soul was stretched, as it were, on a rack, from which it rose, not weakened, but with new powers and a loftier stature. All her girlish levities and illusions seemed to drop away from her. She saw her mission, and took her squalid Oedipus in charge. Next morning she went to some of her father's friends, unknown to Daddy, and came back with a light in her blanched face, bearing the offer of some work on a radical paper at Leicester. Daddy, now broken and miserable, submitted, and off they went. At Leicester the change of moral and physical climate produced for a while a wonderful effect. Daddy found himself marvellously at ease among the secularist and radical stock-inchers of the town, and soon became well known to them as a being half Bert, half Oracle. Dora set herself to learn dressmaking, and did her best to like the new place and the new people. It was at Leicester, a place seething with social experiment in its small provincial way, with secularism, Owenism, anti-vaccination, and much else, that Lomax fell a victim to one ism the more, to vegetarianism. It was there that, during an editorial absence, and in the first fervour of conversion, Daddy so belaboured a carnivorous world in the columns of the Penny Banner for which he worked, and so grotesquely and persistently reduced all the problems of the time to terms of nitrogen and albumin, that curt dismissal came upon him, and for a time Dora saw nothing but her precarious earnings between them and starvation. It was then also that, by virtue of that queer charm he could always exercise when he pleased, he laid hold on a young radical manufacturer, and got out of him a loan of £200 for the establishment of a vegetarian restaurant wherein Leicester was to be taught how to feed. But Leicester, alas, remained unregenerate. In the midst of Daddy's preparations, a commercial traveller, well known both to Manchester and Leicester, repeated to him one day a remark of Purcell's, to the effect that since Daddy's migration Manchester had been well rid of a vagabond, and he, Purcell, of a family disgraced. Daddy, bursting with fatuous rage, and possessed besides of the wildest dreams of fortune on the strength of his £200, straightway made up his mind to return to Manchester, pull Purcell's nose, and plant himself and his prosperity that was to be in the bookseller's eyes. He broke in upon Dora at her work, and poured into her astonished ears a stream of talk, marked by a mad inventiveness, partly in the matter of vegetarian receipts, still more in that of Purcell's future discomforts. When Daddy was once launched into a subject that suited him, he was inexhaustible. His phrases flowed for ever. Of words he was always sure. Like a certain French talker, his sentences were like cats. He showered them into air, and they found their feet without trouble. Dora sat through it, bewildered and miserable. Go back to Manchester, where they had been so unhappy, where the White Horse and its crew were waiting for her father, simply to get into debt and incur final ruin for the sake of a mad fancy she humoured but could not believe in, and a still madder thirst for personal vengeance on a man who was more than a match for anything Daddy could do. She was in despair. But Daddy was obdurate, brutal in his determination to have his way, and when she angered him with her remonstrances, he turned upon her with an irritable, "I know what it is, damn it! It's that Puseyite gang you've taken up with. You think of nothing but them. As if you couldn't find antics and petticoats and priests in Manchester. They're everywhere, like weeds. Wherever there's a dunghill of human credulity, they swarm." Dora looked proudly at her father, as though disdaining to reply, gentle creature that she was. Then she bent again over her work, and a couple of tears fell on the seam she was sewing. Aye, it was true enough. In leaving Leicester after these 2 years, she was leaving what to her had been a spiritual birthplace, tearing asunder a new and tender growth of the soul. This was how it had come about. On her first arrival in Leicester, in a milieu, that is to say, where at the time Gavroche, as Monsieur Renan calls him, the street philosopher who is no less certain and no more rational than the street preacher, reigned supreme, where her secularist father and his associates, hot-headed and early representatives of a phase of thought which had since then found much abler, though hardly less virulent expression, in such a paper, say, as the National Reformer, were for ever rending and trampling on all the current religious images and ideas, Dora shrank into herself more and more. She had always been a Baptist because her mother was, but in her deep reaction against her father's associates, the chapel which she frequented did not now satisfy her. She hungered for she knew not what, certain fastidious artistic instincts awakening the while in unexpected ways. Then, one Easter Eve, as she came back from an errand into the outskirts of the town, she passed a little iron church standing in a very poor neighbourhood, where, as she knew, a Puseyite curate in charge officiated, and where a good many disturbances which had excited the populace had taken place. She went in. The curate, a long, gaunt figure, of a familiar monkish type, was conducting vespers for the benefit of some 20 hearers, mostly women in black. The little church was half decorated for Easter, though the altar had still its Lenten bareness. Something in the ordering of the place, in its colours, its scents, in the voice of the priest, in the short address he delivered after the service, dwelling in a tone of intimate emotion, the tone of the pastor to the souls he guides and knows, on the preparation needful for the Easter Eucharist, struck home to Dora. Next day she was present at the Easter festival. Never had religion spoken so touchingly to her before as through these hymns, these flowers, this incense, this Eucharistic ceremonial, wherein, being the midday celebration, the congregation were merely hushed spectators of the most pathetic and impressive act in the religious symbolism of mankind. In the dark corner where she had hidden herself, Dora felt the throes of some new birth within her. In 6 weeks from that time she had been admitted, after instruction, to the Anglican communion. Thenceforward another existence began for this child of English descent, in whom, however, some old Celtic leaven seemed to have always kept up a vague unrest, till the way of mystery and poetry was found. Daddy, the infidel Daddy, stormed a good deal and lamented himself still more when these facts became known to him. Dora had become a superstitious, priest-ridden dolt, of no good to him or anyone else any more. What indeed was to become of him? Natural affection cannot stand against the priest. A daughter cannot love her father and go to confession. Down with the abomination! Écrasez l'enfant! Dora smiled sadly and went her way. Against her sweet, silent tenacity, Daddy measured himself in vain. She would be a good daughter to him, but she would be a good churchwoman first. He began to perceive in her that germ of detachment from things earthly and human which all ceremonialism produces, and in a sudden terror gave way and opposed her no more. Afterwards, in a curious way, he came even to relish the change in her. The friends it brought her, the dainty ordering of the little flower-decked oratory she made for herself in one corner of her bare attic room, the sweet sobriety and refinement which her new loves and aspirations and self-denials brought with them into the house, touched the poetical instincts which were always dormant in the queer old fellow, and besides flattered some strong and secret ambitions which he cherished for his daughter. It appeared to him to have raised her socially, to have made a lady of her, this joining the church. Well, the women must have some religious bag or other to run their heads into, and the church bag perhaps was the most seemly. On the day of their return to Manchester, Daddy, sitting with crossed arms and legs in a corner of the railway carriage, might have sat for a fairy book illustration of Rumpelstiltskin. His old peaked hat, which he had himself brought from the Tyrol, fell forward over his frowning brow. His cloak was caught fiercely about him, and as the quickly passing mill towns began to give notice of Manchester as soon as the Derbyshire vales were left behind, his glittering eyes disclosed an inward fever, a fever of contrivance and of hate. He was determined to succeed, and equally determined to make his success Purcell's annoyance. Dora sat opposite, with her bird-cage on her knee, looking sad, weary. She left behind, perhaps for ever, the dear friends who had opened to her the way of holiness and guided her first steps. Her eyes filled with tears of gratitude and emotion as she thought of them. Two things only were pleasant to remember. One was that the church embroidery she had begun in her young zeal at Leicester, using her odds and ends of time to supplement the needs of a struggling church depending entirely on voluntary contributions, was now probably to become her trade, for she had shown remarkable aptitude for it, and she carried introductions to a large church furniture shop in Manchester which would almost certainly employ her. The other was the fact that somewhere in Manchester she had a girl cousin, Lucy Purcell, who must be about 16. Purcell had married after his migration to Half Street. His wife proved to be a delicate and died in a few years. This little girl was all that was left to him. Dora had only seen him once or twice in her life. The enmity between Lomax and Purcell of course kept the families apart, and after her mother's early death Purcell sent his daughter to a boarding school and so washed his hands of the trouble of her bringing up. But in spite of these barriers, Dora well remembered a slim, long-armed schoolgirl, much dressed and becurled, who once in a by-street of Salford had run after her, and looking round carefully to see that no one was near, had thrust an eager face into hers and kissed her suddenly. "Dora, is your mother better? I wish I could come and see you. Oh, it's horrid of people to quarrel, but I mustn't stay. Someone will see, and I should just catch it. Good-bye, Dora." And so another kiss, very hasty and frightened, but very welcome to the cheek it touched. As they neared Manchester, Dora, in her loneliness of soul, thought very tenderly of Lucy, wondered how she had grown up, whether she was pretty, and many other things. She had certainly been a pretty child. Of course they must know each other and be friends. Dora could not let her father's feud come between her and her only relation. Purcell must keep them apart, but she would show him she meant no harm, and she would bring her father round. She would and must. 2 years had gone by. Of Daddy's two objects in leaving Leicester, one had so far succeeded better than any rational being would have foreseen. On the first morning after their arrival he went out, giving Dora the slip lest she might cramp him inconveniently in his decision, and came back radiant, having taken a deserted seed shop in Market Place, which had a long, irregular addition at the back, formerly a warehouse, providentially suited, so Daddy declared, to the purposes of a restaurant. The rent he had promised to give seemed to Dora a crime, considering their resources. The thought of it, the terror of the servants he was engaging, the knowledge of the ridicule and blame with which their old friends regarded her father's proceedings, these things kept the girl awake night after night. But he would hear no remonstrances, putting all she had to say aside with an arrogant boastfulness which never failed. In they went. Dora set her teeth and did her best, keeping as jealous a watch on the purse-strings as she could, and furnishing their 3 rooms above the shop for as few shillings as might be, while Daddy was painting and decorating, composing menus, and ransacking recipes with the fever of an artist, now writing letters to the Manchester papers, or lecturing to audiences in the Mechanics' Institute and the different working men's clubs, and now plastering the shop front with grotesque labels, or posing at his own doorway and buttoning the passers-by, in the Tyrolese brigand's costume which was his favourite garb. The thing took. There is a certain mixture of profit and mountebank which can be generally counted upon to hit the popular fancy, and Daddy attained to it. Moreover, the moment was favourable. After the terrible strain of the cotton famine and the horrors of the cholera, Manchester was prosperous again. Trade was brisk, and the passage of the new Reform Bill had given a fresh outlet to the artisan mind, which did but answer to the social and intellectual advance made by the working classes since '32. The huge town was growing fast, was seething with life, with ambitions, with all the passions and ingenuities that belong to gain and money-making and the race for success. It was preeminently a city of young men of all nationalities, 3/4 constantly engaged in the chasse for money, according to David Grieve, here for shillings, there for sovereigns, there for thousands. In such a milieu, any man has a chance who offers to deal afresh on new terms with those daily needs which both goad and fetter the struggling multitude at every step. Vegetarianism had in fact been spreading in Manchester. 1 or 2 prominent workmen's papers were preaching it. And just before Daddy's advent there had been a great dinner in a public hall, where the speedy advent of a regenerate and frugiferous mankind, with length of days in its right hand and a captivating abundance of small moneys in its waistcoat pocket, had been freely and ardently prophesied. So Daddy for once seized the moment, and succeeded like the veriest Philistine. On the opening day the restaurant was crowded from morning till night. Dora, with her 2 cooks in the suffocating kitchen behind, had to send out the pair of panting, perspiring kitchen boys again and again for fresh supplies, while Daddy, at his wits' end for waiters, after haranguing a group of customers on the philosophy of living, amid a tumult of mock cheers and laughter, would rush in exasperation to Dora to say that never again would he trust her niggardly ways. She would be the ruin of him with her economics. When at night the doors were shut at last on the noise and the crowd, and Daddy sat with his full cash-box open on his knee, while the solitary gaslight that remained threw a fantastic and colossal shadow of him over the rough floor of the restaurant, Dora came up to him, dropping with fatigue. He looked at her, his gaunt face working, and burst into tears. "Dora, we never had any money before, not when your mother was alive." And she knew that by a strange reaction there had come suddenly upon him the memory of those ghastly months when she and he, through the long hours of every day, had been forced, baffled and helpless, to watch her mother's torture, when the sordid struggle for daily bread was at its worst, robbing death of all its dignity, and pity of all its power to help. Do what she would, she could hardly get him to give up the money and go to bed. He was utterly unstrung, and his triumph for the moment lay bitter in the mouth. It was now 2 years since that opening day. During that time the parlour had become a centre after its sort, a scandal to some and a delight to others. The native youth got his porridge and apple pie and baked potato here, but the place was also largely haunted by the foreign clerks of Manchester. There was, for instance, a company of young Frenchmen who lunched there habitually, and in whose society the delighted Daddy caught echoes from that unprejudiced life of Paris or Lyons which had amazed and enlightened his youth. The place assumed a stamp and character. To Daddy, the development of his own popularity, which was like the emergence of a new gift, soon became a passion. He deliberately ran his own eccentricities as part of the business. Hence his dress, his menus, his advertisements, and all the various antics which half regaled, half scandalized the neighbourhood. Dora marvelled and winced, and by dint of an habitual tolerance retained the power of stopping some occasional enormity. As to finances, they were not making their fortune, far from it, but to Dora's amazement, considering her own inexperience and her father's flightiness, they had paid their way and something more. She was no born woman of business, as any professional accountant examining her books might have discovered, but she had a passionate determination to defraud no one, and somehow, through much toil, her conscience did the work. Meanwhile, every month it astonished her freshly that they too should be succeeding. Success was so little in the tradition of their tattered and variegated lives. Could it last? At the bottom of her mind lay a constant presentiment of new change, founded, no doubt, on her knowledge of her father. But outwardly there was little to justify it. The craving for drink seemed to have left him altogether, a not uncommon effect of this particular change of diet. and his hatred of Purcell, though in itself it had proved quite unmanageable by all her arts, had done nobody much harm. In a society dependent on law and police, there are difficulties in the way of a man's dealing primitively with his enemy. There had been one or two awkward meetings between the two in the open street, and at the parlour, among his special intimates, Daddy had elaborated a Purcell myth of a Pecksniffian character which his invention perpetually enriched. On the whole, however, it was in his liking for young Grieve, originally a casual customer at the restaurant, that Dora saw the chief effects of the feud. He had taken the lad up eagerly as soon as he had discovered both his connection with Purcell and his daring, rebellious temper, had backed him up in all his quarrels with his master, had taken him to the Hall of Science and introduced him to the speakers there, and had generally paraded him as a secularist convert, snatched from the very jaws of the Baptist. And now that David was in open opposition, attracting Purcell's customers, taking Purcell's water, Daddy was in a tumult of delight, wheeling off old books of his own, such as the Journal of Theology and the British Controversialist, to fill up David's stall, running down whenever business was slack to see how the lad was getting on, and meanwhile advertising him with his usual extravagance among the frequenters of the parlour. All through, however, or rather since Miss Purcell had returned from school, Dora and her little cousin Lucy had been allowed to meet. Lomax saw his daughter depart on her visits to Half Street in silence. Purcell, when he first recognized her, hardly spoke to her. Dora believed, which was in fact the truth, that each regarded her as a means of keeping an eye on the other. She conveyed information from the hostile camp. Therefore she was let alone. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 5. Why, Lucy! Dora was still bending over her work when a well-known tap at the door startled her meditations. Lucy put her head in, and, finding Dora alone, came in with a look of relief. Settling herself in a chair opposite Dora, she took off her hat, smoothed the coils of hair to which it had been pinned, unbuttoned the smart little jacket of pilot cloth, and threw back the silk handkerchief inside, and all with a feverish haste and irritation, as though everything she touched vexed her. "What's the matter, Lucy?" said Dora, after a little pause. At the moment of Lucy's entrance she had been absorbed in a measurement. "Nothing," said Lucy quickly. "Dora, you've got your hair loose." Dora put up her hand patiently. She was accustomed to be put to rights. It was characteristic at once of her dreaminess and her powers of self-discipline that she was fairly orderly, though she had great difficulty in being so. Without a constant struggle she would have had loose plaits and hanging strings about her always. Lucy's trimness was a perpetual marvel to her. It was like the contrast between the soft, indeterminate lines of her charming face and Lucy's small, sharply cut features. Lucy, still restless, began tormenting the feather in her hat. "When are you going to finish that, Dora?" she asked, nodding towards the frame. "Oh, it won't be very long now," said Dora, putting her head on one side that she might take a general survey, at once loving and critical, of her work. "You oughtn't to sit so close at it," said Lucy decidedly. "You'll spoil your complexion." "I've none to spoil." "Oh, yes, you have, Dora. That's so silly of you. You aren't sallow a bit. It's pretty to be pale like that. Lots of people say so. Not quite so pale as you are sometimes, perhaps. But I know why that is," said Lucy, with a half-malicious emphasis. A slight pink rose in Dora's cheeks, but she bent over her frame and said nothing. "Does your clergyman tell you to fast in Lent, Dora? Who tells you?" "The church," replied Dora, scandalized and looking up with bright eyes. "I wish you understood things a little more, Lucy." "I can't," said Lucy with a pettish sigh, "and I don't care twopence." She threw herself back in her rickety chair. Her arm dropped over the side, and she lay staring at the ceiling. Dora went on with her work in silence for a minute, and then looked up to see a tear dropping from Lucy's cheek onto the horsehair covering of the chair. "Lucy, what is the matter? I knew there was something wrong." Lucy sat up and groped energetically for her handkerchief. "You wouldn't care," she said, her lips quivering. Nobody cares." And sinking down again, she hid her face and fairly burst out sobbing. Dora, in alarm, pushed aside her frame and tried to caress and console her, but Lucy held her off, and in a second or two was angrily drying her eyes. "Oh, you can't do any good, Dora, not the least good. It's father. You know well enough what it is. I should never get on with father if I lived to be 100. "Well, you haven't had long to try in," said Dora, smiling. "Quite long enough to know," replied Lucy drearily. "I know I shall have a horrid life. I must. Nobody can help it. Do you know we've got another shopman, Dora?" The tone of childish scorn she threw into the question was inimitable. Dora with difficulty kept from laughing. "Well, what's he like?" "Like? He's like nothing," said Lucy, whose vocabulary was not extensive. "He's fat and ugly, wears spectacles. Father says he's a treasure to me, and then when they're in the shop I hear him going on at him like anything for being so stupid. And I have to give the creature tea when father's away, to clear up after him as though he were a school child. And father gets in a regular passion if I ask him about the dance, and there's a missionary tea next week, and he's made me take a table, and he wants me to teach in Sunday school, and the minister's wife's been talking to him about my dress, and no, I can't stand it, Dora. I can't, and I won't." And Lucy, gulping down fresh tears, sat intensely upright and looked frowningly at Dora, as though defying her to take the matter lightly. Dora was perplexed. Deep in her dove-like soul lay the fiercest views about dissent, that rent in the seamless vesture of Christ, as she had learned to consider it. Her mother had been a Baptist till her death, she herself till she was grown up, but now she had all the zeal, nay, even the rancour, of the convert. It was one of her inmost griefs that her own change had not come earlier, before her mother's death. Then perhaps her mother, a poor, poor mother, might have changed with her. It went against her to urge Lucy to make herself a good Baptist. "It's no wonder Uncle Tom wants you to do what he likes," she said slowly. "But if you don't take the chapel, Lucy, if you want something different, perhaps—" "I don't want any church, thank you," cried Lucy, up in arms. "I don't want anybody ordering me about. Why can't I go my own way a bit and amuse myself as I please? It is too bad." Dora did not know what more to say. She went on with her work, thinking about it all. Suddenly Lucy astonished her by a question in another voice. "Have you seen Mr. Grieve's shop, Dora?" Dora looked up. "No. Father's been there a good many times. He says it's capital for a beginning, and he's sure to get on fast. There's one or two very good sort of customers been coming lately. There's the Earl of Driffield, I think it is. Don't you remember, Lucy, it was he who gave that lecture with the magic lantern at the Institute you and I went to last summer? He's a queer sort of gentleman. Well, he's been coming several times and giving orders. And there's some of the college gentlemen. Oh, and a lot of others. They all seem to think he's so clever, father says." "I know the Earl of Driffield quite well," said Lucy loftily. "He used to be always coming to our place, and I've tied up his books for him sometimes. I don't see what's good of being an earl, not to go about like that. And father says he's got a grand place near Stalybridge, too. Well, if he's gone to Mr. Grieve, father will be just mad." Lucy pursed up her small mouth with energy. Dora evaded the subject. "He says when he's quite settled," she resumed presently, "we're to go and have supper with him for a house-warming." Lucy looked ready to cry again. "You couldn't ask me, of course he couldn't," she said indistinctly. "Dora, Dora!" "Well, only don't mix up my silks, Lucy. I shall never get them right again." Lucy reluctantly put them down. "Do you think, Dora, Mr. Grieve cares anything at all about me?" she said at last, hurrying out the words, and looking Dora in the face, very red and bold. Dora laughed outright. "I knew you were going to ask that," she said. "Perhaps I've been asking myself." Lucy said nothing, but the tears dropped again down her cheeks and onto her small, quivering hands, all the woman awake in her. Dora pushed her frame away and put her arm round her cousin, quite at a loss what to say for the best. Another woman would have told Lucy plumply that she was a little fool, that in the first place young Grieve had never shown any signs of making love to her at all, and that in the second, if he had, her father would never let her marry him without a struggle which nobody could suppose. Lucy, capable of waging with a man like Purcell? It was all a silly fancy, the whim of a green girl, which would make her miserable for nothing. Mrs. Alderman Head, for instance, Dora's chaperone for the Institute dance, the sensible, sharp-tongued wife of a wholesale stationer in Market Street, would certainly have taken this view of the matter, and communicated it to Lucy with no more demur than if you had asked her, say, for her opinion on the proper season for bottling gooseberries. But Dora, whose inmost being was one tremulous surge of feeling and emotion, could not approach any matter of love and marriage without a thrill, without a sense of tragedy almost. Besides, like Lucy, she was very young still, just 20, and youth answers to youth. "You know Uncle Tom wouldn't like it a bit, Lucy," she began in her perplexity. "I don't care," cried Lucy passionately. "Girls can't marry to please their fathers. I should have to wait, I suppose. I would get my own way somehow. But what's the good of talking about it, Dora? I'm sick of thinking about it, sick of everything. He'll marry somebody else, I know he will, and I shall break my heart or—" "Marry somebody else too," suggested Dora slyly. Lucy drew herself angrily away, and had to be soothed into forgiving her cousin. The child had in fact thought and worried herself by now into such a sincere belief in her own passion that there was nothing for it but to take it seriously. Dora yielded herself to Lucy's tears and her own tenderness. She sat pondering. Then suddenly she said something very different from what Lucy expected her to say. "Oh, if I could get him to go and talk to Father Russell! He's so wonderful with young men." Her hand dropped onto her knee. She looked away from Lucy out of the window, her sweet face one longing. Lucy was startled and somewhat annoyed. In her disgust with her father and her anxiety to attract David's notice, she had so entirely forgotten his religious delinquencies that it seemed fussy and intrusive on Dora's part to make so much of them. She instinctively resented, too, what sounded to her like a tone of proprietary interest. It was not Dora that was his friend, it was she. "I don't see what you have to do with his opinions, Dora," she said stiffly. "He isn't rude to you now as he used to be. Young men are always wild a bit at first." And she tossed her head with all the worldly wisdom of 17. Dora sighed and was silent. She fell to her work again, while Lucy wandered restlessly about the room. Presently the child stopped short. "Oh, look here, Dora." "Yes?" "Do come round with me and look at some spring patterns I've got. You might just as well. I know you've been slaving your eyes out. It's a nice day." Dora hesitated, but finally consented. She had been at work for many hours in hot rooms, and meant to work a good many more yet before night. A break would revive her, and there was ample time before the 3 o'clock dinner which she and her father took together after the midday rush of the restaurant was over. So she put on her things. On their way, Dora looked into the kitchen. Everything was in full work. A stout, red-faced woman was distributing and superintending. On the long charcoal stove which Daddy, under old Barbier's advice, had just put up, on the hot place near, and the glowing range in the background, innumerable pans were simmering and steaming. Here was a table covered with stewed fruits, there another laden with round vegetable pies just out of the oven, while a heap of tomatoes on a third lent their scarlet to the busy picture. Some rays of wintry sun had slipped in through the high windows, and were contending with the steam of the pies and the smoke from the cooking. And in front of all, on an upturned box, sat a pair of Lancashire lasses, peeling apples at lightning speed, yet not so fast but they could laugh and chat the while, their bright eyes wandering perpetually through the open serving hatches which ran along one side of the room, to the restaurant stretching beyond, with its rows of well-filled tables and its passing waitresses in their white caps and aprons. Dora slipped in among them in her soft, deprecating way, smiling at this one and at that, till she came to the stout cook. There she stopped and asked something. Lucy, standing at the door, saw the huge woman draw a corner of her apron across her eyes. "What did you want, Dora?" she inquired, as her husband rejoined her. "It's her poor boy. He's in the infirmary, and very bad. I'm sure they think he's dying. I wanted to send her there this morning and do her work, but she wouldn't go. There's no more news, but we mustn't be long." She walked on, evidently thinking with a tender absorption of the mother and son. while Lucy was conscious of her usual impatience with all this endless concern for unknown people, which stood so much in the way of Dora's giving her full mind to her cousin's affairs. Yet, as she knew well, Sarah, the stout cook, had been the chief prop of the parlour ever since it opened. No other servant had stayed long with Daddy. He was too fantastic and exacting a master. She had stayed, for Dora's sake, and for bearing with him, had learnt to manage him. When she came, she brought with her a sickly, overgrown lad, the only son of her widowhood, to act as kitchen boy. He did his poor best for a while, his mother, in truth, getting through most of his work as well as her own, while Dora, who had the weakness for doctoring inherent in all good women, stuffed him with cod-liver oil and strengthening mixtures. Then symptoms of acute hip disease showed themselves, and the lad was admitted to the big infirmary in Piccadilly. There he had lain for some 6 or 8 weeks now, toiling no more, fretting no more, living on his mother's and Dora's visits, and quietly loosening one life tendril after another. During all this time Dora had thought of him, prayed for him, taught him, the wasted, piteous creature. When they arrived at Half Street, they let themselves in by the side door, and Lucy hurried her cousin into the parlour, that there might be no meeting with her father, with whom she was on decidedly uncomfortable terms. The table in the parlour was strewn with patterns from several London shops. To send for them, examine them, and imagine what they would look like when they were made up was now Lucy's chief occupation, to which might be added a little strumming on the piano, a little visiting, not much, for she hated most of her father's friends, and was at present too closely taken up with self-pity and speculations as to what David Grieve might be doing to make new ones, and a great deal of ordering about of Mary Ann. Dora sat down, and Lucy pounced on one pattern after another, folding them between her fingers and explaining eagerly how this or that would look if it were cut so or trimmed so. "Oh, Dora, look, this pink gingham with white spots, don't you think it's a love? And you know, pink always suits me, except when it's a blue pink. But you don't call that a blue pink, do you? And yet it isn't salmon, certainly. It's something between. It ought to suit me, but I declare—" And suddenly, to Dora's dismay, the child flung down the patterns she held with a passionate vehemence. "I declare nothing seems to suit me now. Dora!" in a tone of despair. "Dora, don't you think I'm going off? My complexion's all dull, and why, I might be 30. And running over to the glass, draped in green cut paper, which adorned the mantelpiece, Lucy stood before it examining herself in an agony. And indeed there was a change. A touch of some withering blight seemed to have swept across the whole dainty face, and taken the dewy freshness from the eyes. There was fever in it, the fever of fret and mutiny, and of a starved self-love. Dora looked at her cousin with less patience than usual, perhaps because of the inevitable contrast between Lucy's posings and the true heartaches of the world. "Lucy, what nonsense! You're just a bit worried, and you make such a lot of it. Why can't you be patient?" "Because I can't," said Lucy sombrely, dropping into a chair and letting her arm fall over the back. "It's all very well, Dora. You aren't in love with a man whom you never see, and whom your father has a spite on, and you won't do anything to help me. You won't move a finger. And of course you might." What could I do, Lucy?" cried Dora, exasperated. "I can't go and ask young Grieve to marry you. I do wish you'd try and put him out of your head, that I do. You're too young, and he's got his business to think about, and while Uncle Tom's like this, I can't be always putting myself forward to help you meet him. It would be just the way to make him think something bad, to make him suspect." "Well, and why shouldn't he suspect?" said Lucy obstinately, her little mouth set and hard. "It's all rubbish about girls leaving it all to the men. If a girl doesn't show she cares about a man, how's he to know? And when she don't meet him, and when her father keeps her shut up, shameful!" She flung the word out through her small shut teeth, the brows meeting over her flashing eyes. "Oh, it's shameful, is it, Miss Purcell?" said a harsh, mimicking voice coming from the dark passage leading into the shop. Lucy sprang up in terror. There on the steps stood her father, bigger, blacker, more formidable than he had ever been in the eyes of the two startled girls. All unknown to them, the two doors which parted them from the shop had been slightly ajar, and Purcell, catching their voices as they came in, and already on the watch for his daughter, had maintained a treacherous quiet behind them. Now he was entirely in his element. He surveyed them both with a dark, contemptuous triumph. What fools women were, to be sure! As he descended the 2 steps into the parlour, the floor shook under his heavy tread. Dora had instinctively thrown her arm round Lucy, who had begun to cry hysterically. She herself was very pale, but after the first start she looked her uncle in the face. "Is it you that's been teaching Lucy these beautiful sentiments?" said Purcell, with ironic emphasis, stopping a yard from them and pointing at Dora. "And do you get 'em from St. Damian's?" Dora threw up her head and flushed. "I get nothing from St. Damian's that I'm ashamed of," she said in a proud voice, "and I've done nothing with Lucy that I'm ashamed of." "No, I suppose not," said Purcell dryly. "The devil don't deal much in shame. It's a losing article." Then he looked at Lucy, and his expression suddenly changed. The flame beneath leapt to sight. He caught her arm, dragged her out of Dora's hold, and shook her as one might shake a kitten. "What were you talking of just now?" he said to her, holding her by both shoulders, his eyes blazing down upon her. Lucy was much too frightened to speak. She stood staring back at him, her breast heaving violently. Dora came forward in indignation. "You'll get nothing out of her if you treat her like that," she said with spirit, "nor out of me either." Purcell recovered himself with difficulty. He let Lucy go, and walking up to the mantelpiece, stood there, leaning his arm upon it, and looking at the girls from under his hand. "What do I want to get out of you?" he said with scorn, "as if I didn't know already everything that's in your silly minds. I guessed already, and now that you've been so obliging as to let your secrets out under my very nose, I know. That chit there," he pointed to Lucy. All his gestures had a certain theatrical force and exaggeration, springing perhaps from his habit of lay preaching. "Imagine she's going to marry the young infidel I gave the sack to a while ago. Now don't she? Are you going to say no to that?" His loud challenge pushed Dora to extremities, and it was all left to her. Lucy was sobbing on the sofa. "I don't know what she imagines," said Dora slowly, seeking in vain for words. The whole situation was so ridiculous. "Are you going to prevent her falling in love with the man she chooses?" "Certainly," said Purcell with mocking emphasis. "Certainly, since she chooses wrong. The only concern of the godly in these matters is to see that their children are not yoked with unbelievers. Whenever I see that young reprobate in the street now, I smell the pit, and it's not to be long before the Lord tumbles him into it. There's an end comes to such devil's fry as that. Oh, they may prosper and thrive, they may revile the children of the Lord, they may lift up the hoof against the poor Christian, but the time comes, the time comes." His solemnity, at once unctuous and full of vicious meaning, only irritated Dora. But Lucy raised herself from the sofa and looked suddenly round at her father. Her eyes were streaming, her hair in disorder, but there was a suspicion and intelligence in her look which seemed to give her back self-control. She watched eagerly for what her father might say or do next. As soon as he saw her sitting up, he walked over to her and took her again by the shoulder. "Now look here," he said to her, holding her tight. "Let's finish with this. That young man's the Lord's enemy. He's my enemy, and I'll teach him a lesson before I've done. But that's neither here nor there. You understand this. If you ever walk out of this door with him, you'll not walk back into it with him or without him. I'll have done with you, and my money'll have done with you. But there." And Purcell gave a little scornful laugh and let her go with a push. "He don't care twopence about you. I'll say that for him." Lucy flushed fiercely, and getting up, began mechanically to smooth her hair before the glass, with wild, tremulous movements, will and defiance settling on her lip, as she looked at herself and at the reflection of her father. "And as for you, Miss Lomax," said Purcell deliberately, standing opposite Dora, "you've been aiding and abetting somehow. I don't care how. I don't complain. There was nothing better to be expected of a girl with your parentage and bringing up, and a Puseyite into the bargain. But I warn you, you'll go meddling here once too often before you're done. If you'll take my advice, you'll let other people's business alone, and mind your own. Them that have got Adrian Lomax on their hands needn't go poaching on their neighbours for something to do." He spoke with a slow, vindictive emphasis, and Dora shrank and quivered as though he had struck her. Then, by a great effort, the effort of one who had not gone through a close and tender training of the soul for nothing, she put from her both her anger and her fear. "You're cruel to father," she said, her voice fluttering. You might be thinking sometimes how straight he's kept since he took the parlour, and I don't believe young Grieve means any harm to you or anybody. I'm sure I don't." A sob rose in her throat. Anybody less crassly armoured in self-love than Purcell must have been touched. As for him, he turned on his heel. "I'll protect myself, thank you," he said dryly, "and I'll judge for myself. You can do as you like, and Lucy too, so long as she takes the consequences. Do you understand, Lucy?" "Yes," said Lucy, facing round upon him, all tremulous passion and rebellion, but she could not meet his fixed, tyrannical eye. Her own wavered and sank. Purcell enjoyed the spectacle of her for a second or two, smiled, and went. As soon as he was gone, Lucy dragged her cousin to the stairs, and never let her go till Dora was safe in her room and the door bolted. Dora implored to be released. How could she stay in her uncle's house after such a scene? And she must get home quickly anyway, as Lucy knew. Lucy took no notice at all of what she was saying. "Look here," she said, breaking into the middle of Dora's appeal, and speaking in an excited whisper. "He's going to do him a mischief. I'm certain he is. That's how he looks when he's going to pay someone out. Now, what's he going to do? I'll know somehow. Trust me." She was sitting on the edge of the bed, her arms behind her, supporting her, her little feet beating each other restlessly, a hot, vindictive anger speaking from every feature, every movement. The pretty chit of 17 seemed to have disappeared. Here was every promise of a wilful and obstinate woman, with more of her father's stuff in her than anyone could have yet surmised. A pang rose in Dora. She rose impulsively, and throwing herself down by Lucy, drew the ruffled, palpitating creature into her arms. "Oh, Lucy, isn't it only because you're angry and vexed, and because you want to fight Uncle Purcell? Oh, don't go on just for that. When we're Christians, we mustn't want our own way. We must give it up. We must give it up." Her voice sank in a burst of tears, and she drooped her head on Lucy's, kissing her cousin's brown hair. Lucy extricated herself with a movement of impatience. "When one loves anybody," she said, sitting very upright and twisting her fingers together, "one must stick to him." Dora started at the word love. It seemed to her profanation. She dried her eyes and got up to go without another word. "Well, Dora," said Lucy, frowning, "and so you'll do nothing for me? Nothing?" Dora stood a moment in a troubled silence. Then she turned and took gentle hold of her cousin. "If I get a chance, Lucy, I'll try and find out whether he's thinking of marrying at all. And if he isn't, and I'm sure he isn't, will you give it all up and try and live comfortable with Uncle Purcell and think of something else?" Her eyes had a tender, nay, a passionate entreaty in them. "No," said Lucy with energy, "but I'll very likely drown myself in the river some fine night." Dora still held her, standing above her and looking down at her, trying hard to read her true mind. Lucy bore it defiantly for a minute. Then suddenly 2 large tears rose. A quiver passed over Dora's face. She kissed her cousin quickly and went towards the door. "And I'll find out what father's going to do, or my name isn't what it is," said the girl behind her, in a shrill, shaking voice, as she closed the door. Dora ran back to Market Place, filled with a presentiment that she was late, though the hands of the cathedral clock were still far from 3. At the side door stood a woman with a shawl over her head, looking distractedly up at the street. "Oh, Miss Dora, they've sent. He's going quick, and he keeps wearying for mither and Miss Dora." The powerful, scarred face had the tremulous helplessness of grief. Dora took her by the arm. "Let us run, Sarah, at once. Oh, never mind the work." The 2 women hurried through the crowded Saturday streets. But halfway up Market Street, Sarah stopped short, looking round her in an agony. "This is feyther, Miss Dora. Oh, he were a bad un to me, but he'd always a soft spot for the lad. I'd be reet glad to send word. He were there in the war, they tell me, last week." 3 years before she had separated from her husband, a sawyer, by mutual consent. He was younger than she, and he had been grossly unfaithful to her. She came of a good country stock, and her daleswoman's self-respect could put up with him no longer. But she had once been passionately in love with him, and, as she said, he'd been on the whole kind to the boy. "Where is he?" said Dora. "At Mr. Whitelaw's yard, Edgell Street, Great Ancoats." They had just entered the broad infirmary square. Dora, looking around her in perplexity, suddenly saw coming towards them the tall figure of David Grieve. The leap of the heart of which she was conscious through all her preoccupation startled her, but she went up to him without a moment's hesitation. David, swinging along as though Manchester belonged to him, found himself arrested, and looking down saw Dora's pale and agitated face. "Mr. Grieve, will you help me?" She drew him to the side and explained as quickly as she could. Sarah stood by and threw in directions. "He's to be found up Mr. Whitelaw's yard, Edgell Street. When over goes, must just say to him, Sarah says to thee, wilt thou come or wilt thou not come? The lad's dying." She threw out the words with a sombre simplicity and force. Then, her whole frame quivering with impatience, she crossed the road to the infirmary without waiting for Dora. "Can you send someone?" said Dora. "I will go myself at once. I'll find the man if he's there and bring him. You leave it to me." He turned without more ado, broke into a run, and disappeared round the corner of Oldham Street. Dora crossed to the infirmary, her mind strangely divided for a moment between the solemn image of what was coming and the vibrating memory of something just past. But, once in the great ward, pity and death possessed her wholly. He knew them, the poor lad, made as it seemed 2 tremulous movements, once when his mother's uncontrollable crying passed into his failing ear, once when Dora's kiss was laid upon his hollow temple. Then again he lay unconscious, drawing gently to the end. Dora knelt beside him praying, his mother on the other side, and the time passed. Then there were sounds about the bed, and looking up Dora saw 2 figures approaching. In front was a middle-aged man with a stupid, drink-stained face. He came awkwardly and unsteadily up to the bedside, almost doubling over his wife and laying his hand on the back of a chair to support himself. He brought with him an overpowering smell of beer, and Dora thought as she looked at him that he had only a very vague idea of what was going on. His wife took no notice of him whatsoever. Behind, at some little distance, his hat in his hand, stood David Grieve. Why did he stay? Dora could not get him out of her mind. Even in her praying she still saw the dark, handsome head and lithe figure thrown out against the whiteness of the hospital walls. There was a slight movement in the bed, and the nurse, standing beside the boy, looked up and made a quick sign to the mother. What she and Dora saw was only a gesture, as of one settling for sleep. Without struggle, without fear, the little lad who had never lived enough to know the cost of dying went the way of all flesh. "They die so easily, this sort," said the nurse to Dora, as she tenderly closed the patient's eyes. "It's like a plant that's never rooted." A few minutes later Dora was blindly descending the long stairs. The mother was still beside her dead, making arrangements for the burial. The father, sobered and conscious, had already slouched away. But at the foot of the stairs Dora, looking round, saw that David was just behind her. He came out with her. "He was drunk when I found him," he explained. "He'd been drinking in the dinner hour. I had him by the arm all the way, and thought I'd best bring him straight in. And then I'd never seen anyone die," he said simply, a curious light in his black eyes. Dora, still choked with tears, could not speak. With shaking hands she searched for a bit of veil she had with her to hide her eyes and cheeks, but she could not find it. "Don't go down Market Street," he said, after a shy look at her. "Come this way. There isn't such a crowd." And turning down Mosley Street, All the way he guided her through some side streets where there were fewer people to stare. Such forethought, such gentleness in him were quite new to her. She gradually recovered herself, feeling all the while this young, sympathetic presence at her side, dreading lest it should desert her. He, meanwhile, was still under the tremor and awe of the new experience. So this was dying. He remembered Laius holding Margaret's hand. "Dean's long, but it's vera, vera peaceful." Not always, surely. There must be vigorous, tenacious souls that went out with tempests and agonies. And he was conscious of a pang of fear, feeling himself so young and strong. Presently he led her into St. Anne's Square, and then they shook hands. He hurried off to his business, and she remained standing a moment on the pavement outside the church which makes one side of the square. An impulse seized her. She turned and went into the church instead of going home. There, in one of the old oak pews where the little tarnished plates still set forth the names of their 18th century owners, she fell on her knees and wrestled with herself and God. She was very simple, very ignorant, but religion, as religion can, had dignified and refined all the elements of character. She said to herself in an agony that he must love her, that she had loved him in truth all along. And then a great remorse came upon her. The spiritual glory she had just passed through closed round her again. What? She could see the heaven opened, the good shepherd stoop to take his own, and then come away to feel nothing but this selfish, passionate craving. Oh, she was ashamed. She loathed herself. Lucy? Lucy had no claim, should have no claim. He did not care for her. Then again the pale, dead face would flash upon her with its submissive look. So much gratitude for so little, and such a tender ease in dying. And she, possessed by all these bad and jealous feelings, these angry desires, fresh from such a presence. O Lamb of God, that takest away the sins of the world. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 6. And David, meanwhile, was thinking of nothing in the world but the fortunes of a little shop, about 12 feet square, and of the stall outside that shop. The situation, for a hero, is certainly one of the flattest conceivable. Nevertheless, it has to be faced. If, however, one were to say that he had marked none of Lucy Purcell's advances, that would be to deny him eyes as well as susceptibilities. He had, indeed, said to himself in a lordly way that Lucy Purcell was a regular little flirt, and was beginning these ways early. But a certain rough young modesty, joined with a sense of humour at his own expense, prevented him from making any more of it, and he was no sooner in his own den watching for customers than Lucy vanished from his mind altogether. He thought much more of Purcell himself, with much vengeful chuckling and speculation. As for Dora, he had certainly begun to regard her as a friend. She had sense and experience, in spite of her ritualism, whereas Lucy, in his eyes, had neither. So that to run into the parlour, after each new day was over, and discuss with Daddy and her the ups and downs, the fresh chances and prospects of his infant business, was pleasant enough. Daddy and he met on the common ground of wishing to make the world uncomfortable for Purcell, while Dora supplied the admiring, uncritical wonder, in which, like a warm environment, an eager temperament expands and feels itself under the stimulus more inventive and more capable than before. But marrying? The lad's careless, good-humoured laugh under Ancram's probings was evidence enough of how the land lay. Probably at the bottom of him, if he had examined, there lay the instinctive assumption that Dora was one of the girls who are not likely to marry. Men want them for sisters, daughters, friends, and then go and fall in love with some minx that has a way with her. Besides, who could be bothered with girls when there was a stall to be set out and a career to be made? With that stall, indeed, David was truly in love. How he fingered and meddled with it, setting out the cheap reprints it contained so as to show their frontispieces, and strewing among them, in an artful disorder, a few rare local pamphlets, on which he kept a careful watch, either from the door or from inside. Behind these, again, within the glass, was a precious shelf, containing in the middle of it about a dozen volumes of a kind dear to a collector's eye. Thin volumes in shabby boards, then just beginning to be sought after, the first editions of 19th-century poets. For months past David had been hoarding up a few in a corner of his little lodging, and on his opening day they decoyed him and at least 5 inquiring souls, all of whom stayed to talk a bit. There was a Queen Mab, and a Lyrical Ballads, and Endymion, a few Landors thrown in, and a Bride of Abydos, this last not of much account, for its author had the indiscretion, from the collector's point of view, to be famous from the beginning, and so to flood the world with large editions. Round and about these dainty morsels were built in with solid rubbish, with Daddy's Journals of Theology, British Controversialist, and the rest. In one top corner lurked a few battered and cut-down Elzevirs, of no value save to the sentiment of the window, while a good many spaces were filled up with some new and attractive editions of standard books just out of copyright, contributed, these last, by the enterprising traveller of a popular firm, from whom David had them on commission. Inside, the shop was of the roughest. A plank or two on a couple of trestles served for a counter, and 2 deal shelves put up by David ran along the wall behind. The counter held a few French scientific books, very fresh and in the movement, the result of certain inquiries put by old Barbier to a school friend of his, now professor at the Sorbonne, meant to catch the college people, while on the other side lay some local histories of neighbouring towns and districts, a sort of commodity always in demand in a great expanding city, where new men have risen rapidly and families are in the making. For these local books the lad had developed an astonishing flair. He had the geographical and also the social instincts which the pursuit of them demands. On his first day David netted in all a profit of 17 shillings and twopence, and at night he curled himself up on a mattress in the little back kitchen with an old rug for covering and a bit of fire, and slept the sleep of liberty. In a few days more several of the old established book buyers of the town, a more numerous body perhaps in Manchester than in any other northern centres, had found him out. A certain portly and wealthy lady, connected with one of the old calico printing families, a person of character who made a hobby of Lancashire nonconformity, had walked into the shop and given the boyish owner of it much good advice and a few orders. The Earl of Driffield had looked in, and, caught by the lures of the stall, customers had come from the most unlikely quarters, desiring the most heterogeneous wares. The handsome, intelligent young fellow, with his out-of-the-way strains of knowledge, with his frank self-conceit and his equally frank ignorance, caught the fancy of those who stayed to talk with him. A certain number of persons had been already taken with him in Purcell's shop, and were now vastly amused by the lad's daring and the ambitious range of his first stock. As for Lord Driffield, on the first occasion when he had dropped in, he had sat for an hour at least, talking and smoking cigarettes across David's primitive counter. This remarkable person, of whom Lucy thought so little, was well known, and had been well known for a good many years, to the booksellers of Manchester and Liverpool. As soon as the autumn shooting season began, Purcell, for instance, remembered Lord Driffield and began to put certain books aside for him. He possessed one of the famous libraries of England, and he not only owned but read. Scholars all over Europe took toll both of his books and his brains. He lived to collect and to be consulted. There was almost nothing he did not know, except how to make a book for himself. He was so learned that he had, so to speak, worked through to an extreme modesty. His friends, however, found nothing in life so misleading as Lord Driffield's diffidence. At the same time, Providence had laid upon him a vast family estate, and an aristocratic wife, married in his extreme youth to please his father. Lady Driffield had the ideas of her caste, and when they came to their great house near Stalybridge in the autumn, she insisted on a succession of proper guests, who would shoot the grouse in a proper manner and amuse her in the evenings. For as she had no children, life was often monotonous, and when she was bored she had a stately way of making herself disagreeable to Lord Driffield. He therefore did his best to content her. He received her guests, dined with them in the evenings, and dispatched them to the moors in the morning. But between those two functions he was his own master, and on the sloppy November afternoons he might as often as not to be seen trailing about Manchester or Liverpool, carrying his slouching soldiers and fair bespectacled face into every bookseller's shop, good, bad, and indifferent, or giving lectures, mostly of a geographical kind, at popular institutions, an occupation in which he was not particularly effective. David had served him once or twice in Half Street, and had sent a special notice of his start and his intentions to Bennett's Park, the Driffield's place. Lord Driffield's first visit left him quivering with excitement, for the Earl had a way of behaving as though everybody else were not only his social but his intellectual equal, even a lad of 20 with his business to learn. He would sit pleasantly smoking and asking questions, a benevolent, shabby person, eager to be informed. Then, when David had fallen into the trap and was holding forth, proud it might be of certain bits of knowledge which no one else in Manchester possessed, Lord Driffield would throw in a gentle comment, and then another and another, till the trickle became a stream, and the young man would fall blankly listening, his mouth opening wider and wider. When it was over, and the Earl, with his draggled umbrella, had disappeared, David sat crouched on his wooden stool, consumed with hot ambition and wonder. How could a man know so much, and an Earl who didn't want it? For a few hours, at any rate, his self-conceit was dashed. He realized dimly what it might be to know as the scholar knows. And that night, when he had shut the shutters, he vowed to himself, as he gathered his books about him, that 5 hours was enough sleep for a strong man, that learn he must and should, and that some day or other he would hold his own, even with Lord Driffield. How he loved his evenings, the paraffin lamp glaring beside him, the crackling of the coal in his own fire, the book on his knee. Ancram had kept his promise and was helping him with his Greek, but his teaching hardly kept pace with the boy's enthusiasm and capacity. The veracity with which he worked at his Thucydides and Homer left the lame minister staring and sighing. The sound of the lines, the roll of the oys and oos, was in David's ear all day, and to learn a dozen irregular verbs in the interval between two customers was like the gulping of a dainty. Meanwhile, as he collected his English poets, he read them, and here was a whole new world. For in his occupation with the encyclopedists he cared little for poetry. The reaction against his Methodist fit had lasted long, had developed a certain contempt for sentiment, a certain love for all sharp, dry, calculable things, and for the tone of irony in particular. But in such a nature such a phase was sure to pass, and it was passing. Burns, Byron, Shelley, Keats, Tennyson. Now he was making acquaintance piecemeal with them all, and as the precious volumes turned up, which he was soon able to place with a precision which tore them too soon out of his hands. The Voltairean temper in him was melting, was passing into something warmer, subtler, and more restless. But he was not conscious of it. He was as secular, as cocksure, as irritating as ever, when Ancram probed him on the subject of the Hall of Science, or the various secularist publications which he supported. "Do you call yourself an atheist now, David?" said Ancram one day, in that cheerful, half-ironic tone which the young bookseller resented. "I don't call myself anything," said David stoutly. "I'm all for this world. We can't know anything about another. At least, that's my opinion, sir. No offence to you." "Oh, dear me, no offence. There have been a few philosophers, you know, David, since Voltaire. There's a person called Kant. I don't know anything about him, but they tell me he made out a very pretty case, on the practical side anyway, for a god and immortality. And in England, too, there have been 2 or 3 persons of consequence, as you remember, like Coleridge and John Henry Newman, who thought it worth while to believe a little. But you don't care about that?" The lad stood silent a moment, his colour rising, his fine lip curling. Then he burst out, "What's the good of thinking about things by the wrong end? There's such a lot to read." And with a great stretch of all his young frame he fell back on the catalogue he was looking through, while Ancram went on turning over a copy of The Reasoner, a vigorous secularist paper of the day, which he found on the counter and which had suggested his question. knowledge, success. It was for these that David burned, and he laid rapid hands upon them. He had a splendid physique, and at this moment of his youth he strained it to the utmost. He grudged the time for sleep and meals, and on Saturday afternoons, the early closing day of Manchester, he would go out to country sales, or lay plans for seeing the few considerable libraries, Lord Driffield's among them, which the neighbouring districts possessed. On Sunday he read from morning till night, and once or twice his assistant John, hammering outside for admittance in the winter dark, wakened the master of the shop from the rickety chair where he had fallen asleep over his books in the small hours of the morning. His assistant. It may well be asked what a youth of 20, setting up on £30 capital in a small shop, wanted with an assistant before he had any business to speak of. The story is a curious one. Some time in the previous summer, Daddy had opened a smoking and debating room at the parlour, by way of keeping his clientele together and giving a special character to the place. He had merely boarded off a bit of the original seed warehouse, put in some rough tables and chairs, and a few newspapers. But by a conjunction of circumstances the place had taken a secularist character, and the weekly debates which Daddy inaugurated were, for a time at least, well attended. Secularism, like all other forms of mental energy, had lately been active in Manchester. There had been public discussions between Mr. Holyoake and Mr. Bradlaugh as to whether secularism were necessarily atheistic or no. Some of the old newspapers of the movement, dating from Chartist days, had recently taken a new lease of life, and combined with the protest against theology was a good deal of cooperative and republican enthusiasm. Lomax, who had been a secularist and an Owenite for 20 years, and who was a republican to boot, threw himself into the mêlée, and the parlour debates during the whole of the autumn and winter of 69 and 70 were full of life, and brought out a good many young speakers, David Grieve among them. Indeed, David was for a time the leader of the place, so ready was his gift, so confident and effective his personality. On one occasion in October he was holding forth on Science, the True Providence of Life. The place was crowded. A well-known independent had been got hold of to answer the young Voltairean, and David was already excited, for his audience was plying him with interruptions and taxing to the utmost a natural debating power. In the midst of it, a printer's devil from the restaurant outside, a stout, stupid-looking lad, found his way in and stood at the door listening. The fine classical head of the speaker, the beautiful voice, the gestures so free and flowing, the fire and fervour of the whole performance, these things left him gaping. "Who's that?" he ventured to inquire of a man near him, a calico salesman, well known in the Salford Conservative Association, who had come to support the independent speaker. The man laughed. "That's young Grieve, assistant to old Purcell, Half Street. He talks a damned lot of stuff. Blasphemous stuff, too. But if somebody'd take and teach him and send him into Parliament, some day he'd make 'em skip, I warrant you. I never heard anybody frame better for public speaking, and I've heard a lot." The printer's devil stayed and stared through the debate. Then afterwards he began to haunt the paths of this young Satan, crept up to him in the newsroom, skulked about him in the restaurant. At last David took notice of him, and they made friends. "Have you got anybody belonging to you?" he asked him shortly. "No," said the boy. "Father died last spring. Mother was took with pleurisy in November." But the words stuck in his throat, and he coughed over them. "All right," said David. "Come for a walk Sunday afternoon." So a pretty constant companionship sprang up between them. John Dalby came of a decent stock, and was still, as it were, under the painful and stupefying surprise of those bereavements which had left him an orphan. His blue eyes looked bewilderment at the world. He was bullied by the compositors he worked under. Sometimes he had violent fits of animal spirits, but in general he was dull and silent, and no one could have guessed that he often read poetry and cried himself to sleep in the garret where he lodged. Physically he was a great overgrown creature, not in truth much younger than David. But while David was already the man, John was altogether in the tadpole stage, a being of large, ungainly frame, at war with his own hands and feet, his small eyes lost in his pink, spreading cheeks, his speech shy and scanty. Yet, such as he was, David found a use for him. Temperaments of the fermenting, expansive sort want a listener at the moment of early maturity, and almost any two-legged thing with the listener's gift will do. David worked off much steam on the Saturday or Sunday afternoons, when the two would push out into the country, walking some 20 miles or so for the sheer joy of movement. While the one talked and declaimed, ploughing his violent way through the soil of his young thought, the other, fat and silent, puffed alongside, and each, in his own way, was happy. Just about the time David was dismissed by Purcell, John's apprenticeship came to an end. When he heard of the renting of the shop in Potter Street, he promptly demanded to come as assistant. "Don't be a fool," said David, turning upon him. "What should I want with an assistant in that bit of a place? And I couldn't pay you, besides, man." "Don't mind that," said John stoutly. "I'd like to learn the trade. Perhaps you'll set up a printing business by and by. Lots of booksellers do. Then I'll be handy." "And how the deuce are you going to live?" cried David, somewhat exasperated by these unpractical proposals. "You're not exactly a grasshopper," and his eye, half angry, half laughing, ran over John's plump person. To which John replied, undisturbed, that he got £4 still of the little hoard his mother had left him, and judging by what David had told him of his first months in Manchester, he could make that last for living a good while. When he had learned something of the business with David, he would move on, trust him. Whereupon David told him flatly that he wasn't going to help him waste his money, and sent him about his business. On the very day, however, that David opened, he was busy in the shop, when he saw John outside at the stall, groaning under a bundle. "It's Mr. Lomax he sent you this," said the lad calmly, "and I'm to put it up and tell him how your stock looks." The bundle contained Daddy's contributions to young Grieve's window, which at the moment were very welcome, and David, in his gratitude, instructed the messenger to take back a cordial message. The only notice John took was to lift up 2 dead shelves that were leaning against the wall of the shop, and to ask where they were to go. And, say what David would, he stuck, and would not be got rid of. With a Lancashire accent he had also the Lancashire persistence, and David, after a while, gave in, consented that he should stay for some weeks at any rate, and then set to work to teach him in a very impatient and intermittent way. For watching and bargaining at the stall at any rate, for fetching and carrying, and for all that appertains to the carrying and packing of parcels, John presently developed a surprising energy. David's wits were therefore freed for the higher matters of his trade, while John was beast of burden. The young master could work up his catalogues, study his famous collections, make his own bibliographical notes, or run off here and there by bus or train in quest of books for a customer. He could swallow down his Greek verbs, or puzzle out his French for Barbier in the intervals of business. The humbler matters of the shop prospered none the less. Meanwhile, both lads were vegetarians and teetotalers. Both lived, as near as might be, on 6pence a day, and an increasing proportion of the Manchester world, of that world at any rate which buys books, began, as the weeks rolled on, to take interest in the pair and their venture. Christmas came, and David made up his accounts. He had turned over the whole of his capital in 6 weeks, had lived and paid his rent, and was very nearly £10 to the good. On the evening when he made this out, he sat jubilantly over the fire, thinking of Louie. Certainly it would be soon time for him to send for Louie at this rate. Yet there were pros and cons. He would have to look after her when she did come, and there would be an end for his first freedom. And what would she find to do? Silk weaving had been decaying year by year in Manchester, and for hand loom weaving at any rate there was no opening at all. No matter. With his prosperity there came a quickening of the sense of kinship which would not let him rest. For the first time for many years he thought often of his father. Who and what had his mother been? Why had Uncle Reuben never spoken of his parents, save that one tormented word in the dark? Why, his father could not have been 30 when he died. Some day he would make Uncle Reuben tell all the story. He would know, too, where his father was buried. And meanwhile, in a few more weeks, he would write to Kinder. He would be good to Louie. He decidedly meant that she should have a good time. Perhaps she had grown out of her tricks by now. Tom said she was thought to be uncommon handsome. David made a little face as he remembered that. She would be all the more difficult to manage. Yet all the time David Grieve's prosperity was the most insecure growth imaginable. One evening Lucy rushed in late to see Dora. "Oh, Dora, Dora, put down your work at once and listen to me." Dora looked up in amazement to see Lucy's little face all crimson with excitement and resolution. "Dora, I've found it all out. He's going to buy the house over Mr. Greaves's head and turn him into the street just as he's got nicely settled. Oh, he's done it before, I can tell you. There was a man higher up Half Street he served just the same. He's got the money and he's got the spite. Well, now, Dora, it's no good staring. Has Mr. Grieve been up here lately?" "No, not lately," said Dora, with an involuntary sigh. "Father's been to see him. He says that he's that busy he can't come out." "But, Lucy, how do you know all this?" Whereupon at first Lucy wouldn't tell, but being at bottom intensely proud of her own cleverness, at last confessed. She had been for long convinced that her father meant mischief to young Grieve, and had been on the watch. A little listening at doors here, and a little prying into papers there, had presently given her the clue. In a private drawer, unlocked by chance, she found a solicitor's letter containing the full description of number 15 Potter Street, and of some other old houses in the same street, soon to be sold and rebuilt. The description contained notes of price and date in her father's hand. That very evening the solicitor in question had come to see her father. She had been sent upstairs, but had managed to listen all the same. The purchase, whatever it was to be concluded shortly. There had been much legal talk, and her father had seemed in a particularly good temper when Mr. Vance went away. "Well, now look here," said Lucy, frowning and biting her lips. "I shall just go right on and see him. I thought I might have found him here, but there's no time to lose." Dora had bent over her frame again, and her face was hidden. "Why, it's quite late," she said slowly. "The shop will be shut up long ago." I don't care a bit," cried Lucy. "One can't think about what's proper. I'm just going straight away." And she got up feverishly and put on her hat again. "Why can't you tell father and send him? He's downstairs in the reading-room," said Dora. "I'll go myself, Dora, thank you," said Lucy, with an obstinate toss of her head, as she stood before the old mirror over the mantelpiece. "I dare say you think I'm a very bold girl. It doesn't matter." Then for a minute she became absorbed in putting one side of her hair straight. Dora, from behind, sat looking at her, needle in hand. The gaslight fell on her pale, disturbed face, showing for an instant a sort of convulsion pass across it which Lucy did not see. Then she drew her hand along her eyes with a low, quivering breath, and went back to her work. As Lucy opened the door, however, a movement of anxiety, of conscience, rose in Dora. "Lucy, shall I go with you?" "Oh, no," said Lucy impatiently. "I know what's what, thank you, Dora. I'll take care of myself. Perhaps I'll come back and tell you what he says." And she closed the door behind her. Dora did not move from her work, but her hand trembled so that she made several false stitches and had to undo them. Meanwhile, Lucy sped along across Market Street and through St. Anne's Square. Her blood was up, and she could have done anything, braved anybody, to defeat her father and win a smile from David Grieve. Yet as she entered Potter Street she began to quake a little. The street was narrow and dark. On one side the older houses had been long ago pulled down and replaced by tall warehouses, which at night were a black and towering mass without a light anywhere. The few shops opposite closed early. There is very little doing after office hours, when the tide of life ebbs outwards. Lucy looked for number 15, her heart beating fast. There was a light in the first floor, but the shop front was altogether dark. She crossed the street, and lifting a shaking hand, rang the bell of the very narrow side door. Instantly there were sounds inside, a step, and David stood on the threshold. He stared in amazement at his unwanted visitor. "Oh, Mr. Grieve, please, I've got something to tell you. Oh, no, I won't come in. We can stand here, please, out of the wind. But father's going to buy this place over your head, and I thought I'd better come and tell you. He'd be pretty mad if he thinks I've let out, but I don't care." She was leaning against the wall of the passage, and David could just see the defiance and agitation on her face by the light of the gas lamp outside. He himself gave a low whistle. "Well, that's rather strong, isn't it, Miss Purcell?" "It's mean, it's abominable," she cried. "I vowed I'd stop it, but I don't know what he'll do to me. Kill me, most likely." "Nobody shall do anything to you," said David decidedly. "You're a brick. But look here, can you tell me anything more?" She commanded herself with great difficulty, and told all she knew. David leant against the wall beside her, twisting a meditative lip. The situation was ominous, certainly. He had always known that his tenure was precarious, but from various indications he had supposed that it would be some years yet before his side of the street was much meddled with. That old fox! He must go and see Mr. Ancram. A passion of hate and energy rose within him. Somehow or other he would pull through. When Lucy had finished the tale of her eavesdroppings, the young fellow shook himself and stood erect. "Well, I am obliged to you, Miss Purcell. And now I'll just go straight off and talk to somebody that I think will help me. But I'll see you to Market Street first." "Oh, somebody will see us," she cried in a fever, "and tell father." "Not they. I'll keep a look-out." Then suddenly, as they walked along together, a great shyness fell upon them both. Why had she done this thing and run the risk of her father's wrath? As David walked beside her, he felt for an instant, through all his gratitude, as though someone had thrown a lasso round him, and the cord was tightening. He could not have explained the feeling, but it made him curt and restive, absorbed apparently in his own thoughts. Meanwhile Lucy's heart swelled and swelled. She did think he would have taken her news differently, have made more of it and her. She wished she had never come. She wished she had brought Dora. The familiar consciousness of failure, of insignificance, returned, and the hot tears rose in her eyes. At Market Street she stopped him hurriedly. "Don't come any farther. I can get home." David, meanwhile, was saying to himself that he was a churlish brute, but for the life of him he could not get out any pretty speeches worthy of the occasion. "I'm sure I take it most kind of you, Miss Purcell. There's nothing could have saved me if you hadn't told, and I don't know whether I could get out of it now. But if ever I can do anything for you, you know—" "Oh, never mind, she said incoherently, stabbed by his constraint. "Good night." And she ran away into the darkness, choked by the sorest tears she had ever shed. David, meanwhile, went on his way to Ancram, scourging himself. If ever there was an ungrateful cur, it was he. Why could he find nothing nice to say to that girl in return for all her pluck? Of course she would get into trouble. Coming to see him at that time of night, too. Why, it was splendid. Yet all the same, he knew perfectly well that if she had been there beside him again, he would have been just as tongue-tied as before. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 7. On the following night David walked into the parlour about 8 o'clock, hung up his hat with the air of an emperor, and looked round for Daddy. "Look here, Daddy, I've got something to say to you, but not down here. You'll be letting out my private affairs, and I can't stand that." "Well, come upstairs then, you varmint. You're a poor sort of fellow, always suspecting your friends. Come up with you. I'll humour you." And Daddy, bursting with curiosity, led the way upstairs to Dora's sitting-room. Dora was moving about amid a mass of silks, which lay carefully spread out on the table, shade melting into shade, awaiting their transference to a new silk case she had been busy upon. As the door opened, she looked up, and when she saw David, her face flushed all over. Daddy pushed the lad in. "Dora, he's got some news. Out with it, sir." And he stood opposite the young fellow on tiptoe, quivering with impatience. David put both hands in his pockets and looked out upon them, radiant. "I think," he said slowly, "I've scotched old Purcell this time. But perhaps you don't know what he's been after." "Lucy was in here last night," said Dora, hesitating. "She told me about it." "Lucy?" cried Daddy, exasperated. What have you been making secrets about? I'll have no secrets from me in this house, Dora. Why, when Lucy tells you something important, is it all hidden from me? Nasty close ways." And he looked at her threateningly. Nothing piqued the old bohemian so much as the constant assumption of the people about him that he was a grown-up baby of no discretion at all. That the assumption was true made no difference whatever to the irritating quality of it. Dora dropped her head a little, but said nothing. David interposed. "Well, now I'll tell you all about it." His tone was triumph itself, and he plunged into his story. He described what Purcell had meant to do, and how nearly he had done it. In a month, if the bookseller had had his way, his young rival would have been in the street, with all his connection to make over again. At the moment there was not another corner to be had, within David's means, anywhere near the centre of the town. It would have meant a completely fresh beginning and temporary ruin. But he had gone to Ancram, and Ancram and he had bethought them of the rich Unitarian gentleman who had been David's sponsor when he signed his agreement. There and then, at 9 o'clock at night, Ancram had gone off to Higher Broughton, where the good man lived, and laid the case before him. Mr. Doyle had taken the night to think it over, and the following morning he had paid a visit to his lawyer. He and his wife thought it a burning shame, he told Mr. Ancram, and besides, he's been buying up house property in Manchester for some time past, only we couldn't know that. That was just luck. He looked upon it as a good chance, both for him and for me. He told his lawyer it must all be settled in 3 hours, and he didn't mind the price. The lawyer found out that Purcell was haggling, went in to win, put the cash down, and here in my pocket I've got the fresh agreement between me and Mr. Doyle. 3 months' notice on either side, and no likelihood of my being turned out, if I want to stay, for the next 3 or 4 years. Hooray!" And the lad, quite beside himself with jubilation, raised the blue cap he held in his hand and flung it round his head. Dora stood and looked at him, leaning lightly against the table, her arms behind her. His triumph carried her away. Her lips parted in a joyous smile. Her whole soft, rounded figure trembled with animation and sympathy. As for Daddy, he could not contain himself. He ran to the top of the stairs and sent a kitchen boy flying for a bottle of champagne. "Drink, you varmint, drink," he said when the liquor came, "or I'll be the death of you. Hold your tongue, Dora. Do you think a man can put up with temperance drinks when his enemy's smitten hip and thigh? Oh, you jewel, David! But you'll bring him low, lad. You'll bring him low before you're done. Promise me that. I shall see him a beggar yet, lad, shan't I? Oh, nectar!" And Daddy poured out his champagne, apostrophizing it and David's vengeance together. Dora looked distressed. "Father, Lucy, how can you say such things?" "Lucy, eh? Lucy? She won't be a beggar. She'll marry. She's got a bit of good looks of her own. But, David, my lad, what was it you were saying? How was it you got wind of this precious business?" David hesitated. "Well, it was Miss Purcell told me," he said. "She came to see me at my place last evening." He drew himself together with a little nervous dignity, as though foreseeing that Daddy would make remarks. "Miss Purcell? What, Lucy? Lucy? 'Pon my word, Davy! Why'll father wring her neck when he finds out. And she came to warn you?" Daddy stood a moment taking in the situation. Then with a queer grin he walked up to David and poked him in the ribs. "So there were passages, young man, when you were up there?" The young fellow straightened himself with a look of annoyance. "Nothing of the sort, Daddy. There were no passages. But Miss Lucy's done me a real friendly act, and I'd do the same for her any day." Dora had sat down to her silks again. As David spoke she bent closely over them, as though the lamplight puzzled her usually quick perception of shade and quality. As for Daddy, he eyed the lad doubtfully. "She's got a pretty waist and a brown eye, Davy, and she's 17. "She may be for me," said David, throwing his head back and speaking with a certain emphasis and animation, "but she's a little brick to have given me notice of this thing." The warmth of those last words produced more effect on Daddy than his previous denials. "Dora," he said, looking round. "Dora, do you believe the varmint? All the same, he'll be for marrying soon. Look at him." And he pointed a thin, theatrical finger at David from across the room. "When I was his make, I was in love with half the girls in the place. Blue eyes here, brown eyes there. Nothing came amiss to me." "Marrying?" said David, with an impatient shrug of the shoulders, but flushing all over. "You might wait, I think, till I've got enough to keep one on, let alone 2. If you talk such stuff, Daddy, I'll not tell you my secrets when there are any to tell." He tried to laugh it off, but Dora's grey eye, glancing timidly round at him, saw that he was in some discomfort. There was a bright colour in her cheek too, and her hand touched her silks uncertainly. "Thank you for nothing, sir," said Daddy, unabashed. "Trust an old hound like me for scenting out what he wants. But go along with you. I'm disappointed in you. The young men nowadays have got no blood. They're made of sawdust and brown paper. The world was our orange, and we sucked it. We did. But you, cold-blooded cubs, go to the devil, I tell you, and read your Byron." And striking an attitude which was a boisterous reminiscence of Macready, the old wanderer flung out the lines. "Alas, when mingling souls forget to blend, death hath but little left him to destroy. Ah, happy years, once more who would not be a boy." David laughed out. Daddy turned petulantly away and looked out of the window. The night was dreary, dark, and wet. "Dora?" "Yes, father?" "Manchester's a damned dull hole. I'm about tired of it." Dora started, and her colour disappeared in an instant. She got up and went to the window. "Father, you know they'll be waiting for you downstairs," she said, putting her hand on his shoulder. "They always say they can't get on without you on debating nights." "Stuff and nonsense," said Daddy, throwing off the hand. But he looked mollified. The new reading-room was at present his pet hobby. His interest in the restaurant proper had dropped a good deal of late, or so Dora's anxiety persuaded her. "It's quite true," said David. "Go and start 'em, Daddy, and I'll come down soon and cut in. I feel as if I could speak the roof off tonight, and I don't care a hang about what. But first I've got something to say to Miss Dora. I want to ask her a favour." He came forward, smiling. She gave him a startled look, but her eyes, poor Dora, could not light on him now without taking a new brightness. How well his triumph sat on him! How crisply and handsomely his black hair curled above his open brow! "More secrets," growled Daddy. "Nothing of any interest, Daddy. Miss Dora can tell you all about it if she cares. Now go along. Start 'em on the Bishop of Peterborough and the secularists. I've got a lot to say about that." He pushed Daddy laughingly to the door, and came back again to where Dora was once more grappling with her silks. Her expression had changed again. Oh, she had so many things to open to him, if only she could find the courage. He sat down and looked at a bit of her embroidery which lay uncovered beside her on the frame. "I say, that is fine work," he said, wondering. "I hope you get well paid for it, Miss Dora. You ought. Oh, now, I do want to ask your advice. This business of the house has set me thinking about a lot of things." He lay back in his chair with his hands in his pockets and threw one leg over the other. He was in such a state of nervous excitement, Dora could see, that he could hardly keep himself still. "Did I ever tell you about my sister?" "No, I know I haven't. I've kept it dark. But now I'm settled, I want to have her to live with me. There's no one but us two, except the old uncle and aunt that brought us up. I must stick to her, and I mean to, but she's not like other girls. She's a queer one." He stopped, frowning a little, as the recollections of Louie rushed across him, seeking for words in which to draw her. And directly he paused, Dora, who had dropped her silk again in her sudden astonishment, burst into questions. How old was his sister? Was she in Manchester? Had she a trade? Her soul was full of a warm, unexpected joy. Her manner was eager, receptive. He took up his parable and told the story of his childhood and Louie's at the farm. His black eye kindled as he looked past Dora into the past, into the bosom of the scout. Owing partly to an imaginative gift, partly to his reading habit when he was stimulated, when he was, as it were, talking at large, trying to present a subject as a whole, to make a picture of it, he rose into ways of speech quite different from those of his class, and different from his own dialect of every day. This latent capacity for fine expression was mostly drawn out at this time by his attempts at public speaking. But tonight, in his excitement, it showed in his talk, and Dora was bewildered. Oh, how clever he was! He talked like a book, just like a book. She pushed her chair back from the silks and sat absorbed in the pleasure of listening, environed too by the happy thought that he was making a friend of her, giving her, plain, insignificant, humble Dora Lomax, his confidence. As for him, the more he talked, the more he enjoyed talking. Never since he came to Manchester had he fallen into such a moment of unburdenment, of intimacy, or something like it, with any human being. He talked to Ancram and to John, but that was quite different. No man confides in a woman as he confides in a man. The touch of difference of sex gives charm and edge, even when, as was the case here, the man had no thrill whatever in his veins, and no thought of love-making in his head. "You must have been very fond of your sister," Dora said at last, tremulously. "You two all alone, and no mother?" Somehow the soft sentiment in her words and tone struck him suddenly as incongruous. His expression changed. "Oh, I don't know," he said with a sort of laugh, not a very bright one. "Don't you imagine I was a pattern brother? I was a brute to her lots of times. And Louie, well, you'll see for her yourself what she's like. She's a queer customer sometimes. And now I'll tell you what I wanted to ask you, Miss Dora. You see, if Louie comes, it won't do for her to have no employment after she's had her trade all day, and she won't take to mine. She can't abide books." And he explained to her his perplexities, the ebbing of the silk trade from Manchester, and so on. He might hire a loom, but Louie would get no work. All trades have their special channels, and keep to them. So it had occurred to him, if Louie was willing, would Dora take her on as an apprentice, and teach her the church work? He'd be quite ready to pay for the teaching. That would be only fair. "Teach her my work?" cried Dora, instinctively drawing back. "Oh, I don't think I could." He coloured and misunderstood her. In a great labour hive like Lancashire, with its large and small industries, the native ear is very familiar with the jealous tone of the skilled worker, threatened with competition in a narrow trade. I didn't mean any offence," he said with a little stiffness. "I don't want to take the bread out of anybody's mouth. If there isn't work to be had, you've only to say so, Miss Dora." "Oh, I didn't mean that," she cried, wounded in her turn. "There's plenty of work. At the shop last week they didn't know what to do for hands. If she was clever at it, she'd get lots of work, but—" She laid her hand on her frame lovingly, not knowing how to explain herself, her gentle brows knitting in the effort of thought. Her work was so much more to her than ordinary work paid for in ordinary coin. Into these gorgeous altar-cloths, or these delicate wrappings for chalice and paten, she stitched her heart. The work of them was prayer. Jesus and his mother and the saints. It was with them she communed as her stitches flowed. She sat in a mystic, a heavenly world, and the silence and solitude of her work made one of its chief charms. And now to be asked to share it with a strange girl who could not love it as she did, who would take it as hard business, never to be alone any more with her little black book and her prayers. And then she looked up and met a young man's half-offended look, and a shy, proud eye in which the nascent friendship of 5 minutes before seemed to be sinking out of sight. "Oh, yes, I will," she cried. "Of course I will. It just sounded a bit strange to me at first. I've been so used to be alone always." But he demurred now, wished stiffly to take back his proposal. He did not want to put upon her, and perhaps, after all, Lou would have her own notions. But she could not bear it, and as he retreated, she pressed forward. Of course there was work, and it would be very good for her. It would stir her up to take a pupil. It was just her old maidish ways. It had startled her a bit at first. And then, her reserve giving way more and more as her emotion grew, she confessed herself at last completely. "You see, it's not just work to me, and it's not the money, though I'm glad enough for that, but it's for the church, and I'd live on a crust and do it for nothing if I could." She looked up at him, that ardent dream life of hers leaping to the eyes, transforming the pale face. David sat silent and embarrassed. He did not know what to say, how to deal with this turn in the conversation. "Oh, I know you think I'm just foolish," she said sadly, taking up her needle. "You always did. But I'll take your sister. Indeed I will." "Perhaps you'll turn her your way of thinking," said David, with a little awkward laugh, looking round for his hat. "But Louie isn't an easy one to drive." "Oh, you can't drive people," cried Dora, flushing. "You can't, and you oughtn't. But if Father Russell talked to her, she might like him and the church. Oh, Mr. Grieve, won't you go one Sunday and hear him? Won't you, instead of—" She did not finish her sentence, but David finished it for her. "Instead of going to the Hall of Science? Well, but you know, Miss Dora, I being what I am, I get more good out of a lecture at the Hall of Science than I should out of Father Russell. I should be quarrelling with him all the time and wanting to answer him."
"Oh, you couldn't," said Dora eagerly. "He's so good, and he's a learned man. I'm sure he is. Mr. Foss, the curate, told me they think he'll be a bishop some day."
"All the better for him," said David, unmoved. "It don't make any difference to me. No, Miss Dora, don't you fret yourself about me. Books are my priests." He stood over her, his hands on his sides, smiling.
"Oh, no," cried Dora involuntarily. "You mustn't say that. Books can't bring us to God."
"No more can priests," he said, with a sudden flash of his dark eyes, a sudden dryness of his tone. "If there is a God to bring us to, prove me that first, Miss Dora. But it's a shame to say these things to you, that it is, and I've been worrying you a great deal too much about my stupid affairs. Good night. We'll talk about Father Russell again another time." He ran downstairs. Dora went back to her frame, then pushed it away again, ran eagerly to the window, and pulled the blind aside. Down below in the lighted street, now emptying fast, she saw the tall figure emerge, saw it run down the street and across St. Mary's Gate. She watched it till it disappeared. Then she put her hands over her face and leant against the window frame, weeping. Oh, what a sudden descent from a moment of pure joy! How had the jarring note come? They had been put wrong with each other, and perhaps after all he would be no more to her now than before. And she seemed to make such a leap forward, to come so near to him. "Oh, I'll just be good to his sister," she said to herself drearily, with an ache at her heart that was agony. Then she thought of him as he had sat there beside her, and suddenly in her pure thought there rose a vision of herself in his arms, her head against his broad shoulder, her hand stealing round his neck. She moved from the window and threw herself down in the darkest corner of the room, wrestling desperately with what seemed to her a sinful imagination. She ought not to think of him at all. She loathed herself. Father Russell would tell her she was wicked. He had no faith. He was a hardened unbeliever, and she could not make herself think of that at all, could not stop herself from wanting him for her own, whatever happened. And it was so foolish, too, as well as bad, for he hadn't an idea of falling in love with anybody. Anyone could see that. She was not pretty, and not a bit clever. It was so likely he would take a fancy to her. Why, in a few years he would be a big man, he would have made a fortune, and then he could take his pick. Oh, and Lucy would hate me. But the thought of Lucy, instead of checking her, brought with it again a wild gust of jealousy. It was fiercer than before, the craving behind it stronger. She sat up, forcing back her tears, her whole frame tense and rigid. Whatever happened, he would never marry Lucy. And who would wish it? Lucy was just a little vain, selfish thing, and when she found David Grieve wouldn't have her, she would soon forget him. The surging longing within proudly refused to curb itself, for Lucy's sake. Then the bell of St. Anne's slowly began to strike 10 o'clock. It brought home to her by association one of the evening hymns in the little black book she was frequently accustomed to croon to herself at night as she put away her work. O God, who canst not change nor fail, guiding the hours as they roll by, brightening with beams the morning pale, and burning in the midnight sky, quench thou the fires of hate and strife, the wasting fever of the heart. From perils guard our feeble life, and to our souls thy peace impart. The words flowed in upon her, but they brought no comfort, only a fresh sense of struggle and effort. Her Christian peace was gone. She felt herself wicked, faithless, miserable. Meanwhile, in the stormy night outside, David was running and leaping through the streets, flourishing his stick from side to side in cut and thrust with an imaginary enemy whenever the main thoroughfares were left behind, and he found himself in some dark region of warehouses, where his steps echoed, and he was king alike of roadway and of pavement. The wind, a stormy northeaster, had risen since the afternoon. David fought with it, rejoiced in it. After the little hot sitting-room, the stinging freshness, the rough challenge of the gusts were delicious to him. He was overflowing with spirits, with health, with exultation. As he thought of Purcell, he could hardly keep himself from shouting aloud. If he could only be there to see when Purcell learnt how he had been foiled, and trust Daddy to spread a story which would certainly do Purcell no good. No, in that direction he felt that he was probably safe from attack for a long time to come. Success beckoned to him. His enemy was underfoot. His will and his gifts had the world before him. Father Russell, indeed. Let Dora Lomax set him on. His young throat filled with contemptuous laughter. As a bookseller, he knew what the clergy read, what they had to say for themselves. How much longer could it go on, this solemn folly of Christian superstition? Just give us a good education bill, and we shall see. Then, as he fell thinking of his talk with Dora and Lomax, he wished impatiently that he had been even plainer with Daddy about Lucy Purcell. With regard to her, he felt himself caught in a tangled mesh of obligation. He must somehow return her the service she had done him, and then all the world would think he was making up to her and wanted to marry her. Meanwhile, in the midst of real gratitude, a strong desire to stand between her and her father, and much eager casting about for some means of paying her back. His inner mind was in reality pitilessly critical towards her. Her overdone primness and neatness, her fashionable frocks of which he was so conscious, her horror of things and people that were not nice, her contented ignorance and silly, chattering ways. All these points of manner and habit were scored against her in his memory. She had become less congenial to him rather than more since he knew her first. All the same, she was a little brick, and he would have liked 1 minute to kiss her for her pluck, make her some lordly present, and the next never to see her again. In reality, his mind at this moment was filled with romantic images and ideals totally remote from anything suggested by his own everyday life. A few weeks before, old Barbier, his French master, had for the first time lent him some novels of George Sand's. David had carried them off, had been enchanted to find that he could now read them with ease and rapidity, and had plunged straightway into the new world thus opened to him with indescribable zest and passion. His Greek had been neglected, his science laid aside. Night after night he had been living with Valentine, with Consuelo, with Caroline in Le Marquis de Villemer. His poetical reading of the winter had prepared the way for what was practically his first introduction to the modern literature of passion. The stimulating novelty and foreignness of it was stirring all his blood. George Sand's problems, her situations, her treatment of the great question of sex, her social and religious enthusiasms, these things were for the moment a new gospel to this provincial, self-taught lad, as they had been 40 years before to the youth of 1830. Under the vitalizing touch of them, the man was fast developing out of the boy. The currents of the nature were setting in fresh directions. And in such a mood and with such preoccupations, how was one to bear patiently with foolish, friendly fingers or with uncomfortable thoughts of his own, pointing you to Lucy Purcell? With the great marriage night scene from Valentine thrilling in your mind, how was it possible to think of the prim self-conceit, the pettish temper and mincing airs of that little person in Half Street, without irritation? No, no. The unknown, the unforeseen. The young man plunged through the rising storm and through the sleety rain which had begun to beat upon him, with face and eyes uplifted to the night. It was as though he searched the darkness for some form which, even as he looked, began to take vague and luminous shape there. Next morning, Daddy, in his exultation, behaved himself with some grossness towards his enemy. About 11 o'clock he became restless and began patrolling Market-place, passing every now and then up the steps into the narrow passage of Half Street, and so round by the cathedral and home. He had no definite purpose, but have a squint at Tom. Under the circumstances he must, some way or other. And sure enough, as he was coming back through Half Street on one of his rounds, and was within a few yards of Purcell's window, the bookseller came out with his face set in Daddy's direction. Purcell, whose countenance, so far as Daddy could see at first sight, was at its blackest and sourest, and whose eyes were on the ground, did not at once perceive his adversary, and came stern on. The moment was irresistible. Laying his thumbs in his waistcoat pocket, and standing so as to bar his brother-in-law's path, Daddy launched a few unctuous words in his smoothest voice. "Tom, me boy, thou hast imagined a device which thou wast not able to perform, but the Lord, Tom, has made thee turn thy back, and they of thy own household, Tom, have lifted up the heel against thee." Purcell, strong, dark-browed fellow that he was
wavered and blenched for a moment under the surprise of this audacious attack. Then with an oath he put out his hand, seized Daddy's thin shoulder, flung him violently round, and passed him. "Speak to me again in the street, you scoundrel, and I'll give you in charge," he threw behind him, as he strode on just in time to avoid a flight of street Arabs who had seen the scuffle from a distance and were bearing down eagerly upon him. Daddy went home in the highest spirits, stepping jauntily along like a man who has fulfilled a mission. But when he came to boast himself to Dora, he found to his chagrin that he had only earned a scolding. Dora flushed up, her soft eyes all aflame. "You've done nothing but mischief, father," said Dora bitterly. "How could you say such things? You might have left Uncle Tom to find out for himself about Lucy. He'll be mad enough without your stirring him up. Now he'll forbid her to come here or see me at all. I don't know what'll become of that child, and whatever possessed you to go aggravating him worse and worse, I can't think." Daddy blinked under this, but soon recovered himself. No one, he vowed, could be expected to put up for ever with Purcell's mean tricks. He had held his tongue for 21 years, and now he had paid back one little text in exchange for the hundreds wherewith Purcell had been wont to break his bones for him in past days. As for Dora, she hadn't the spirit of a fly. "Well, I dare say I am afraid," said Dora despondently. "I saw Uncle Tom yesterday, too, and he gave me a look made me feel cold down my back. I don't like anybody to hate us like that, father. Who knows?" A tremor ran through her. She gave her father a piteous, childish look. She had the timidity, the lack of self-confidence, which seems to cling through life to those who have been at a disadvantage with the world in their childhood and youth. The anger of a man like Purcell terrified her, lay like a nightmare on a sensitive and introspective nature. "Pish!" said Daddy contemptuously. "I should like to know what harm he can do us, now that I've turned so damned respectable. Though it is a bit hard on a man to have to keep so in order to spite his brother-in-law." Dora laughed and sighed. She came up to her father's chair, put his hair straight, retied his tie, and then kissed him on the cheek. "Father, you're not getting tired of the parlour?" she said unsteadily. He evaded her downward look and tried to shake her off. "Don't I slave for you from morning till night, you thankless chit, you? And don't you begrudge me all the little amusements which turn the tradesman into the man and sweeten the pills of bondage? Eh, you poor souled thing?" Her eyes, however, drew his after them, whether he would or no, and they surveyed each other, he uneasily hostile, she sad. She slowly shook her head, and he perfectly understood what was in her mind, though she did not speak. He had been extremely slack at business lately. The month's accounts made up that morning had been unusually disappointing, and twice during the last 10 days Dora had sat up till midnight to let her father in, and had tried with all the energy of a sinking heart to persuade herself that it was accident, that he was only excited and not drunk. Now, as she stood looking at him, suddenly all the horror of those long past days came back upon her, thrown up against the peace of the last few years. She locked her hands round his neck with a vehement, pathetic gesture. "Father, be good to me. Don't let bad people take you away from me. Don't, father. You're all I have, all I ever shall have." Daddy's green eyes wavered again uncomfortably. "Stuff," he said irritably. "You'll get a husband directly, and think no more of me than other girls do when the marrying fit takes them. What are you grinning at now, I should like to know?" For she was smiling, a light, tremulous smile which puzzled him. "At you, father. You'll have to keep me whether you like it or no, for I'm not a marrying sort." She looked at him with a curious defiance, her lip twitching. "Oh, we know all about that," said Daddy impatiently, adding in a mincing voice, "I will not love. If I do hang me, i' faith I will not." "No, my pretty dear, not till the wimpled, whining, purblind, wayward boy comes this road. Oh, no, not till next time. Quite so." She let him rail, and said nothing. She sat down to her work. He faced round upon her suddenly, and said, frowning, "What do you mean by it, eh? You're as good-looking as anybody." "Well, I want you to think it, father," she said affectionately, raising her eyes to his. A mother might have seen the shrinking sadness beneath the smile. What Daddy saw was simply a rounded girlish face, with soft cheeks and lips which seemed to him made for kissing. Nothing to set the Thames on fire, perhaps. Why should she run herself down? It annoyed him, touched his vanity. "Oh, I dare say," he said to her roughly, with an affected brutality. "But you'll be precious disappointed if someone else doesn't think so too. Don't tell me." She bent over her frame without speaking, but her heart filled with bitterness and a kind of revolt against her life. Meanwhile her conscience accused her about Lucy. Lucy must have got herself into trouble at home, that she was sure of, and it was unlike her to keep it to herself, not to come and complain. Some days, a week, passed, but Dora dared not venture herself into her uncle's house after Daddy's escapade, and she was, besides, much pressed with her work. A whole set of altar furniture for a new church at Blackburn had to be finished by a given day. The affairs of the parlour troubled her, and she got up long before it was light to keep the books in order and to plan for the day. Daddy had no head for figures, and he seemed to her to be growing careless about expenses. Her timid, over-anxious mind conjured up the vision of a slowly rising tide of debt, and it haunted her all day. When she went to her frame she was already tired out, and yet there she sat over it hour after hour. Daddy was blind, but Sarah, the stout cook who worshipped her, knew well enough that she was growing thin and white. "If you don't draw in, you'll just do yourself a mischief," she said to her angrily. "You're not but a midge always, and a body'll soon be able to see through you." "I should be all right, Sarah," Dora would say. "Aye, we still must be all right in our coffins," returned the irate Sarah. Then, melting into affection, "No, honey, be reasonable, and I'm just round the corner, and cook you up a bit of meat for your supper. You got no strength in the messing things you eat. There's nowt but wind in 'em." But not even the heterodox diet with which, every now and then, Dora, for peace's sake, allowed herself to be fed behind Daddy's back, put any colour into her cheeks. She went heavily in these days, and the singularly young and childish look which she had kept till now went into gradual eclipse. David Grieve dropped in once or twice during the week to laugh and gossip about Purcell with Daddy. Thanks to Daddy's tongue, the bookseller's plot against his boy's rival was already known to a large circle of persons, and was likely to cost him customers. Whenever she heard the young full voice below or on the stairs, Dora would, as it were, draw herself together, stand on her defence. Sometimes she asked him eagerly about his sister. Had he written? No, he thought he would still wait a week or two. Ah, well, he must let her know. And on the whole she was glad when he went, glad to get to bed and sleep. Being no sentimental heroine, she was prosaically thankful that she kept her sleep. Otherwise she must have fallen ill, and the accounts would have gone wrong. At last, one evening came a pencil note from Lucy, in these terms: "You may come and see me, father says. I've been ill. Lucy." In a panic, Dora put on her things and ran. Mary Ann, the little hunted maid, let her in, looking more hunted and scared than usual. Miss Lucy was better, she said, but she'd been terrible bad. No, she didn't know what it was took her. They got a nurse for her 2 nights, and she, Mary Ann, had been run off her legs. "Why didn't you send for me?" cried Dora, and hurried up to the attic. Purcell did not appear. Lucy was waiting for her, looking out eagerly from a bank of pillows. Dora could not restrain an exclamation which was almost a cry. She could not have believed that anyone could have changed so much in 10 days. Evidently the acute stage, whatever had been the illness, was past. There was already a look of convalescence in the white face, with its black-rimmed eyes and peeling lips. But the loss of flesh was extraordinary for so short a time. The small face was so thinned and blanched that the tangled masses of golden-brown hair in which it was framed seemed ridiculously out of proportion to it. The hand playing with some grapes on the counterpane was of a ghostly lightness. Dora was shocked almost beyond speaking. She stood holding Lucy's hand, and Lucy looked up at her, evidently enjoying her consternation, for a smile danced in her hollow eyes. "Lucy, why didn't you send for me?" "Because I was so feverish at first. I was all light-headed and didn't know where I was. Then I was so weak I didn't care about anything," said Lucy, in a small thread of a voice. "What was it?" "Congestion of the lungs," said the girl with pride. "They just stopped it, or you'd be laying me out now, Dora. Dr. Orford told father I was dreadful run down, or I'd never have taken it. I'm to go to Hastings, Father's got a cousin there that lets lodgings." "But how did you get so ill, Lucy?" Lucy was silent a bit. Then she said, "Sit down close here. My voice is so bad still." Dora sat close to her pillow and bent over, stroking her hands with emotion. The fright of her entrance was still upon her. "Well, you know," she said in a hoarse whisper, "Father found out about me and Mr. Grieve. I don't know how, but it was one morning. I was sitting in here, and he came in all white with his eyes glaring. I thought he was going to kill me, and I was that frightened I watched my chance and ran out of the door and along into Millgate as fast as I could to get away from him. And then I thought I saw him coming after me, and I ran on across the bridge and up Chapel Street a long, long way. I was in a terrible fright, and mad with him besides. I declared to myself I'd never come back here. Well, it was pouring with rain, and I got wet through. Then I didn't know where to go. What do you think I did? I just got into the Broughton train and rode up and down all day. I had a shilling or two in my pocket, and I waited and dodged a bit at either end so the conductor shouldn't find out. And that was what did it, sitting in my wet things all day. I didn't think anything about dinner, I was that mad. But when it got dark, I thought of that girl. You know her too, Minnie Park, that lives with her brother and sells fence up Canongate. Somehow I dragged up there. I thought I'd ask her to take me in. What happened, I don't rightly know. I suppose I was took with a faint before I could explain anything, for I was shivering and pretty bad when I got there. Anyway, she put me in a cab and brought me home, and I don't remember anything about it, for I was queer in the head very soon after they got me to bed. Oh, I was bad. It was just a squeak," said Lucy, her voice dropping from exhaustion, but her eyes glittered in her pinched face with a curious triumph difficult to decipher. Dora kissed her tenderly and entreated her not to talk. She was sure it was bad for her. But Lucy, as usual, would not be managed. She held herself quite still, gathering breath and strength. Then she began again. "If I'd died, perhaps he'd have been sorry. You know what I mean. It was all along of him. And Father'll never forgive me. Never. He looks quite different altogether somehow. Dora, you're not to tell him anything till I've got right away. I think I hate him." And suddenly her beautiful brown eyes opened wide and fierce. Dora hung over her, a strange mingled passion in her look. "You poor little thing," she said slowly, with a deep emphasis, answering not the unreal Lucy of those last words, but the real one, so pitifully evident beneath. "But look here, Dora, when I'm gone away, you may tell him. You must tell him, Dora," said the child imperiously. "I'd not have him see me now for anything. I made Mary Ann put all the glasses away. I don't want to be remembered what a fright I am. But at Hastings I'll soon get well. And remember, Dora, you are to tell him. I'd like him to know I nearly caught my death that day, and that it was all along of him." She laid her hands across each other on the sheet with a curious sigh of satisfaction, and was quiet for a little, while Dora held her hand. But it was a long time before the stillness broke up. In sudden agitation a tremor ran through her, and she caught Dora's fingers. In her weakness she could not control herself, and her inmost trouble escaped her. "Oh, Dora, he wasn't kind to me, not a bit, when I went to tell him that night. Oh, I cried when I came home. I did think he'd have taken it different." "What did he say?" asked Dora quietly. Her face was turned away from Lucy, but she still held her hand. "Oh, I don't know," said Lucy, moving her head restlessly from side to side and gulping down a sob. "I believe he was just sorry it was me he got to thank. Oh, I don't know. Very likely he didn't mean it." She waited a minute. Then she began again. "Oh, of course you think I'm silly, and that I'd have much more chance if I turned proud and pretended I didn't care. I know some girls say they'd never let a man know they care for him first. I don't believe in them, but I don't care. I can't help it. It's my way. But, Dora, look here." The tears gathered thick in her eyes. Dora, bending anxiously over her, was startled by the change of expression in her. From what depths of new emotion had the silly Lucy caught the sweetness which trembled for a moment through every line of her little trivial face? "You know, Dora, it was all nonsense at the beginning. I just wanted someone to amuse myself with and pay me attentions. But it isn't nonsense now, and I don't want him all for myself. Friday night I thought I was going to die. I don't care whether the doctor did or not. I did. And I prayed a good deal. It was queer praying, I dare say. I was very light-headed, but I thanked God I loved him, though he didn't care about me. And I thought if I did get well, and he were to take a fancy to me, I'd show him I could be as nice as other girls. I wouldn't want everything for myself, or spend a lot of money on dress. She broke off for want of breath. This moral experience of hers was so new and strange to her that she could hardly find words in which to clothe it. Dora had slipped down beside her and buried her face in the bed. When Lucy stopped, she still knelt there in a quivering silence. But Lucy could not bear her to be silent. She must have sympathy. "Aren't you glad, Dora?" she said presently, when she gathered strength again. "I thought you'd be glad. You've always wanted me to turn religious, and perhaps when I get well and come back I'll go with you to St. Damian's, Dora. I don't know what it is. I suppose it's caring about somebody and being ill and makes one feel like this." And, drawing herself from Dora's hold, she turned on her side, put both her thin hands under her cheek, and lay staring at the window with a look which had a certain dreariness in it. Dora at last raised herself. Lucy could not see her face. There was in it a sweet and solemn resolution, a new light and calm. "Dear Lucy," she said tremulously, laying her cheek against her cousin's shoulder, "God speaks to us when we are unhappy. That is what you felt. He makes everything a voice to call unto himself." Lucy did not answer at once. Then suddenly she turned and said eagerly, "Dora, do you ever ask him? Did you ever find out whether he was thinking about getting married? You said you would." "He isn't, Lucy. He was vexed with father for speaking about it. I think he feels he must make his way first. His business takes him up altogether." Lucy gave an irritable sigh, closed her eyes, and would talk no more. Dora stayed with her and nursed her through the evening. When at last the nurse arrived who was to take charge of her through the night, Lucy pulled Dora down to her and said, in a hoarse, excitable whisper, "Mind you don't tell him that I nearly died, that father will never be the same to me again, and it was all for him. You needn't say I said so." Later that night, Dora stood long at her attic window in the roof, looking out at the April night. From a great bank of clouds to the east the moon was just appearing, sending a light along the windy streamers, which, issuing from the mainmast, spread like wide-open fingers across the inner heaven. Opposite there was an old timbered house, one of the few relics of an earlier Manchester, which still, in the very centre of the modern city, thrust out its broad eaves and overhanging stories beyond the line of the street. Above and behind it, roof beyond roof, to the western limit of sight, rose block after block of warehouses, vast black masses, symbols of the great town, its labours and its wealth. Far to the right, closing the street, the cathedral cut the moonlit sky, and close at hand was an old inn with a wide archway, under which a huge dog lay sleeping. Town and sky, the upper clouds and stars, the familiar streets and buildings below. To-night they were all changed for Dora, and it was another being that looked at them. In all intense cases of religious experience, the soul lies open to voices, to impressions which have for it the most vivid and, so to speak, physical reality. Jeanne d'Arc's visions were but an extreme instance of what humbler souls have known in their degree in all ages. The heavenly voices speak, and the ear actually hears. So it was with Dora. It seemed to her that she had been walking in a feverish loneliness through the valley of the shadow of death, that one like unto the Son of Man had drawn her thence with warning and rebuke, and she was now at his feet, clothed and in her right mind. Words were in her ear, repeated again and again, peremptory words which stabbed and healed at once. "Daughter, thou shalt not covet. I have refused thee this gift. If it be my will to give it to another, what is that to thee? Follow thou me." As she sank upon her knees, she thought of the confession she would make on Sunday, of the mysterious sanctity and sweetness of the single life, of the vocation of sacrifice laid upon her. There rose in her a kind of ecstasy of renunciation. Her love, already so hopeless, so starved, was there simply that she might offer it up, burn it through and through with the fires of the spirit. Lucy should never know, and David should never know. Unconsciously, sweet soul, there was a curious element of spiritual arrogance mingled with this absolute surrender of the one passionate human desire her life was ever to wrestle with. The baptized member of Christ's body could not pursue the love of David Grieve, could not marry him as he was now, without risk and sin. But Lucy, the child of schism, to whom the mysteries of church fellowship and sacramental grace were unknown, for her, in her present exaltation, Dora felt no further scruples. Lucy's love was clearly sent to her. It was right, whether it were ultimately happy or no, because of the religious effect it had already had upon her. The human happiness Dora dared no longer grasp at for herself. She yearned now to pour lavishly, quickly, into Lucy's hands. Only so, such is our mingled life, could she altogether still violently and by force a sort of upward surge of the soul which terrified her now and then. A mystical casuistry, bred in her naturally simple nature by the subtle influences of a long-descended Christianity, combined in her with a piteous human instinct. When she rose from her knees, she was certain that she would never win and marry David Grieve. She was equally certain that she would do all in her power to help little Lucy to win and marry him. So, like them of old, she pressed the spikes into her flesh and found a numbing consolation in the pain. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 8. Some 10 days more elapsed before Lucy was pronounced fit to travel south. During this time Dora saw her frequently, and the bond between the two girls grew much closer than before. On the one hand, Lucy yielded herself more than she had ever done yet to Dora's example and persuasion, promised to go to church and see at least what it was like when she got to Hastings, and let Dora provide her with some of her favourite high church devotional books. On the other, it was understood between them that Dora would look after Lucy's interests and keep her informed how the land lay while she was in the south, and Lucy, with the blindness of self-love, trusted herself to her cousin without a suspicion or a qualm. While she was tending Lucy, Dora never saw Purcell but twice, when she passed him in the little dark entry leading to the private part of the house, and on these occasions he did not, so far as she could perceive, make any answer whatever to her salutation. He was changed, she thought. He had always been a morose-looking man, with an iron jaw, but now there was a fixed venom and disquiet, as well as a new look of age in the sallow face, which made it doubly unpleasing. She would have been sorry for his loneliness and his disappointment in Lucy, but for the remembrance of his mean plot against David Grieve, and for a certain other little fact. A middle-aged woman in a dowdy brown stuff dress and black mantle had begun to haunt the house. She sat with Purcell sometimes in the parlour downstairs, and sometimes he accompanied her out of doors. Mary Ann reported that she was a widow, a Mrs. Whymper, who belonged to the same chapel that Purcell did, and who was supposed by those who knew to have been making up to him for some time. "And perhaps you'll get him after all," said the little ugly maid with a grin. "Catch me staying then, Miss Dora. It's bad enough as it is." On one occasion Dora came across the widow waiting in the little sitting-room. She was an angular person with a greyish-brown complexion, a prominent mouth and teeth, and a generally snappish, alert look. After a few commonplaces, in which Mrs. Whymper was clearly condescending, she launched into a denunciation of Lucy's ill-behaviour to her father, which at last roused Dora to defence. She waxed bold, and pointed out that Lucy might have been managed if her father had been a little more patient with her, had allowed her a few ordinary amusements, and had not insisted in forcing her at once, fresh from school, into ways and practices she did not naturally like, while she had never been trained to them by force of habit. "Hoity-toity, miss," said the widow, bridling. "Young people are very uppish nowadays. They never seem to remember there is such a thing as the 5th commandment. In my young days what a father said was law, and no questions asked, and I've seen many a Lancashire man take a stick to his girl for less provocation than this girl's given her father. I wonder at you, Miss Lomax, that I do, for backing her up. But I'm afraid from what I hear you've been taking up with a lot of popish ways. And the woman looked her up and down with an air which plainly said that she was on her own ground in that parlour, and might say exactly what she pleased there. "If I have, I don't see that it matters to you," said Dora quietly, and retreated. Yes, certainly, a stepmother looked likely. Lucy in her bedroom upstairs knew nothing, and Dora decided to tell her nothing till she was stronger. But this new development made the child's future more uncertain than ever. On the day before her departure for Hastings, Lucy came out for a short walk by way of hardening herself for the journey. She walked round the cathedral and up Victoria Street, and then, tired out with the exertion, she made her way into Dora to rest. Her face was closely hidden by a thick Shetland veil, for in addition to her general pallor and emaciation, her usually clear and brilliant skin was roughened and blotched here and there by some effect of her illness. She could not bear to look at herself in the glass, and shrank from meeting any of her old acquaintances. It was indeed curious to watch the effect of the temporary loss of beauty upon her. Her morbid impatience under it showed at every turn. But for it, Dora was convinced that she must and would have put herself in David Grieve's way again before leaving Manchester. As it was, she was still determined not to let him see her. She came in, much exhausted, and threw herself into Daddy's armchair with groans of self-pity. Did Dora think she would ever be strong again, ever be anything but an ugly fright? It was hard to have all this come upon you just through doing a service to someone who didn't care. "Hasn't he heard yet that I've been ill?" she inquired petulantly. No, Dora did not think he had. Neither she nor Daddy had seen him. He must have been extra busy. But she would get Daddy to ask him up to supper directly, and tell him all about it. And then, perhaps, she said, looking up with a sweet, intense look, how little Lucy was able to decipher it, perhaps he may write a letter. Lucy was cheered by this suggestion, and sat looking out of the window for a while, idly watching the passers-by. But she could not let the one topic that absorbed her mind alone for long, and soon she was once more questioning Dora in close detail about David Grieve's sister and all that he had said about her. For, by way of obliging the child to realize some of the inconvenient burdens and obligations which were at that moment hanging round the young bookseller's neck, and making the very idea of matrimony ridiculous to him, Dora had repeated to her some of his confidences about himself and Louie. Lucy had not taken them very happily. Everything that turned up now seemed only to push her further out of sight and make her more insignificant. She was thirsting, with a woman's nascent passion and a schoolgirl's vanity, to be the centre and heroine of the play, and here she was reduced to the smallest and meanest of parts, a part that caught nobody's eye, do what she would. Suddenly she broke off what she was saying, and called to Dora, "Do you see that pair of people, Dora? Come at once! What an extraordinary-looking girl!" Dora turned unwillingly, being absorbed in a golden halo which she had set herself to finish that day. Then she dropped her needle and pushed her stool back that she might see better. From the cathedral end of Market Place, an elderly, grey-haired man and a young girl were advancing along the pavement towards the parlour. As they passed, the flower-sellers at the booths were turning to look at them. Some persons in front of them were turning back, and a certain number of errand-boys and other loungers were keeping pace with them, observing them. The man leant every now and then on a thick stick he carried, and looked uncertainly from house to house. He had a worn, anxious expression, and the helpless movements of short sight. Whenever he stopped, the girl moved on alone, and he had to hurry after her again to catch her up. She, meanwhile, was perfectly conscious that she was being stared at, and stared in return with a haughty composure which seemed to draw the eyes of the passers-by after it like a magnet. She was very tall and slender, and her unusual height made her garish dress the more conspicuous. The small hat perched on her black hair was all bright scarlet, both the felt and the trimming. Under her jacket, which was purposely thrown back, there was a scarlet bodice, and there was a broad band of scarlet round the edge of her black dress. Lucy could not take her eyes off her. "Did you ever see anybody so handsome, Dora? But what a fast, horrid creature to dress like that! And just look at her! She won't wait for the old man, though he's calling to her. She goes on, staring at everybody. They'll have a crowd presently. Why, they're coming here!" For suddenly the girl stopped outside the doorway below and beckoned imperiously to her companion. She said a few sharp words to him, and the pair upstairs felt the swing door of the restaurant open and shut. Lucy, forgetting her weakness, ran eagerly to the sitting-room door and listened. There was a sound of raised voices below, and then the door at the foot of the stairs opened, and Daddy was heard shouting, "There, go along upstairs. My daughter shall speak to you. Don't you come back this way. A man can't be feeding Manchester and taking strangers about, all in the same twinkling of an eye, you know, not unless he happens to have a few spare bodies handy, which ain't precisely my case. My daughter'll tell you what you want to know, and show you out by the private door. Dora!" Dora stood waiting rather nervously at the sitting-room door. The girl came up first, the old man behind her, bewildered and groping his way. "We're strangers here. We want somebody to show us the way. We've been to the bookshop in Half Street, and they sent us on here. They were just brutes to us at that bookshop," said the girl, with a vindictive emphasis and an imperious self-possession which fairly paralysed Lucy and Dora. Lucy's eyes, moreover, were riveted on her face, on its colour, its fineness of feature, its brilliance and piercingness of expression. And what was the extraordinary likeness in it to something familiar? "Why," said Dora in a little cry, "aren't you Mr. David Grieve's sister?" For she had traced the likeness before Lucy. "Oh, it must be." "Well, I am his sister, if you want to know," said the stranger, looking astonished in her turn. "He wrote to me to come up, and I lent the letter to Uncle to read. That's his uncle. And he went and lost it somehow, fiddling along the fields while I was putting my things together. And then we couldn't think of the proper address there was in it. Only the name of a man, Purcell, in Half Street, that David said he'd been with for 2 years. So we went there to ask, and, my, weren't they rude to us? There was an ugly black man there, chivied us out in no time, wouldn't tell us anything. But as I was shutting the door, the shopman whispered to me, 'Try the parlour, Market-place.' So we came on here, you see." And she stared about her, at the room and at the girls, taking in everything with lightning rapidity, the embroidery frame, Lucy's veil and fashionably cut jacket, the shabby furniture, the queer old pictures. "Please come in," said Dora civilly, "and sit down. If you're strangers here, I'll just put on my hat and take you round. Mr. Grieve's a friend of ours. He's in Potter Street. You'll find him nicely settled by now. This is my cousin, Mr. Purcell's daughter." And she ran upstairs, leaving Lucy to grapple with the newcomers. The two girls sat down and eyed each other. Reuben stood patiently waiting. "Is the man at Half Street your father?" asked the newcomer abruptly. "Yes," said Lucy, conscious of the strangest mingling of admiration and dislike, as she met the girl's wonderful eyes. "Did he and Davy fall out?" "They didn't get on about Sundays," said Lucy, unwillingly, glad of the sheltering veil which enabled her to hold her own against this masterful creature. "Is your father strict about chapel and that sort of thing?" Lucy nodded. She felt an ungracious wish to say as little as possible. David's sister laughed. "David was that way once, just for a bit, afore he ran away. I knew he wouldn't keep it on." Then, with a queer look over her shoulder at her uncle, she relapsed into silence. Her attention was drawn to Dora's frame, and she moved up to it, bending over it and lifting the handkerchief that Dora had thrown across it. "You mustn't touch it," said Lucy hastily, provoked, she knew not why, by every movement the girl made. "It's very particular work." "I'm used to fine things," said the other scornfully. "I'm a silk weaver. That's my trade. All the best brocades, drawing-room trains, that style of thing. If you didn't handle them carefully, you'd know it. Yes, she's doing it well," and the speaker put her head down and examined the work critically. "But it must go fearfully slow compared to a loom." "She does it splendidly," said Lucy, annoyed. "She's getting quite famous for it. There's going to be a great church up in London, and she's got more orders than she can take." "Does she get good pay?" asked the girl eagerly. "I don't know," replied Lucy shortly. "Because if there's good pay," said the other, examining the work again closely, "I'd soon learn it. Why, I'd learned it in a week, you see. If I stay here I shan't get no more silk weaving, and of course I'll stay. I'm just sick of the country. I'd have come up long ago if I'd known where to find Davy." "I'm ready," said Dora in a constrained voice beside her. Louie Grieve looked up at her. "Oh, you needn't look so glum. I haven't hurt it. I'm used to good things, stuffs at 2 guineas a yard and the like of that. What money do you take a week?" And she pointed to the frame. Something in the tone and manner made the question specially offensive. Dora pretended not to hear it. "Shall we go now?" she said, hurriedly covering her precious work up from those sacrilegious fingers and putting it away. "Lucy, you ought to be going home." "Well, I will directly," said Lucy. "Don't you bother about me." They all went downstairs. Lucy put up her veil and pressed her face against the window, watching for them. As she saw them cross Market Street, she was seized with hungry longing. She wanted to be going with them, to talk to him herself, to let him see what she had gone through for him. It would be months and months, perhaps, before they met again. And Dora would see him, his horrid sister, every one but she. He would forget all about her, and she would be dull and wretched at Hastings. But as she turned away in her restless pain, she caught sight of her changed face in the cracked looking-glass over the mantelpiece. Her white lips tightened. She drew down her veil and went home. Meanwhile, Dora led the way to Potter Street. Louie took little notice of any attempts to talk to her. She was wholly engaged in looking about her and at the shops. Especially was she attracted by the drapers' windows in St. Anne's Square, pronouncing her opinion loudly and freely as to their contents. Dora fell meditating. Young Grieve would have his work cut out for him, she thought, if this extraordinary sister were really going to settle with him. She was very like him, strangely like him, yet in the one face there was a quality which was completely lacking in the other, and which seemed to make all the difference. Dora tried to explain what she meant to herself, and failed. "Here's Potter Street," she said as they turned into it, "and that's his shop, that one with the stall outside. Oh, there he is." David was, in fact, standing on his step talking to a customer who was turning over the books outside. Louie looked at him. Then she began to run. Old Grieve, too, crimson all over and evidently much excited, hurried on. Dora fell behind, her quick sympathies rising. "They won't want me interfering," she said, turning round. "I'll just go back to my work." Meanwhile, in David's little back room, which he had already swept and garnished, for after his letter of the night before he had somehow expected Louie to rush upon him by the earliest possible train, the meeting of those long-sundered persons took place. David saw Reuben come in with amazement. "Why, Uncle Reuben! Well, I'm real glad to see you. I didn't think you'd have been able to leave the farm. Well, this is my bit of a place, you see. What do you think of it?" And holding his sister by the hand, the young fellow looked joyously at his uncle, pride in his new possessions and the recollection of his destitute childhood rushing upon him together as he spoke. "Aye, it's a fine beginning you've made, Davy," said the old man, cautiously looking round, first at the little room with its neat bits of new furniture in Louie's honour, and then through the glass door at the shop, which was now heavily lined with books. "You were always a clever lad, Davy. I think I'll sit down." And Reuben, subsiding into a chair, fell forthwith into an abstraction, his old knotted hands trembling a little on his knees. Meanwhile David was holding Louie at arm's length to look at her. He had kissed her heartily when she first came in, and now he was all pleasure and excitement. "'Pon my word, Louie, you've grown as high as the roof. I say, Lee, what's become of that smart pink dress you wore at last wake, and of that overlooker with the moustaches from New Mills you walked about with all day?" She stared at him, open-mouthed. "What do you mean by that?" she said quickly. David laughed out. "And who was it gave Jim Wigson a box on the ears last 5th of November in the lane just bound by the dye works, Miss Louie? And danced with young Redway at the Upper Mill dance New Year's Day? And had words with Mr. James at the office about her last cut a fortnight ago, Louie?" "Whatever do you mean?" she said half crossly, her colour rising. "You've been spying on me." She hated to be mystified. It made her feel herself in someone else's power, and the wild creature in her blood grew restive. "Why, I've known all about you these 4 years," the lad began with dancing eyes. Then suddenly his voice changed and dropped. "I say, look at Uncle Reuben." For Reuben sat bent forward, his light blurred eyes looking out straight before him, with a singular yet blind intentness, as though, while seeing nothing round about him, they passed beyond the walls of the little room to some vision of their own. I don't know whatever he came for, began Louie, as they both examined him. Uncle Reuben, said David, going up to him and touching him on the shoulder, you look tired. You'll be wanting some dinner. I'll just send my man, John Dalby, round the corner for something. And he made a step towards the door, but Reuben raised his hand. No, no, Davy. Shut that door, will you? David wondered and shut it. Then Reuben gave a long sigh and put his hand deep into his coat pocket with the quavering, uncertain movement characteristic of him. Davy, my lad, I got somewhat to say to thee. And with many hitches, while the others watched him in astonishment, he pulled out of his pocket a canvas bag and put it down on an oak stool in front of him. Then he undid the string of it with his large, awkward fingers and pushed the stool across to David. There's £60 there, Davy. £60. You can keep it. It's all right. I've saved it for you this 4 year. 4 year come last Michaelmas Day. I don't know nobody else know about it. But it's yourn. It's your share, being half of Mr. Gurney's money. Louie's share, that were different. We had a read to that, as she's being a growing girl and doing not much for her victuals. From the time you should have had it, whether for wages for apprenticing, and you could have never had it, because Anna had set herself agin it, I saved it for her, out of the summer cattle mostly, without telling nobody, so as not to make words. David, bewildered, had taken the bag into his hand. Louie's eyes were almost out of her head with curiosity and amazement. Mr. Gurney's money? What did he mean? It was all double Dutch to them. David, with an effort, controlled himself, being now a man and a householder. He stood with his back against the shop door, his gaze fixed on Reuben. Now, Uncle Reuben, I don't understand a bit of what you've been saying, and Louie don't either. Who's Mr. Gurney, and what's his money? Unconsciously the young man's voice took a sharp, magisterial note. Reuben gave another long sigh. He was now leaning on his stick, staring at the floor. Now, I know you don't understand. I've got to tell you, that's the worst part of it. I'm not so bad at telling. Do you mind when your father died, Davy? He said suddenly, looking up. David nodded. A red flush of presentiment spread itself over his face. His whole being hung on Reuben's words. He'd sent for me afore he died, continued Reuben slowly, and he told me all about his affairs. £600 he got saved. £600. It were a lot for a young man like him, and after such a pick of troubles. And he told me Mr. Gurney'd pay us the interest for you bringing up, the two on you, and when you got big, Davy, I were to take counsel with Mr. Gurney, and if you chose for the land, he were big enough, and if you turned again the land, you were to be prenticed to some trade, and have your money when you wanted it, Mr. Gurney being willing. And I promised him I'd deal honest with his child, and... Reuben paused painfully. He was wrestling with his conscience and groping for words about his wife. The brother and sister sat open-mouthed, pale with excitement, afraid of losing a single syllable. And, take it altogether, he said, bringing each word out with an effort, I don't think, by Lord's mercy, as I've gone so much astray, that I've been much troubled this 4 years with thoughts of Sandy, my brother Sandy, and with not knowing where you're gone, Davy. But you seem come to an honest trade, and Louie there had learnt the trade too, and had a little bit of money, and she's a fine growing lass. He turned a slow, searching look upon her, as though he were pleading a cause before some unseen judge. And there's your money, Davy. It's all the same, I'm thinking, whether you get it from me or from Mr. Gurney. And here. He rose, and unbuttoning his inner coat, fumbled in the pocket of it till he found a letter. And here's a letter for Mr. Gurney. If you give me a pen, Davy, I'll write in it to your right address, and put it in the post as I go to the station. I took notice of a box as I come along, and then... He stood still a moment, pondering, one outspread hand on the letter. And then there's naught more as I can remember, and you aren't to be wearing in. It's but reach you should know now, at once, about the money I've saved this 4 year, and the letter to Mr. Gurney. You understand? When your letter came this morning, the mum brought it up to Louie about 8 o'clock. She told me first out of the yard, and I said to her, don't you tell your aunt nowt about it, and we'll meet at station.
and I made some excuse to Anne about going over to scout over some beasts, and Louie and me come together." He passed his other hand painfully across his brow. The travail of expression, the moral struggle of the last 24 hours, seemed to have aged him before them. David sat looking at him in a stupefied silence. A light was breaking in upon him, transfiguring, combining, interpreting 100 scattered remembrances of his boyhood. But Louie, the instant her uncle stopped, broke into a string of questions, shrill and breathless, her face quite white, her eyes glittering. Reuben seemed hardly to hear her, and in the middle of them David said sharply, "Stop that, Louie, and let me talk to Uncle Reuben." He drew the letter from under Reuben's fingers, and went on, steadily looking up into his uncle's face. "You'll let me read it, Uncle, and I'll get you a pen directly to put it in the address. But first, will you tell us about Father? You never did, you nor Aunt Hannah. And about Mother, too." He said the last words with difficulty, having all his life been pricked by a certain instinct about his mother, which had, however, almost nothing definite to work upon. Reuben thought a minute, then sat down again patiently. "Aye, I'll tell her. There's nobody else can. And they ought to know, but it'll maybe be a shock to her." And with his head resting against his stick, he began to tell the story of his brother and his brother's marriage, as he remembered it. Thus came the account of Sandy's early struggles, as Sandy himself had described them on that visit which he paid to the farm in the first days of his prosperity. Then a picture of his ultimate success in business, as it had appeared to the dull elder brother, dazzled by the youngster's cleverness. "Aye, he might have been a great man. He might have come to very high things, might Sandy," said Reuben solemnly, his voice suddenly rising, "but for the Izzy that ruined him." Both his hearers made an involuntary movement, but Reuben had now lost all count of them. He was intent on one thing, and capable only of one thing. They had asked him for his story, and he was telling it, with an immense effort of mind, recovering the past as best he could, and feeling some of it over again intensely. But when he came to the marriage, he told the story like one thinking it out to himself, with an appalling plainness of phrase. It was, of course, impossible for him to explain Sandy's aberration. There were no resources in him equal to the task. Louise Souveret became in his account what she had always remained in his imagination since Sandy's employers told him what was known of her story, a mere witch and devil sent for his brother's perdition. All his resentment against his brother's fate had passed into his hatred of this creature whom he had never seen. Nay, he even held up the picture of her hideous death before her children with a kind of sinister triumph. So let the ungodly and the harlot perish. David stood opposite to the speaker all the while, motionless, save for an uneasy movement here and there, when Reuben's words grew more scripturally frank than usual. Louie's face was much more positive than David's in what it said. Reuben and Reuben's vehemence annoyed and angered her. She frowned at him from under her black brows. It was evident that he, rather than his story, excited her. "And we buried him all right and proper," said Reuben at last, wiping his brow, damp with this unwonted labour of brain and tongue. "Mr. Gurney would have had it all done ransom, and we put him in a corner of Kensal Green, just as close as might be to where they put her after the coroner had sat on her. Your father had left word, Mr. Gurney would have had naught different. But it went against me, aye, it did, to leave him with her after all." Falling suddenly silent, Reuben sat wrapped in a sombre mist of memory. Then Louie broke out, rolling and unrolling the ribbons of her hat in hot fingers. "I don't believe half on it. I don't see how you could know. Nor Mr. Gurney either." Reuben looked round, bewildered. Louie got up noisily, went to the window, and threw it open, as though oppressed by the narrowness of the room. "No, I don't," she repeated defiantly. "I don't believe the half on't, but I'll find out some day." She leaned her elbows on the sill, and looking out into the squalid bit of yard, threw a bit of grit that lay on the window at a cat that sat sleeping blinkily on the flags outside. Reuben rose heavily. "Give me pen and ink, Davy, and let me go." The young man brought it to him without a word. Reuben put in the address. "Have you read it, Davy?" David started. In his absorption he had forgotten to read it. "I was forced to write it in the top sheepfold," Reuben began to explain apologetically, and stopped suddenly. Several times he had been on the point of bringing Hannah into the conversation, and had always refrained. He refrained now. David read it. It was written in Reuben's most laborious business style, and merely requested that Mr. Gurney would now communicate with Sandy's son direct on the subject of his father's money. He had left Needham Farm, and was old enough to take counsel himself with Mr. Gurney in future as to what should be done with it. Reuben looked over David's shoulder as he read. "And Louie?" he said uncertainly at the end, jerking his thumb towards her. "I'm staying here," said Louie peremptorily, still looking out of the window. Reuben said nothing. Perhaps a shade of relief lightened his old face. When the letter was handed back to him, he sealed it and put it into his pocket, buttoning up his coat for departure. "You were talking about dinner, Davy, or summat," said the old man courteously. "Thank you kindly. I want for nowt. I mun get home. Louie, standing absorbed in her own excited thoughts, could hardly be disturbed to say good-bye to him. David, still in a dream, led him through the shop, where Reuben peered about him with a certain momentary curiosity. But at the door he said good-bye in a great hurry, and ran down the steps, evidently impatient to be rid of his nephew. David turned and came slowly back through the little piled-up shop, where John, all eyes and ears, sat on a high stool in the corner, into the living-room. As he entered it, Louis sprang upon him, and seizing him with both hands, danced him madly round the little space of vacant boards, till she tripped her foot over the oak stool, and sank down on a chair, laughing wildly. "How much of that money am I going to have?" she demanded suddenly, her arms crossed over her breast, her eyes brilliant, her whole aspect radiant and exulting. David was standing over the fire, looking down into it, and made no answer. He had disengaged himself from her as soon as he could. Louis waited a while. Then, with a contemptuous lip and a shrug of the shoulders, she got up. "What's the good of worrying about things, I'd like to know? You won't do 'em no good. Why don't you think about the money? My word, won't Aunt Hannah be mad? How am I going to get my parcels from the station, and where am I to sleep?" "You can go and see the house," said David shortly. "The lodgers upstairs are out. There's the key of the attic." He threw it to her, and she ran off. He meant to take her in triumphal progress through the little house, and show her all the changes he'd been making for her benefit and his own. But a gulf had yawned between them. He was relieved to see her go, and when he was left alone, he laid his arms on the low mantelpiece and hid his face upon them. His mother's story, his father's fate, seemed to be burning into his heart. Reuben hurried home through the bleak March evening. In the train he could not keep himself still, fidgeting so much that his neighbours eyed him with suspicion and gave him a wide berth. As he started to walk up to Kinder, a thin, raw sleet came on. It drove in his face, chilling him through and through as he climbed the lonely road where the bleak moorland farms lay all about him, seen dimly through the white and drifting veil of the storm. But he was conscious of nothing external. His mind was absorbed by the thought of his meeting with Hannah, and by the excited feeling that one of the crises of his timid and patient life was approaching. During the last 4 years they had been very poor, in spite of Mr. Gurney's half-yearly cheque, partly because of the determination with which he had stuck to his secret saving. Hannah would think they were going now to be poorer still, but he meant to prove to her that what with Louis's departure and the restoration of their whole income to its natural channels, there would not be so much difference. He conned his figures eagerly, rehearsing what he would say. For the rest he walked lightly and briskly. The burden of his brother's children had dropped away from him, and in those strange inner colloquies of his he could look Sandy in the face again. Had Hannah discovered his flight, he wondered? Someone, he was afraid, might have seen him and Louis at the station and told tales. He was not sure that one of the Wigsons had not been hanging about the station yard. And that letter of David's to Louis, which in his clumsy, blundering way he had dropped somewhere about the farm buildings or the house and had not been able to find again. It gave him a cold sweat to think that in his absence Hannah might have come upon it and drawn her own conclusions. As he followed out this possibility in his mind, his step quickened till it became almost a run.
Aye, and Hannah had been ailing of late. There'd been often somewhat wrong with her. Well, they were both getting into years. Perhaps now that Louie, with her sharp tongue and aggravating ways, was gone, now that there was only him to do for, Hannah would take things easier. He opened the gate into the farmyard and walked up to the house door with a beating heart. It struck him as strange that the front blinds were not drawn, for it was nearly dark and the storm beat against the windows. There was a glimmer of fire in the room, but he could see nothing clearly. He turned the handle and went into the passage, making a clatter on purpose. But nothing stirred in the house, and he pushed open the kitchen door, which stood ajar, filled with a vague alarm. Hannah was sitting in the rocking-chair by the fire. Beside her was the table, partly spread with tea, which, however, had been untouched. At Reuben's entrance she turned her head and looked at him fixedly. In the dim light, a mixture of the dying fire and of the moonlight from outside, he could see her plainly, but he felt that there was something strange, and he ran forward to her. "Hannah, are you that bad? Is there aught wrong with you?" Then his seeking eye made out a crumpled paper in her left hand, and he knew at once that it must be Davy's letter. Before he could speak again, she gave him a push backward with her free hand, and said with an effort, "Where's the girl?" "Louie. She's left in Manchester. I found Davy, Hannah." There was a pause, after which he said, trembling, "Shall I get you something, Hannah?" A hoarse voice came out of the dark. "I've done with you. You've been lying to me. You were seen at station." Reuben sat down. "Hannah," he said, "you mun just listen to me." And taking his courage in both hands, he told everything without a break. How being feared of what Sandy might say to him at the judgment, how he had saved and lied, and now how he had seen David, had written to Mr. Gurney, and stopped the cheques for good and all. When he came to the letter to Mr. Gurney, Hannah sat suddenly upright in her chair, grasping one arm of it. "It should make no difference to thee, I tell you," he cried hastily, putting up his hand, fearing he knew not what. "No but a few shillings one way. I'll work for them and make it up." She made a sound which turned him cold with terror, a sound of baffled weakness, pain, vindictive passion, all in one. Then she fell helplessly to one side in her chair, and her grey head dropped on her shoulder. In another moment he was crying madly for help in the road outside. For long there was no answer, only the distant roar of the downfall and the sweep of the wind. Then a labourer on the path leading to the Wigsons' farm heard and ran up. An hour later a doctor had been got hold of, and Hannah was lying upstairs, tended by Mrs. Wigson and Reuben. "A paralytic seizure," said the doctor to Reuben. "This woman says she's been failing for some time past. She's lived and worked hard, Mr. Grieve, you know that, and there's been some shock." Reuben explained incoherently. The doctor did not understand and did not care, being a dull man and comparatively new to the place. He did what he could, said she would recover. Oh yes, she would recover, but of course she would never be the same woman again. Her working days were done. A servant came over from Wigson's to sit up with Reuben, Mrs. Wigson being too delicate to undertake it. The girl went to lie down first for an hour or two in the room across the landing, and he was left alone in the gaunt room with his wife. Poor quailing soul! As he sat there in the windy darkness, hour after hour, open-mouthed and open-eyed, he was steeped in terror. Terror of the future, of its forlornness, of his own feebleness, of death. His heart clave piteously to the unconscious woman beside him, for he had nothing else. It seemed to him that the Lord had indeed dealt hardly with him, thus to strike him down on the day of his great atonement. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 9. No news of the catastrophe at Needham Farm reached the brother and sister in Potter Street. The use of the pen had always been to Reuben one of the main torments and mysteries of life, and he had besides all those primitive instincts of silence and concealment which so often in the peasant nature accompany misfortune. His brain power, moreover, was absorbed by his own calamity and by the changes in the routine of daily life which his wife's state brought upon him, so that immediately after his great effort of reparation towards them, an effort which had taxed the whole man physically and mentally, his brother's children and their affairs passed for a while strangely and completely from his troubled mind. Meanwhile, what a transformation he had wrought in their fortunes! When the shock of his parents' story had subsided in him, and that other shock of jarring temperaments which the first hour of Louis's companionship had brought with it had been for the time forgotten again in the stress of plans and practical detail, David felt to the full the exhilaration of his new prospects. He had sprung at a leap, as it seemed to him, from the condition of the boy adventurer to that of the man of affairs, and as he looked back upon their childhood and realized that all the time, instead of being destitute and dependent orphans, they and their money had really been the mainstay of Hannah and the farm, the lad seemed to cast from him the long humiliation of years, to rise in stature and dignity. That old skinflint and hypocrite, Aunt Hannah! With the usual imperfect sympathy of the young, he did not much realize Reuben's struggle. But he bore his uncle no grudge for these years' delay. The contrivances and hardships of his Manchester life had been, after all, enjoyment. Without them, and the extravagant self-reliance they had developed in him, his pride and ambition would have run less high. And at this moment the nerve and savour of existence came to him from pride and from ambition. But first of all he had to get his money. As soon as Mr. Gurney's answer to Reuben's letter came, David took train for London, made his way to the great West End shop which had employed his father, and saw the partner who had taken charge of Sandy's money for so long. Mr. Gurney, a shrewd and pompous person, was interested in seeing Grieves's son, inquired what he was about, ran over the terms of a letter to himself which he took out of a drawer, and then, with a little flourish as to his own deserts in the matter of the guardianship of the money, a flourish neither unnatural nor unkindly, handed over to the lad both the letter and a cheque on a London bank, took his receipt, talked a little, but with a blunted memory, about the lad's father, gave him a little general business advice, asked whether his sister was still alive, and bade him good morning. Both were satisfied, and the young man left the office with the cheque lying warm in his pocket, looking slowly and curiously round the shop where his father had earned it as he walked away. Outside he found himself close to Trafalgar Square, and striking down to the river, he went to sit on the embankment and ponder the enclosures which Mr. Gurney had given him. First he took out the cheque, with infinite care lest the breeze on the embankment should blow it out of his hand, and spread it on his knee. £600! As he stared at each letter and flourish, his eyes widened anew, and when he looked up across the grey and misty river, the figures still danced before him, and in his exultation he could have shouted the news to the passers-by. Then, when the precious paper had been safely stowed away again, he hesitatingly took out the other, his father's dying memorandum on the subject of his children, so he had understood Mr. Gurney. It was old and brown, it had been written with anguish, and it could only be deciphered with difficulty. There had been no will properly so called. Sandy had placed more confidence in the firm than in the law, and had left behind him merely the general indication of his wishes in the hands of the partner who had specially befriended him. The provisions of it were as Sandy had described them to Reuben on his deathbed. Especially did the father insist that there should be no artificial restriction of age. "I wanted money most when I was 19, and I could have used it just as well then as I could at any later time." So he might have been a rich man at least a year earlier. Well, much as he had loathed Purcell, he was glad on the whole that things were as they were. He had been still a great fool, he reflected, a year ago. Then as to Louie, the letter ran, "Let Davy have all the money, and let him manage for her. I won't divide it, he must judge. He may want it all, and it may be best for them both he should have it. He's got a good heart, I know that, he'll not rob his sister. I lay it on him now I'm dying to be patient with her, and look after her. She's not like other children, but it's not her fault, it was born in her. Let him see her married to a decent man, and then give her what's honestly hers. That little lad has nursed me like a woman since I've been ill. He was always a good lad to me,
and I'd like him to know when he's grown up that his father loved him." But here the poor laboured scrawl came to an end, save for a few incoherent strokes. David thrust it back into his pocket. His cheek was red, his eyes burnt. He sat for long, with his elbows on his knees, staring at the February river. The choking, passionate impulse to comfort his father he felt so often as a child was there again, by association, alive and piteous. Suddenly he woke up with a start. There to either hand lay the bridges with the moving figures atop and the hurrying river below. And from one of them his mother had leapt when she destroyed herself. In the trance of thought that followed, it was to him as though he felt her wild nature, her lawless blood, stirring within him, and realized in a fierce, reluctant way that he was hers as well as his father's. In a sense he shared Reuben's hatred, for he best of all knew what she had made his father suffer. Yet the thought of her drew his restless curiosity after it. Where did she come from? Who were her kindred? From the south of France, Reuben thought. The lad's imagination travelled with difficulty and excitement to the far and alien land whence half his being had sprung. A few scraps of poetry and history recurred to him, which he lately bought with an odd lot at a sale, but nothing that suggested to his fancy anything like the peasant farm in the Mont Ventoux within sight of Arles, where Louis Souvret's penurious childhood had been actually cradled. 2 o'clock struck from the belfry of St. Paul's, looming there to his left in the great bend of the river. At the sound he shook off all his thoughts. Let him see something of London. He had 2 hours and a half before his train from Euston. Westminster first, a hasty glance, then an omnibus to St. Paul's, that he might look down upon the city and its rush, then north. He had a map with him, and his quick intelligence told him exactly how to use his time to the best advantage. Years afterwards he was accustomed to look back on this hour spent on the top of an omnibus, which was making its difficult way to the bank through the crowded afternoon streets, as one of the strong impressions of his youth. Here was one centre of things, Westminster represented another, and both stood for knowledge, wealth, and power. The boy's hot blood rose to the challenge. His foot was on the ladder, and many men with less chances than he had risen to the top. At this moment, small Manchester tradesman that he was, he had the constant presentiment of a wide career. That night he let himself into his own door somewhere about 9 o'clock. What had Louie been doing with herself all day? She was to have her first lesson from Dora Lomax, but she must have been dull since, unless Dora had befriended her. To his astonishment, as he shut the door, he heard voices in the kitchen. Louie and John. John, the shy, woman-hating creature who received the news of Louis's expected advent in a spirit of mingled irritation and depression, who, after his first startled look at her as she passed through the shop, seemed to David to have fled the sight of her whenever it was possible. Louis was talking so fast and laughing so much that neither of them had heard David's latchkey, and in his surprise the brother stood still a moment in the dark, looking round the kitchen door, which stood a little open. Louis was sitting by the fire with some yards of flowered cotton stuff on her knee, at which she was sewing. John was opposite her on the oak stool, crouched over a box of nails, from which he was laboriously sorting out those of a certain size, apparently at her bidding, for she gave him sharp directions from time to time. But his toil was intermittent, for whenever her sallies were louder or more amusing than usual, his hand paused, and he sat staring at her, his small eyes expanding, a sympathetic grin stealing over his mouth. It seemed to David that she was describing her lover of the winter. He caught her gesture as she illustrated her performance with Jim Wigson, the boxing of the amorous lout's ears in the lane by the dye-works. Her beautiful curly black hair was combed tonight into a sort of wild halo round her brow and cheeks, and in this arrangement counteracted the one fault of the face, a slightly excessive length from forehead to chin. But the brilliance of the eyes, the redness of the thin lips over the small and perfect teeth, the flush on the olive cheek, the slender neck, the distinction and delicacy of every sweeping line and curve. For the first time even David realized, as he stood there in the dark, that his sister was an extraordinary beauty.
Strange. Her manner and voice had neither natural nor acquired refinement, and yet in the moulding of the head and face there was a dignity and perfection, a touch, as it were, of the grand style, which marked her out in a northern crowd and riveted the northern eye. Was it the trace of another national character, another civilization, longer descended, less mixed, more deeply graven than ours? And what was that idiot John doing here? The young master wanted to know. He coughed loudly and hung up his hat and his stick to let them hear that he was there. The pair in the kitchen started. Louie sprang up, flung down her work, and ran out to him. "Well," said she breathlessly, "have you got it?" "Yes." She gave a little shriek of excitement. "Show it, then." "There's nothing to show but a cheque. It's all right. Is there anything for supper?" "There's some bread and cheese and cold apple pie in there," said Louie, annoyed with him already. Then, turning her head over her shoulder, "Mr. Dalby, I'll trouble you to get them out." With awkward alacrity John flew to do her bidding. When the lad had ransacked the cupboard and placed all the viands it contained on the table, he looked at David. That young man, with a pucker in his brow, was standing by the fire with his hands in his pockets, making short answers to Louis's sharp and numerous questions. "That's all I can find," said John. "Shall I run for something?" "Thanks," said David, still frowning, and sat him down. "That'll do." Louis made a face at John behind her brother's back. The assistant slowly flushed a deep red. In this young fellow, with his money buttoned on his breast, both he and Louis for the first time realized the master. "Well, good night," he said, hesitating. "I'm going." David jumped up and went with him into the passage. "Look here," he said abruptly, "you and I have got some business to talk to tomorrow. I'm not going to keep you slaving here for nothing now that I can afford to pay you." "Are you going to turn me off?" said the other hastily. David laughed. The cloud had all cleared from his brow. "Don't be such a precious fool," he said. "Now be off, and 7 sharp. I must go at it like 10 horses tomorrow." John disappeared into the night, and David went back to his sister. He found her looking red and excited and sewing energetically. "Look here," she said, lifting a threatening eye to him as he entered the room. "I'm not going to be treated like a baby. If you don't tell me all about that money, I'll write to Mr. Gurney myself. It's part of it mine, and I'll know, so there." "I'll tell you everything," he said quietly, putting a hand into his coat pocket before he sat down to his supper again. "There's the cheque, and there's our father's letter, what Mr. Gurney gave me. There was no proper will. This was instead." He pretended to eat, but in reality he watched her anxiously as she read it. The result was very much what he had expected. She ran breathlessly through it. Then, with a look all flame and fury, she broke out, "Upon my word! So you're going to take it all, and I'm to be beholden to you for every penny? I'd like to see myself." "Now look here, Louis," he said firmly, pushing back his chair from the table. "I want to explain things to you. I should like to tell you all about my business and what I think of doing, and then you can judge for yourself. I'll not rob you or anyone." Whereupon, with a fierce gesture, she caught up her work again, and he fell into long and earnest talk, setting his mind to the task. He explained to her that the arrival of this money, this capital, made just all the difference, that the whole of it would be infinitely more useful to him than the half, and that he proposed to employ it both for her benefit and his own. He had already cleared out the commission agent from the first floor, and moved down the lodgers, a young foreman and his wife, from the attics to the first floor back. That left the 2 attics for himself and Louis, and gave him the front first-floor room, the best room in the house, for an extension of stock. "Why don't you turn those people out altogether?" said Louis impatiently. "They pay very little, and they'll be wanting that room soon, very like." "Well, I shall get it soon," said David bluntly, "but I can't get it now. Mrs. Mason's bad. She's going to be confined." "Well, I dare say she is," cried Louis. "That don't matter. She isn't confined yet." David looked at her in amazement. Then his face hardened. "I'm not going to turn her out, I tell you," he said, and immediately returned to his statement. Well, there were all sorts of ways in which he might employ his money. He might put up a shed in the backyard and get a printing press. He knew of a press and a very decent fount of type to be had extremely cheap. John was a capital workman, and between them they might reprint some of the scarce local books and pamphlets which were always sure of a sale. As to his stock, there were endless possibilities. He knew of a collection of rare books on early America which belonged to a gentleman at Cheadle. He had been negotiating about them for some time. Now he would close at once. From his knowledge of the market, the speculation was a certain one. He was also inclined to largely increase his stock of foreign books, especially in the technical and scientific direction. There was a considerable opening, he believed, for such books in Manchester. At any rate, he meant to try for it. And as soon as ever he could, he should learn German. There was a fellow, a German clerk, who haunted the parlour, who would teach him in exchange for English lessons. So, following a happy instinct, he opened to her all his mind, and talked to her as though they were partners in a firm. The event proved that he could have done nothing better. Very early in his exposition she began to put her wits to his. Her irritation dropped, and he was presently astonished at the intelligence she showed. Every element almost in the problems discussed was unfamiliar to her. Yet after a while a listener coming in might have thought that she too had been Purcell's apprentice. So nimbly had she gathered up the details involved, so quick she was to see David's point and catch his phrases. If there was no moral fellowship between them, judging from tonight, there bade fair to be a comradeship of intelligence. "There now," he said, when he had come to the end of his budget, "you leave your half of the money to me. Mind, I agree it's your half, and I'll do the best I can with it. I'll pay you interest on it for 2 years, and I'll keep you. Then we'll see. And if you want to improve yourself a bit, instead of going to work at once, I'll pay for teachers. And look here, we'll keep good friends over it." His keen eyes softened to a charming, half-melancholy smile. Louie took no notice. She was absorbed in meditation. And at the end of it she said, with a long breath, "Well, you may have it, and I'll keep an eye on the accounts. But you needn't think I'll sit at home improving myself, not I. I'll do that church work. That girl gave me a lesson this morning, and I'm going again tomorrow." David received the news with satisfaction, remarking heartily that Dora Lomax was a real good sort, and if it weren't for her, the parlour and Daddy would soon be in a fix. He told the story of the parlour, dwelling on Dora's virtues. "But she is a crank, though," said Louie. "Why, if you made free with her things a bit, if you call them by the wrong names, she'll fly at you. How is anybody to know what they're meant for?" David laughed and got up to get some books he was repairing. As he moved away, he looked back a moment. "I say, Louie," he began, hesitating, "that fellow Johns worked for me like a dozen, and has never taken a farthing from me. Don't you go and make a fool of him." A flush passed over Louie's face. She lifted her hand and tucked away some curly ends of long hair that had fallen on her shoulders. "He's like one of Aunt Hannah's suet Rowleys," she said after a minute, with a gleam of her white teeth. "Seems as if someone had tied him in a cloth and boiled him that shape." Neither of them cared to go to bed. They sat up, talking. David was mending, sorting, and pricing a number of old books he had bought for nothing at a country sale. He knew enough of bookbinding to do the repairing with much skill, showing the same neatness of finger in it that he had shown years ago in the carving of toy boats and water wheels. Louie went on with her work, which proved to be a curtain for her attic. She meant to have that room nice, and she had been out buying a few things, whereby David understood, as indeed Reuben had said, that she had some savings. Moreover, with regard to certain odd jobs of carpentering, she had already pressed John into her service, which explained his lingering after hours and his eagerness among the nails. As to the furniture David had bought for her, on which, in the intervals of his busy days, he had spent some time and trouble, and of which he was secretly proud, humble and cheap as it was, she took it for granted. He could not remember that she had said any thank yous since she came. Still, youth and comradeship were pleasant. The den in which they sat was warm with light and fire, and was their own. Louis's exultation, too, in their change of fortune, which flashed out of her at every turn, was infectious, and presently his spirits rose with hers, and the two lost themselves in the excitement of large schemes and new horizons. After a time he found himself comparing notes with her as to that far-off crisis of his running away. "I suppose you heard somehow about Jim Wigson and me?" he asked her, his pulse quickening after all these years. She nodded with a little grin. He had already noticed, by the way, that she, while still living among the moors, had almost shaken herself free of the Kinder dialect, whereas it had taken quite a year of Manchester life to rub off his own Doric. "Well, you didn't imagine," he went on, "I was going to stop after that. I could put a knife between Jim's ribs now when I think of it." And pushing his books away from him, he sat recalling that long-past shame, his face glowing with vindictive memory, framed in his hands. "I don't see, though, what you sneaked off for like that after you'd promised me," she said with energy. "No, it was hard on you," he admitted, "but I couldn't think of any other way out. I was mad with everybody and just wanted to cut and run. But before I hit on that notion about Tom," he'd just been explaining to her in detail, not at all to her satisfaction, his device for getting regular news of her, "I used to spend half my time wondering what you'd do. I thought perhaps you'd run away too. That would have been a kettle of fish." "I did run away," she said, with her wild eyes sparkling. "Twice." "Jiminy," said David with a schoolboy delight. "Let's hear." Whereupon she took up her tale and told him a great deal that was still quite unknown to him. She told it in her own way, with characteristics, blindnesses and hardnesses, but the truth of it was this. The very day after David's departure she too had run away, in spite of the fact that Hannah was keeping her in something very like imprisonment. She supposed that David had gone to Manchester, and she meant to follow him there. But she had been caught begging the other side of Glossop by a policeman who was a native of Clough End and knew all about her. "He may be come along back, but he must have got the mark on his wrist still where I bit him, I should think," remarked Miss Louie, with a satisfaction untouched apparently by the lapse of time. The next attempt had been more serious. It was some months afterwards, and by this time she was in despair about David, and had made up her passionate mind that she would never see him again. But she loathed Hannah more and more, and at last, in the middle of a snowy February, the child determined to find her way over the peak into the wild valley of the woodlands, and so to Ashopton and Sheffield, in which last town she meant to go to service. But in the effort to cross the plateau of the peak, she very nearly lost her life. Long before she came in sight of the Snake Inn on the woodlands side, she sank exhausted in the snow, and but for some Frimley shepherds who were out after their sheep, she would have drawn her last breath in that grim solitude. They carried her down to Frimley and dropped her at the nearest shelter, which happened to be Margaret Dawson's cottage. Margaret was then in the first smart of her widowhood. Lars was just dead, and she was withering physically and mentally under the heart hunger of her loss. The arrival of the pallid, half-conscious child, David's sister, with David's eyes, for a time distracted and appeased her. She nursed the poor waif, and sent word to Needham Farm. Reuben came for the girl, and Margaret, partly out of compassion, partly out of a sense of her own decaying strength, bribed her to go back home by the promise of teaching her the silk-weaving. Louie learnt the trade with surprising quickness, and as she shot up in stature and her fingers gained in cunning and rapidity, Margaret became more bowed, helpless, and fond, until at last Louie did everything, brought home the weft and warp, set it up, worked off the cuts, and took them to the warehouse in Clough End to be paid, while Margaret sat in the chimney corner, pining inwardly for Laius, and dropping deeper day by day into the gulf of age. By this time, of course, various money arrangements had been made between them, superintended by Margaret's brother, a weaver in the same village, who found it necessary to keep a very sharp eye on this girl apprentice whom Margaret had picked up. Of late, Louis had been paying Margaret rent for the loom, together with a certain percentage on the weekly earnings, practically for goodwill. And on this small sum the widow had managed to live and keep her home, while Louis launched gloriously into new clothes, started a savings bank book, and snapped her fingers for good and all at Hannah, who put up with her, however, in a sour silence because of Mr. Gurney's cheques. "And Margaret can't do anything for herself now?" asked David. He followed the story with eagerness. For years the remembrance had rankled in his mind how during his last months at Kinder, when Laius was dying, and the old pair were more in want than ever of the small services he had been accustomed to render them, he had forgotten and neglected his friends because he had been absorbed in the excitement of conversion, so that when Tom Mullins had told him in general terms that his sister Louie was supporting both Margaret and herself, the news had soothed a remorse. "I should just think not," said Louie in answer to his question. "She's gone most silly, and she hasn't got the right use of her legs either." "Poor old thing," said David softly, falling into a dream. He was thinking of Margaret in her happy, active days, when she used to bake scones for him, or mend his clothes, or rate him for worriting Laius. Then, waking up, he drew the book he was binding towards him again. "She must have been precious glad to have you to do for her, Louie," he said contentedly. "Do for her?" Louie opened her eyes. "As if I could be worrited with her. I have my work to do, thank you. There was a niece used to come in and see to her. She used to get in my way dreadful sometimes. She'd have fits of thinking she could work the loom again, and I have to keep her away, regular frighten her." David started. "Who'll work the loom now?" he asked, his look and tone altering to match hers. "I'm sure I don't know," said Louie carelessly. "Very likely she'll not get anyone. The work's been slack for a long while." David suddenly drew back from his bookbinding. "When did you let her know, Louie? About me?" he asked quickly. "Let her know? Who was to let her know? Your letter came 8 o'clock, and our train started at 10:30. I'd just time to pitch my things together, and that was about all." "And you never sent, and you haven't written?" "You leave me alone," said the girl, turning instantly sulky under his tone and look. "It's not to you what I do." "Why?" he said, his voice shaking. "She'd be waiting and waiting, and she's got nothing else to depend on." "There's her brother," said Louie angrily, "and if he won't take her, there's the workhouse. They'll take her there fast enough, and she won't know anything about it." "The workhouse!" cried David, springing up, incensed past bearing by her callous way. "Margaret that took you in out of the snow? You said it yourself. And you'd not lift a finger? Not you'd not even give her notice? Chuck her into the workhouse? That's good enough for her? It's vile, that's what it is." He stood, choked by his own wrath, eyeing her fiercely, a young thunder-god of disdain and condemnation. Louie, too, got up, gathering up her work round her, and gave him back his look with interest before she flung out of the room. "Keep a civil tongue in your head, sir, or I'll let you know," she cried. "I'll not be called over the coals by you nor nobody. I'll do what I please, and if you don't like it you can do the other thing. So there, now you know." And with a nod of the utmost provocation and defiance, she banged the door behind her and went up to bed. David flung down the pen with which he had been lettering his books on the table, and drawing a chair up to the fire, he sat moodily staring into the embers. So it was all to begin again, the long wrangle and jar of their childhood. Why had he broken silence and taken this burden once more upon his shoulders? He had a moment of passionate regret. It seemed to him more than he could bear. No gratitude, no kindness, and this fierce tongue. After a while he fetched pen and paper and began to write on his knee, while his look kindled again. He wrote to Margaret, a letter of boyish effusion and affection, his own conscience quickened to passion by Louis's lack of conscience. He had never forgotten her, he said, and he wished he could see her again. She must write, or get someone to write for her, and tell him what she was going to do now that Louis had left her. He'd been angry with Louis for coming away without sending a word, but what he wanted to say was this. If Margaret could get no one to work the loom, he, David, would pay her brother 4 shillings a week for 6 months certain towards her expenses if he would take her in and look after her. She must ask someone to write at once and say what was to be done. If her brother consented to take her, David would send a post-office order for the first month at once. He was doing well in his business, and there would be no doubt about the payments. He made his proposal with a haste and impulsiveness very unlike the cool judgment he had so far shown in his business. It never occurred to him to negotiate with a brother who might be quite well able to maintain his sister without help. Besides, he remembered him as a hard man of whom both Margaret and Laius, soft, sensitive creatures, were both more or less afraid. No, there should be no doubt about it, not a day's doubt if he could help it. He could help, and he would, and if they asked him more, he would give it. Nearly midnight, but he ran out to the General Post Office. It would be in time. When he had posted it and was walking home, his anger was all gone, but in its stead was the smart of a baffled instinct. a hunger for sympathy, for love, for that common everyday life of the affections which had never been his, while it came so easily to other people. In his chafing distress he felt the curb of something unknown before, or rather what had of late taken the pleasant guise of kinship and natural affection assumed tonight another and a sterner aspect, and in this strait of conduct that sheer imperative which we carry with us made itself for the first time heard and realized. I've done my duty, and I must abide by it. I must bear with her and look after her. Why? Because my father laid it on me. Because there is a life within our life which urges and presses, because we are not our own? But this is an answer which implies a whole theology, and at this moment of his life David had not a particle or shred of theology about him, except indeed that, like Voltaire, he was graciously inclined to think of first cause probable. Next day this storm blew over, as storms do. Louie came down early and made the porridge for breakfast. When David appeared, she carried things off with a high hand and behaved as if nothing had happened. But anyone accustomed to watch her would have seen a certain quick nervousness in her black, wild bird's eyes. As for David, after a period of gruffness and silence, he passed by degrees into his usual manner. Louis spent the day with Dora, and he went off to Cheadle to conclude the purchase of that collection of American books he had described to Louis. But first, on his way, he walked proudly into Hayward's Bank and opened an account there, receiving the congratulations of an old and talkative cashier, who already knew the lad and was interested in his prospects, with the coolness of one who takes good fortune as his right. In the afternoon he was busy in the shop. Not too busy, however, to notice John. What ailed the lad? While he was inside, as soon as the door did but creak in the wind, he sprang to open it, but for the most part he preferred to stand outside, watching the stall and the street. When Louis appeared about 5 o'clock, for her hours with Dora were not yet regular, he forthwith became her slave. She set him to draw up the fire while she got the tea, and then, without taking any notice of David, she marched John upstairs to help her hang her curtains, lay her carpet, and nail up the coloured fashion plates and newspaper prints of royalties or beauties with which she was adorning the bare walls of the attic. When all her additions had been made to David's original stock, when the little deal dressing-table and glass had been draped in the cheapest of muslins over the pinkest of calicoes, when the flowery curtains had been tied back with blue ribbons, when the china vases on the mantelpiece had been filled with nodding plumes of dyed grasses, mostly of it rosy red, and a long glass in a somewhat damaged condition, but still presenting enough surface to enable Miss Louie to study herself therein from top to toe, had been propped against the wall, there was, and there could be nothing in the neighbourhood of Potter Street, so John reflected, as he furtively looked about him, to vie with the splendours of Miss Grieve's apartment. There was about it a sensuousness, a deliberate quest of luxury and gaiety, which a raw son of poverty could feel, though he could not put it into words. No Manchester girl he had ever seen would have cared to spend her money in just this way. "Now that's real nice, Mr. Dorby, and I'm just obliged to you," said Louis, with patronizing emphasis, as she looked round upon his labours. "I do like to get a man to do things for you. He's got some strength in him, not like a girl." And she looked down at herself and at the long fingered hand against her dress, with affected contempt. John looked at her too, but turned his head away again quickly. "You're pretty strong too, miss," he ventured. "Well, perhaps I am," she admitted, "and a good thing too, when you come to think of the rough time I had over there," and she jerked her head behind her, "ever since Davy ran away from me." "Ran away from you, miss?" She nodded, pressing her lips together with the look of one who keeps a secret from the highest motives. But she brought two beautiful plaintive eyes to bear on John, and he at once felt sure that David's conduct had been totally inexcusable. Then suddenly she broke into a laugh. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, swinging her feet lightly backwards and forwards. "Look here," she said, dropping her voice and looking round at the door. "Do you know a lot about David's affairs? You're a great friend of his, aren't you?" "I suppose so," said the lad awkwardly. "Well, has he been making up to anybody that you know of?" John's invisible eyebrows stretched considerably. He was so astonished that he did not readily find an answer. "Why, of course I mean," said Louie impatiently, "is he in love with anybody?"
"Not that I know of, miss."
"Well, then, there's somebody in love with him," said Louie maliciously. "And some day, Mr. Dolby, if we get a chance, perhaps I'll tell you all about it." The charming, confidential smile she threw him so bewildered the lad that he hardly knew where he was. But an exasperated shout of "John!" from the stairs recalled him, and he rushed downstairs to help David deal with a cargo of books just arrived. That evening David ran up to the parlour for half an hour to have a talk with Daddy and find out what Dora thought of Louie. He had sent a message by Louie about Reuben's revelations, and it occurred to him that since Daddy had not been to look him up since, that incalculable person might be offended that he had not brought his great news in person. Besides, he had a very strong curiosity to know what had happened after all to Lucy Purcell, and whether anything had been commonly observed of Purcell's demeanour under the checkmate administered to him. For the past few days he had been wholly absorbed in his own affairs, and during the previous week he had seen nothing of either Daddy or Dora, except that at a casual meeting in the street with Daddy, that worthy had described his attack on Purcell with a gusto worthy of his Irish extraction. He found the restaurant just shutting, and Daddy apparently on the wing for the White Horse parlour, to judge from the relief which showed in Dora's worn look as she saw her father lay down his hat and stick again, and fall chafing with David. For with regard to David's change of position, the landlord of the parlour was in a very testy frame of mind.
£600,
he growled, when the young fellow sitting on the crossed leg by the fire had made an end of describing to them both his journey to London.
"Ha! Your fun's over. Any fool can do on £600.
"Thank you, Daddy," said the lad with a sarcastic lip. "As for you, I wonder you have the face to talk. Who's coining money here, I should like to know?" Dora looked up with a start. Her father met her look with a certain hostility and an obstinate shake of his thin shoulders.
"Davy, me boy, you're that conceited by now you'll not be for taking advice. But I'll give it you, bedad, to take or to leave. Never pitch your tent, sir, where you can't strike it when you want to. But there's where your beastly money comes in. Nobody need look to you now for any comprehension of the finer sentiments of man."
"What do you mean, Daddy?"
"Never you mind," said the old vagrant, staring sombrely at the floor, the spleen in person. "Only I want my freedom, I tell you, and a bit of air sometimes, and by gad I'll have 'em." And throwing back his grey head with a jerk, he fixed an angry eye on Dora. Dora had grown paler, but she said nothing. Her fingers went steadily on with her work. From early morning now till late night neither they nor she were ever at rest. After a minute's silence Lomax walked to the door, flung a good night behind him, and disappeared. Dora hastily drew her hand across her eyes, then threaded her needle as though nothing had happened. But David was perplexed and sorry. How white and thin she looked, to be sure. That old lunatic must be worrying her somehow. He moved his chair nearer to Dora. "Is there anything wrong, Miss Dora?" he asked, dropping his voice. She looked up with a quick gratitude, his voice and expression putting a new life into her. "Oh, I don't know," she said gently and sadly. "Father's been very restless these last few weeks. I can't keep him at home, and I'm not always dull like this. I've done my best to cheer him up, and I don't think there's much amiss with the parlour, yet, only the outgoings are so large every day. I'm almost feared—" She paused, and a visible tremor ran through her. David's quick eye understood the signs of strain and fatigue, and he felt a brotherly pity for her, a softer, more normal feeling than Louie had ever called out in him. "I say," he said heartily, "if there's anything I can do, you'll let me know, won't you?" She smiled at him, and then turned to her work again in a hurry, afraid of her own eyes and lips and what they might be saying. "Oh, I dare say I fret myself too much," she said, with the tone of one determined to be cheered. And by way of protecting her own quivering heart, she fell upon the subject of Louie. She showed the brother some of Louie's first attempts, some of the stitches she'd been learning. "She's that quick," she said, wondering. "In a few days I'm going to trust her with that."
and she pointed to a fine old piece of Venetian embroidery, which had to be largely repaired before it could be made up into an altar-cloth and presented to St. Damon's by a rich and devoted member of the congregation. "Does she get in your way?" the brother inquired. "No," she said in a low voice, paying particular attention to a complicated stitch. "She'll get used to me and the work soon. She'll make a first-rate hand if she's patient a bit. They'll be glad to take her on at the shop." "But you'll not turn her out? You'll let her work here alongside of you?" said the young man eagerly. He had just met Louie in the dark, walking up Market Street with a seedy kind of gentleman who he had reason to know was a bad lot. John was off his head about her, and no longer of much use to anybody, and in these few days other men, as it seemed to him, had begun to hang about. The difficulties of his guardianship were thickening upon him, and he clung to Dora's help. "No, I'll not turn her out. She may work here if she wants to," said Dora with the same slowness. And all the time she was saying to herself passionately that if Louis Grieve had not been his sister she should never have set foot in that room again. In the 2 days they had been together Louis had outraged almost every feeling the other possessed, and there was a burning dread in Dora's mind that even the secret of her heart of hearts had been somehow discovered by the girl's hawk-like sense. But she had promised to help him, and she would. "You must let me know what I owe you for teaching her and introducing her," said David firmly. "Yes, you must, Miss Dora. It's business, and you mustn't make any bones about it. A girl doesn't learn a trade and get an opening found her for nothing." "Oh, no, nonsense," she said quickly, but with a decision equal to his own. "I won't take anything. She don't want much teaching. She's so clever. She sees a thing almost before the words are out of your mouth. Look here, Mr. Grieve, I want to talk to you about Lucy." She looked up at him, flushing. He too coloured. "Well," he said, "that's what I wanted to ask you." She told him the whole story of Lucy's flight from her father, of her illness and departure, of the probable stepmother. "Old brute," said David between his teeth. "I say, Miss Dora, can nothing be done to make him treat her decently?" His countenance glowed with indignation and disgust. Dora shook her head sadly. "I don't see what anybody can do, and the worst of it is she'll be such a long while getting over it. I've had a letter from her this morning, and she says the Hastings doctor declares she must stay there a year in the warm and not come home at all, or she'll be going off in a decline. I know Lucy gets nervous about herself, but it do seem bad." David sat silent, lost in a medley of feelings, most of them unpleasant. Now that Lucy Purcell was the other end of England, both her service to him and his own curmudgeon behaviour to her loomed doubly large. "I say, will you give me her address?" he said at last. "I've got a smart book I'd had bound for her. I'd like to send it her." Dora went to the table and wrote it for him. Then he got up to go. "Upon my word, you do look tired," he broke up. "Can't you go to bed? It's hard lines." Which last words applied to that whole situation of hers with her father, which he was beginning dimly to discern. In his boyish admiration and compassion he took both her hands in his. Dora withdrew them quickly. "Oh, I'll pull through," she said simply, and he went. When she had closed the door after him, she stood looking at the clock with her hands clasped in front of her. "How much longer will father be?" she said, sighing. "Oh, I think I told him all Lucy wanted me to say. I think I did." End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Book 2, Chapter 10 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 10. 3 or 4 months passed away. During that period David had built up a shed in his backyard and had established a printing press there, with a respectable, though not extensive, fount of type, bought, all of it, second-hand, at a bargain. John and he spent every available moment there, and during their first experiments would often sit up half the night working off the sheets of their earliest productions, in an excitement which took no count of fatigue. They began with reprinting some scarce local tracts, with which they did well. Then David diverged into a radical pamphlet or two on the subject of the coming Education Bill, finding authors for them among the leading ministers of the town, and these timely wares, being freely pushed on the stall, on the whole paid their expenses with a little profit to spare, the labour being reckoned at nothing. And now David was beginning to cherish the dream of a new history of Manchester, for which among his own collections he already possessed a great deal of fresh material. But that would take time and money. He must push his business a bit further first. That business, however, was developing quite as rapidly as the two pairs of arms could keep pace with it. Almost everything the young fellow touched succeeded. He had instinct, knowledge, a growing tact, and an indomitable energy, and these are the qualities which are in themselves success. The purchase of the collection at Cheadle, bearing on the early history of American states and towns, not only turned out well in itself, but brought him to the notice of a big man in London, who set the clever and daring beginner on several large quests both in Lancashire and Yorkshire, by which both profited considerably. In another direction he was extending his stock of foreign scientific and technical books, especially such as bore upon the industries of northern England. Old Barbier, who took a warmer and warmer interest in his pupil's progress, kept him constantly advised as to French books through old friends of his own in Paris, who were glad to do the exile a kindness. "But why not run over to Paris for yourself, form some connections, and look about you?" suggested Barbier. Why not, indeed? The young man's blood, quick with curiosity and adventure under all his tradesman's exterior, leapt at the thought, but prudence restrained him for the present. As for German books, he was struggling with the language, and feeling his way besides through innumerable catalogues. How he found time for all the miscellaneous acquisitions of these months it would be difficult to say. But whether in his free times or in trade hours, he was hardly ever without a book or a catalogue beside him, save when he was working the printing press. And although his youth would every now and then break out against the confinement he imposed upon it, and drive him either to long tramps over the moors on days when the spring stirred in the air, or to a spell of theatre-going, in which Louie greedily shared, yet on the whole his force of purpose was amazing, and the success which it brought with it could only be regarded as natural and inevitable. He was beginning to be well known to the old established men in his own business, who could not but show at times some natural jealousy of so quick a rise. The story of his relations to Purcell spread, and the two were watched with malicious interest at many a book sale, when the nonchalant self-reliance and prosperous look of the younger drove the elder man again and again into futile attempts to injure and circumvent him. It was noticed that never till now had Purcell lost his head with a rival. Nevertheless, the lad had far fewer enemies than might have been expected. His manner had always been radiantly self-confident, but there was about him a conspicuous element of quick feeling, of warm humanity, which grew rather than diminished with his success. He was frank, too, and did not try to gloss over a mistake or a failure. Perhaps in his lordly way he felt he could afford himself a few now and then, he was so much cleverer than his neighbours. Upon no one did David's development produce more effect than upon Mr. Ancram. The lame, solitary minister, who only got through his week's self-appointed tasks at a constant expense of bodily torment, was dazzled and bewildered by the spectacle of so much vitality spent with such ease and impunity. "How many years of Manchester must one give him?" said Ancram to himself one night, when he was making his way home from a reading of the Electra with David. "That's £600 has quickened the pace amazingly. 10 years, perhaps. Then London and anything you like. Bookselling slips into publishing, and publishing takes a man into another class, and within reach of 100 new possibilities. Some day I shall be bragging of having taught him. Taught him? He'll be turning the tables on me precious soon. Caught me out twice tonight, and got through the tough bit of the chorus much better than I did. How does he do it? With that mountain of other things on his shoulders. There's one speck in the fruit, however, as far as I can see. Miss Louie." From the first moment of his introduction to her, Ancram had taken particular notice of David's handsome sister, who, on her side, had treated her old minister and teacher with the most thoroughgoing indifference. He saw that now, after some 3 months of life together, the brother and sister had developed separate existences, which touched in 2 points only, a common liking for Dora Lomax, and a common keenness for business. Here, in this matter of business, they were really at one. David kept nothing from her, and consulted her a good deal. She had the same shrewd head that he had, and as it was her money as well as his that was in question, she was determined to know and to understand what he was after. Anybody who had come upon the pair on the nights when they made up their accounts, their dark heads touching under the lamp, might have gone away moralizing on the charms of fraternal affection. And all the while David had once more tacitly given up the attempt either to love her or to control her. How indeed could he control her? He was barely 2 years older, and she had a will of iron. She made disreputable friends whom he loathed the sight of, but all he could do was to keep them out of the house. She led John by this time a dog's life. From the temptress she had become the tease and tyrant, and the clumsy fellow, consumed with feverish passion, slaved for her whenever she was near him, with hardly the reward of a kind look or a civil word in a fortnight. David set his teeth and tried to recover possession of his friend, and as long as they two were at the press or in the shop together alone, John was often his old self and would laugh out in the old way. But no sooner did Louie appear than he followed her about like an animal, and David could make no more of him. Whenever any dispute, too, arose between the brother and sister, he took her part, whatever it might be, with an acrimony which pushed David's temper hard. Yet on the whole, so Ancram thought, the brother showed a wonderful patience. He was evidently haunted by a sense of responsibility towards his sister, and at the same time both tormented and humiliated by his incompetence to manage or influence her. It was curious, too, to watch how by antagonism and by the constant friction of their life together, certain qualities in her developed certain others in him. Her callousness, for instance, did but nurture a sensitive humanity in him. She treated the lodgers in the first pair back with persistent indifference and even brutality, seeing that Mrs. Mason was a young, helpless creature approaching every day nearer to a confinement she regarded with terror, and that a little common kindness from the only other woman in the house could have softened her lot considerably. But David's books were stacked about in awkward and inconvenient places, waiting for the Masons' departure, and Louie had no patience with them, with the wife at any rate. It once or twice occurred to David that if the husband, a good-looking fellow and a very hard-working shopman, had had more hours at home, Louie would have tried her blandishments upon him. He on his side was goaded by Louis's behaviour into an unusual complacence and liberality towards his tenants. Louis once contemptuously told him he would make a capital general help. He was Mrs. Mason's coal-carrier and errand-boy already. In the same way, Louis beat and ill-treated a half-starved collie, one of the short-haired black sort familiar to the shepherd of the north and to David himself in his farm days, which would haunt the shop and kitchen. Whereupon David felt all his heart melt towards the squalid, unhandsome creature. He fed and cherished it. It slept on his bed by night and followed him by day, he all the while protecting it from Louis with a strong hand. And the more evil was the eye she cast upon the dog, who according to her possessed all the canine vices, the more David loved it, and the more Tim was fattened and caressed. In another direction, too, the same antagonism appeared. The sister's license of speech and behaviour towards the men who became her acquaintances provoked in the brother what often seemed to Ancram, who of course remembered Reuben, who had heard many tales of old James Grieve, the lad's grandfather, a sort of Puritan reaction, the reaction of his race and stock against lewdness. Louis's complete independence, however, and the distance she preserved between his amusements and hers, left David no other weapon than sarcasm, which he employed freely. His fine, sensitive mouth took during these weeks a curve half mocking, half bitter, which changed the whole expression of his face. He saw indeed with great clearness, after a month or two, that Louis's wildness was by no means the wildness of an ignorant innocent, likely to slip unawares into perdition, and that, while she had a passionate greed for amusement and pleasure, and a blank absence of principle, she was still perfectly alive to the risks of life, and meant somehow both to enjoy herself and to steer herself through. But this gradual perception, that in spite of her mode of killing spare time, she was not immediately likely to take any fatal false step, as he had imagined in his first dread, did but increase his inward repulsion. A state of feeling which was the more remarkable, because he himself, in Ancram's eyes, was at the moment in a temper of moral relaxation and bewilderment. His absorption in George Sand, and through her in all the other French romantics whose books he could either find for himself or borrow from Barbier, was carrying a ferment of passion and imagination through all his blood. Most social arrangements, including marriage, seemed to become open question to him. Why then this tone towards Louie and her friends? Was it that, apart from the influence of heredity, the young fellow's moral perception at this time was not ethical at all, but aesthetic, a matter of taste, of the presence or absence of certain ideal and poetic elements in conduct? At any rate, his friendship for old Barbier drew closer and closer, and Ancram, who had begun to feel a lively affection for him, could see but little of him. As to Barbier, it was a significant chance which had thrown him across David's path. In former days this lively Frenchman had been a small Paris journalist, whom the coup d'etat had struck down with his betters, and who had escaped to England with 1 suit of clothes and 8 francs in his pocket. He reminded himself on landing of a cousin of his mother's settled as a clerk in Manchester, found his way northwards, and had now for some 17 years been maintaining himself in the cotton capital, mainly by teaching, but partly by a number of small arts, ornamental calligraphy, menu writing, and the like, too odd and various for description. He was a fanatic, a red, much possessed by political hatreds which gave savour to an existence otherwise dull and peaceable enough. Religious beliefs were very scarce with him, but he had a certain literary creed, the creed of 1830, when he had been a scribbler in the train of Victor Hugo, which he did his best to put into David. He was a formidable-looking person, 6 feet in height and broad in proportion, with bushy white eyebrows and a mouth made hideous by 2 projecting teeth. In speech he hated England and all her ways, and was for ever yearning towards the misguided and yet unequalled country which had cast him out. In heart he was perfectly aware that England is free as not even Republican France is free, and he was also sufficiently alive to the fact that he made himself a very tolerable niche in Manchester, and was pleasantly regarded there, at least in certain circles, as an oracle of French opinion, a commodity which in a great commercial centre may at any time have a cash value. He could in truth have long ago revisited La Patrie, had he had a mind, for governments are seldom vindictive in the case of people who can clearly do them no harm. This, however, was not at all his own honest view of the matter. In the mirror of the mind he saw himself perpetually draped in the pathos of exile and the dignity of persecution, and the phrases by which he was wont to impress this inward vision on the brutal English sense had become in the course of years an effective and touching habit with him. David had been Barbier's pupil in the first instance at one of the classes of the Mechanics' Institute. Never in Barbier's memory had any Manchester lad so applied himself to learn French before. And when the boy's knowledge of the encyclopedists came out, and he one day put the master right in class on some points connected with Diderot's relations to Rousseau, the ex-journalist gaped with astonishment, and then went home and read up his facts, half enraged and half enraptured. David's zeal piqued him, made him a better Frenchman and a better teacher than he had been for years. He was a vain man, and David's capacities put him on his mettle. Very soon he and the lad had become intimate. He described to David the first night of Hernani, when he had been one of the long-haired band of rapins who came down in their scores to the Théâtre Français to defend their chief Hugo against the hisses of the Philistine. The two were making coffee in Barbier's attic at the top of a side street off the Oxford Road, when these memories seized upon the old romantic. He took up the empty coffee-pot and brandished it from side to side, as though it had been the sword of Hernani. The miserable academy, hugging its Molière and Racine, fled before him. The world was once more regenerate, and Hugo its high priest. Passages from the different parts welled to his old lips. He gave the play over again, the scene between the lover and the husband, where the husband lays down the strange and sinister penalty to which the lover submits, the exquisite love scene in the 5th act, and the cry of agonized passion with which Donna Sol defends her love against his executioner. All these things he declaimed, stumping up and down, till the terrified landlady rose out of her bed to remonstrate, and got the door locked in her face for her pains, and till the bourgeois baby in the next room woke up and roared, and so put an abrupt end to the performance. Old Barbier sat down swearing, poked the fire furiously, and then, taking out a huge red handkerchief, wiped his brow with a trembling hand. His stiff white hair, parted on either temple, bristled like a high lupee over his round black eyes, which glowed behind his spectacles. And meanwhile the handsome boy sat opposite, glad to laugh by way of reaction, but at bottom stirred by the same emotion, and ready to share in the same adoration. Gradually David learnt his way about this bygone world of Barbier's recollection. A vivid picture sprang up in him of these strange leaders of a strange band, these cadaverous poets and artists of Louis Philippe's early days, beings in love with Lord Byron and suicide, having art for God and Hugo for profit, talking of werewolves, vampires, cathedrals, sunrises, forests, passion and despair, hatted like brigands, cloaked after Van Dyck, curled like Absalom, making new laws unto themselves in verse as in morals, and leaving all petty talk of duty or common sense to the academy and the nursery. George Sand walking the parish quays in male dress, George Sand at Fontainebleau roaming the midnight forest with Alfred de Musset, or wintering with her dying musician among the mountains of Parma, Gérard de Nerval, wanderer, poet, and suicide, Alfred de Musset flaming into verse at dead of night amid an answering and spendthrift blaze of wax candles, Baudelaire's blasphemies and eccentricities. These characters and incidents Barbier wove into endless, highly coloured tales, to which David listened with perpetual relish. Mon Dieu, what times, what memories! The old Frenchman would cry at last, fairly retransported to the world of his youth, and springing up he would run to the little cupboard by his bedhead, where he kept a score or so of little paper volumes which the tradesman David soon discovered, from a curious study of French catalogues, to have a fast-rising money value. And out would come Alfred de Musset, Nuit de Mai, or an outrageous verse from Baudelaire, or an harmonious nothing from Gautier. David gradually learnt to follow, to understand, to arrange all that he heard in a mental setting of his own. The France of his imagination, indeed, was a strange land. Everybody in it was either girding at priests, like Voltaire, or dying for love, like George Sand's Denio. But whether the picture was true to life or no, it had a very strongly marked effect on the person conceiving it. Just as the speculative complexion of his first youth had been decided by the chance which brought him into daily contact with the French 18th century. For no self-taught solitary boy of quick and covetous mind can read Voltaire continuously without bearing the marks of him henceforward. So in the same way, when he passed, as France had done before him, from the philosophers to the romantics, this constant preoccupation with the French literature of passion in its romantic and idealist period left deep and lasting results. The strongest of these results lay in the realm of moral and social sense. What struck the lad's raw mind with more and more force as he gathered his French books about him was the profound gulf which seemed to divide the average French conception of the relation between the sexes from the average English one. In the French novels he read, every young man had his mistress, every married woman her lover. Tragedy frequently arose out of these relations, but that the relations must and did obtain as a matter of course was assumed. For the delightful heroes and heroines of a whole range of fiction, from Manon Lescaut down to Murger's Vie de Bohème, marriage did not apparently exist, even as a matter of argument, and as for the duties of the married woman, when she passed on to the canvas, the code was equally simple. The husband might kill his wife's lover, that was in the game, but the young man's right to be was as good as his own. No human being can control love, and no one is to blame either for feeling it or for losing it. What alone degrades a woman is falsehood. So says the husband in George Sand's Jacques, when he is just about to fling himself down an alpine precipice that his wife and Octave may have their way undisturbed. And all the time, what poetry and passion in the presentation of these things! Beside them, the mere remembrance of English ignorance, prudishness, and conventionality would set the lad swelling, as he read, with a sense of superior scorn, and of wild sympathy for a world in which love and not law, truth and not legal fiction, were masters of human relations. Some little time after Reuben's visit to him, he one day told Barbier the fact of his French descent. Barbier declared that he had always known it, had always realized something in David distinct from the sluggish, huckstering English temper. Why, David's mother was from the south of France. His own family came from Carcassonne. No doubt the rich Gascon blood ran in both their veins. Salut, aux compatriotes! Thenceforward there was a greater solidarity between the two than ever. Barbier fell into an incessant gossip of Paris, the Paris of Louis Philippe, reviving memories and ways of speech which had been long dead in him, and leaving on David's mind the impression of a place where life was from morning till night amusement, exhilaration, and seduction, where, under the bright smokeless sky and amid the stateliest streets and public buildings in Europe, men were always witty and women always attractive. Meanwhile, the course of business during the spring months, and the rise of his trade in foreign books, rapidly brought the scheme of a visit to France, which had been at first a mere dream and fancy, within the region of practical possibility, and even advantage for the young bookseller. Two things he was set on. If he went, he was determined to go under such conditions as would enable him to see French life, especially French artistic and student life, from the inside, and he saw with some clearness that he would have to take his sister with him. Against the latter notion Barbier protested vehemently. "What did you want to tie yourself to a petticoat for? If you take the girl you will have to look after her. Paris, my boy, let me inform you, is not the best place in the world for la jeune personne, and the Paris rapin may be an amusing scoundrel, but don't trust him with young women if you can help it. Leave Mademoiselle Louis at home, and let her mind the shop. Get Mademoiselle Dora or someone to stay with her, or send her to Mademoiselle Dora." So said the Frenchman with sharp dictatorial emphasis. What a preposterous suggestion! "I can't stop her coming," said David, quietly, "if she wants to come, and she'll be sure to want. Besides, I'll not leave her alone at home, and she'll not let me send her anywhere, you may be sure of that." The Frenchman stared and stormed. David fell silent. Louis was what she was, and it was no use discussing her. At last Barbier, being after all tolerably well acquainted with the lad's relations to his sister, came to a sudden end of his rhetoric, and began to think out something practicable. That evening he wrote to a nephew of his living as an artist in the Quartier Montmartre. Some months before, Barbier's vanity had been flattered by an adroit letter from this young gentleman, written, if the truth were known, at a moment when a pecuniary situation, pinched almost beyond endurance, had made it seem worth while to get his uncle's address out of his widowed mother. Barbier, a bachelor, and a man of some small savings, perfectly understood why he had been approached, and had been none the less extraordinarily glad to hear from the youth. He was a rapin? Well and good. All the great men had been rapins before him. Very likely he had the rapin's characteristic vices and distractions. All the world knew what the life meant for 9 men out of 10. What was the use of preaching? Youth was youth. Clearly the old man, himself irreproachable, would have been disappointed not to find his nephew a sad dog on personal acquaintance. "Tell me, Xavier," his letter ran, "how to put a young friend of mine in this way of seeing something of Paris and Paris life, more than your fool of a tourist generally sees. He is a bookseller, and will of course mind his trade. But he is a young man of taste and intelligence besides, and moreover half French. It would be a pity that he should visit Paris as any sacre British Philistine does. Advise me where to place him. He would like to see something of your artist's life. But mind this young man. He brings a sister with him, as handsome as the devil, and not much easier to manage. So, if you do advise, no tricks, tell me of something convenable." A few days later Barbier appeared in Potter Street just after David had put up the shutters, announcing that he had a proposal to make. David unlocked the shop door and let him in. Barbier looked round with some amazement on the small, stuffy place, piled to bursting by now with books of every kind, which only John's Herculean efforts could keep in passable order. "Why don't you house yourself better, huh?" said the Frenchman. "A business growing like this, and nothing but a den to handle it in?" "I shall be all right when I get my other room," said David composedly. "Couldn't turn out the lodger before. The woman was only confined last week." And as he spoke, the wailing of an infant and a scurrying of feet were heard upstairs. "So it seems," said Barbier, adjusting his spectacles in bewilderment. "Jesus, what an affair! What did you permit it for? Why didn't you turn her out in time?" "I would have turned myself out first," said David. He was lounging with his hands in his pockets against the books, but though his attitude was nonchalant, his tone had a vibrating energy. "Barbier?" "Yes." "What do women suffer for like that?" The young man's eyes glowed, and his lips twitched a little, as though some poignant remembrance were at its heart. Barbier looked at him with some curiosity. Ask le bon Dieu and Mother Eve, my friend. It lies between them, said the old scoffer with a shrug. David looked away in silence. On his quick mind, greedy of all human experience, the night of Mrs. Mason's confinement, with its sounds of anguish penetrating through the upper rooms of the thin, ill-built house, had left an ineffaceable impression of awe and terror. In the morning, when all was safely over, he came down to the kitchen to find the husband, a man some 2 or 3 years older than himself, and the smart foreman of an ironmongery shop in Deansgate, crouching over a bit of fire. The man was too much excited to apologize for his presence in the Grieves' room. David shyly asked him a question about his wife. "Oh, it's all right, the doctor says. There's the nurse with her, and your sister's got the baby. She'll do. But, oh, my God, it's awful. It's awful. My poor Liz. Give me a corner here, will you? I'm all upset like." David had got some food out of the cupboard, made him eat it, and chatted to him till the man was more himself again. But the crying of the newborn child overhead, together with the shaken condition of this clever, self-reliant young fellow, so near his own age, seemed for the moment to introduce the lad to new and unknown regions of human feeling. While these images were pursuing each other through David's mind, Barbier was poking among his foreign books, which lay, backs upwards, on the floor to one side of the counter. "Do you sell them, huh?" he said, looking up and pointing at them with his stick. "Yes, especially the scientific books. These are an order. So is that batch. Napoleon III's Caesar, isn't it? Those over there are on spec. I could do something if I knew more. There's a man over at Eldham, one of the biggest weaving sheds, cotton velvets, that kind of thing. He's awfully rich, and he's got a French library, a big one, I believe. He came in here yesterday. I think I can make something out of him, but he wants all sorts of rum things. Last-century memoirs, out-of-the-way ones, everything about Montaigne, first editions, Lord knows what. I say, Barbier, I dare say he'd buy your books. What'd he let me have them for?" "Diantre, not for your heart's blood, my young man. It's like your impudence to ask. You could sell more if you knew more, you think? Well, now listen to me." The Frenchman sat down, adjusted his spectacles, and, taking a letter from his pocket, read it with deliberation. It was from the nephew, Xavier Dubois, in answer to his uncle's inquiries. Nothing, the writer declared, could have been more opportune. He himself was just off to Belgium, where a friend had procured him a piece of work on a new government building. Why should not his uncle's friends inhabit his rooms during his absence? He must keep them on, and would find it very convenient, that being so, that someone should pay the rent. There was his studio, which was bare, no doubt, but quite habitable, and a little cabinet de toilette adjoining and shut off, containing a bed and all necessaries. Why should not the sister take the bedroom, and let the brother camp somehow in the studio? He could no doubt borrow a bed from some friend before they came. With a large screen, which was one of the studio properties, a very tolerable sleeping-room could be improvised, and still leave a good deal of the studio free. He understood that his uncle's friends were not looking for luxury, but le strict nécessaire he could provide. Meanwhile, the Englishman and his sister would find themselves at once in the artists' circle, and might see as much or as little as they liked of artistic life. He, Dubois, could of course give them introductions. There was a sculptor, for instance, on the ground floor, a man of phenomenal genius, joli garçon, besides, who would certainly show himself aimable for anybody introduced by Dubois. And on the floor above there was a landscape painter, Ancien Prix de Rome, and his wife, who would also no doubt make themselves agreeable, and to whom the brother and sister might go for all necessary information. Dubois would see to that. 60 francs a month paid the appartement, a trifle for service if you desired it. There was, however, no compulsion, till the concierge would make you comfortable. And as for food, the Quartier Montmartre abounded in cheap restaurants, and you might live as you pleased for 1 franc a day or 20. He suggested that on the whole no better opening was likely to be found by 2 young persons of spirit, anxious to see Paris from the inside. "Now then," said Barbier, taking off his spectacles with an authoritative click as he shut up the letter, "décide-toi. Go, and look about you for a fortnight. Improve your French, get to know some of the Paris bookmen, take some commissions out with you, buy there to the best advantage, and come back 20% better informed than when you set out." He smote his hands upon his knees with energy. He had a love of management and contrivance, and the payment of Jusine's rent for him during his absence weighed with his frugal mind. David stood twisting his mouth in silence for a moment. his head thrown back against the books. "Well, I don't see why not," he said at last, his eyes sparkling. "And take notice, my friend," said Barbier, tapping the open letter. "The Ancien Prix de Rome has a wife. Where wives are, young women can go. Xavier can prepare the way, and if you play your cards well, you can get Mademoiselle Louis taken off your hands while you go about." David nodded. He was sitting astride on the counter, his face shining with the excitement he was now too much of a man to show with the old freedom. Suddenly there was a sound of wild voices from the inside room. Miss Grieve, don't you take that child away. Bring it back, I say. I'll go to your brother, I will." "That's Mrs. Mason's nurse," said David, springing off the counter. "What's up now?" He threw open the door into the kitchen just as Louie swept into the room from the other side. She had a white bundle in her arms, and her face was flushed with a sly triumph. After her ran the stout woman who was looking after Mrs. Mason, purple with indignation. "Now look you here, Mr. Grieve," she cried at sight of David. "I can't stand it, and I won't. Am I in charge of Mrs. Mason, or am I not? Here's Miss Grieve as soon as my back's turned, as soon as I've laid that blessed baby in its cot as quiet as a lamb, and it's been howling since 3 o'clock this morning, as you know. In she whips, claws it out of its cradle, and is off with it, Lord knows where. Thank the Lord Mrs. Mason's asleep. If she weren't, she'd have a fit. She's feared to death of Miss Grieve. We neither of us know what to make on her. She's like a wild thing sometimes, not a human creature at all. Give me that child, I tell you." Louis vouchsafed no answer. She sat down composedly before the fire, and cradling the still sleeping child on her knee, she bent over it, examining its waxen hands and tiny feet with an eager curiosity. The nurse, who stood over her trembling with anger, and only deterred from snatching the child away by the fear of wakening it, might have been talking to the wall. "Now look here, Louis, what do you do that for?" said David, remonstrating. "Why can't you leave the child alone? You'll be putting Mrs. Mason in a taking, and that'll do her harm." "Not a sort," said Louis composedly. "It's that one there'll wake her with screeching. She's asleep, and the baby's asleep, and I'm taking care of it. Why can't Mrs. Berry go and look after Mrs. Mason? She hasn't swept her room this 2 days, and it's a sight to see." Pricked in a tender point, Mrs. Berry broke out again into a stream of protest and invective, only modified by her fear of waking her patient upstairs, and interrupted by appeals to David. But whenever she came near to take the baby, Louis put her hands over it, and her wide black eyes shot out intimidating flames, before which the aggressor invariably fell back. Attracted by the fight, Barbier had come up to look, and now stood by the shop door, riveted by Louis's strange beauty. She wore the same black and scarlet dress in which she had made her first appearance in Manchester. She now never wore it out of doors, her quick eye having at once convinced her that it was not in the fashion. But the instinct which had originally led her to contrive it was abundantly justified whenever she still condescended to put it on, so startling a relief it lent to the curves of her slim figure, developed during the last 2 years of growth to all womanly roundness and softness, and to the dazzling colour of her dark head and thin face. As she sat by the fire, the white bundle on her knee, one pointed foot swinging in front of her, now hanging over the baby, and now turning her bright, dangerous look and compressed lips on Mrs. Berry, she made a peculiar witch-like impression on Barbier, which thrilled his old nerves agreeably. It was clear, he thought, that the girl wanted a husband and a family of her own. Otherwise, why should she run off with other people's children? But he would be a bold man who ventured on her. David, at last seeing that Louis was in the mood to tear the baby asunder rather than give it up, with difficulty induced Mrs. Berry to leave her in possession for half an hour, promising that, as soon as the mother woke, the child should be given back. "If I've had enough of it," Louis put in, as a saving clause, luckily just too late to be heard by the nurse, who had sulkily closed the door behind her, declaring that such an audacious chit she'd never saw in her born days, and never heard on one other. David and Barbier went back into the shop to talk, leaving Louis to her nursing. As soon as she was alone, she laid back the flannel which lay round the child's head, and examined every inch of its downy poll and puckered face, her warm breath making the tiny lips twitch in sleep as it travelled across them. Then she lifted the little nightgown and looked at the pink feet nestling in their flannel wrapping. A glow sprang into her cheek. Great eyes devoured the sleeping creature. Its weakness and helplessness, its plasticity to anything she might choose to do with it, seemed to intoxicate her. She looked round her furtively, then bent and laid a hot, covetous kiss on the small, clenched hand. The child moved. Had it been a little older, it would have wakened, but Louie, hastily covering it up, began to rock it and sing to it. The door into the shop was ajar. As David and Barbier were hanging together over a map of Paris which David had hunted out of his stores, Barbier suddenly threw up his head with a queer look. "What's that she's singing?" he said quickly. He got up hastily, overturning his stool as he did so, and went to the door to listen. "I haven't heard that," he said with some agitation, "since my father's sister used to sing it when I was a small lad up at Augusta in the mountains near Puy. Sur le pont d'Avignon, tout le monde y danse en ronde. Les beaux messieurs font comme ça, les beaux messieurs font comme ça." The words were but just distinguishable as Louis sang. They were clipped and mutilated as by one who no longer understood what they meant, but the intonation was extraordinarily French of the South, and Barbier could hardly stand still under it. "Where did you learn that?" he called to her from the door. The girl stopped and looked at him with her bright bird-like glance, but she made no reply. "Did your mother teach it you?" he asked, coming in. "I suppose so," she said indifferently. "Can you talk any French? Do you remember it?" "No." "But you'd soon learn. You haven't got the English mouth, that's plain. Do you know your brother thinks of taking you to Paris?" She started. "He don't," she said laconically. "Oh, don't he? Just ask him, then." 10 minutes later, Louis had been put in possession of the situation. As David had fully expected, she took no notice whatever of his suggestion that after all she might not care to come. They might be rough quarters, he said, and queer people about, and it would cost a terrible deal more for two than one. She did not ask Dora Lomax to take her in for a fortnight. John, of course, would look after the shop. He spoke under the pressure of a sudden qualm, knowing it would be no use, but his voice had almost a note of entreaty in it. "When do you want to be starting?" she asked him sharply. "I'll not go to Dora's, so you needn't talk of that. You can take the money out of what you'll be owing me next month." Her nostrils dilated as the quick breath passed through them. Barbier was fascinated by the extraordinary animation of the face, and could not take his eyes off her. "Not for a fortnight," said David reluctantly, answering her question. "Barbier's letter says about the 10th of May. There's 2 country sales I must go to, and some other things to settle." She nodded. "Well, then I can get some things ready," she said, half to herself, staring across the baby into the fire. When David and Barbier were gone together, up street, still talking over their plans, Louis leapt to her feet and laid the baby down, carelessly, as though she no longer cared anything at all about it, in the old-fashioned arm-chair where David spent so many midnight vigils. Then, locking her hands behind her, she paced up and down the narrow room with the springing gait, the impetuous, feverish grace of some prisoned animal. Paris! Her education was small and her ignorance enormous. But in the columns of a lady's paper she had often bought from the station bookstall at the Clough End, she had devoured nothing more eagerly than the Paris letter, with its luscious descriptions of Paris fashions, whereby even Lancashire women, even Clough End mill hands in their Sunday best, were darkly governed from afar. All sorts of bygone dreams recurred to her, rich and subtle combinations of silks, satins, laces, furs, imaginary glories clothed in imaginary Louis Grieve. The remembrances of them filled her with a greed past description, and she forthwith conceived Paris as a place of all shops, each of them superior to the best in St. Anne's Square, where one might gloat before the windows all day. She made a spring to the door and ran upstairs to her own room. There she began to pull out her dresses and scatter them about the floor, looking at them with a critical, discontented eye. Time passed. She was standing, absorbed, before an old gown, planning out its renovation, when a howl arose from downstairs. She fled like a roe deer, and pounced upon the baby just in time to checkmate Mrs. Berry, who was at her heels. Quite regardless of the nurse's exasperation with her, first for leaving the child alone, half uncovered, in a chilly room, and now for again withholding it, Louis put the little creature against her neck, rocking and crooning to it. The sudden warm contact stilled the baby. It rubbed its head into the soft hollow thus presented to it, and its hungry lips sought eagerly for their natural food. The touch of them sent a delicious thrill through Louis. She turned her head round and kissed the tiny helpless cheek with a curious violence. Then, Tired of Mrs. Berry and anxious to get back to her plans, she almost threw the child to her. "There, take it. I'll soon get it again when I want to." And she was as good as her word. The period of convalescence was to poor Mrs. Mason, a sickly, plaintive creature at the best of times, one long struggle and misery. Louie represented to her a sort of bird of prey, who was for ever descending on her child and carrying it off to unknown lairs. For neither mother nor nurse had Louie the smallest consideration. She despised and tyrannized over them both. But her hungry fondness for the baby grew with gratification, and there was no mastering her in the matter. Warm weather came, and when she reached home after her work, she managed by one ruse or another to get hold of the child, and on one occasion she disappeared with it into the street for hours. David was amazed by the whim, but neither he nor anyone else could control it. At last Mrs. Mason was more or less hysterical all day long, and hardly sane when Louis was within reach. As for the husband, who managed to be more at home during the days of his wife's weakness than he had yet been since David's tenancy began, he complained to David and spoke his mind to Louis once or twice, and then suddenly he ceased to pay any attention to his wife's wails. With preternatural quickness the wife guessed the reason. A fresh terror seized her, terror of the girl's hateful beauty. She dragged herself from her bed, found a room while Louis was at work, and carried off baby and husband, leaving no address. Luckily for her, the impression of Louis's black eyes proved to have been a passing intoxication, and the poor mother breathed and lived again. Meanwhile, Louis's excitement and restlessness over the Paris plan made her more than usually trying to Dora. During this fortnight she could never be counted on for work, not even when it was a question of finishing an important commission. She was too full of her various preparations. Barbier offered her, for instance, a daily French lesson. She grasped in an instant the facilities which even the merest smattering of French would give her in Paris. Every night she sat up over her phrase-book, and every afternoon she cut her work short to go to Barbier. Her whole life seemed to be one flame of passionless expectation, though what exactly she expected it would have been hard to say. Poor Dora! She had suffered many things in much patience all these weeks. Louis's clear, hard mind, her sensuous temperament, her apparent lack of all maidenly reserve, all girlish softness, made her incomprehensible to one for whom life was an iridescent web of ideal aims and obligations. The child of grace was dragged out of her own austere or delicate thoughts, and made to touch, taste, and handle what the world, as the Christian understands it, might be like. Like every other daughter of the people, Dora was familiar enough with sin and weakness. Daddy alone had made her amply acquainted with both at one portion or another of his career. But just this particular temper of Louis's, with its apparent lack both of passion and of moral sense, was totally new to her, and produced at times a stifling impression upon her, without her being able to explain to herself with any clearness what was the matter. Yet in truth it often seemed as if the lawless creature had been in some sort touched by Dora, as if daily contact with a being so gentle and so magnanimous had won even upon her. That confidence, for instance, which Louis had promised John at Dora's expense, had never been made. When it came to the point, some touch of remorse, of shame, had sealed the girl's mocking lips. One little fact in particular had amazed Dora. Louis insisted, for a caprice, on going with her one night in Easter week to St. Damian's, and thenceforward went often. What attracted her, Dora puzzled herself to discover. When, however, Louis had been a diligent spectator, even at early services, for some weeks, Dora timidly urged that she might be confirmed, and that Father Russell would take her into his class. Louis laughed immoderately at the idea, but continued to go to St. Damian's all the same. Dora could not bear to be near her in church, but however far away she might place herself, she was more conscious than he liked to be of Louis's conspicuous figure and hat thrown out against a particular pillar which the girl affected. A sharp, uplifted profile with its disdainful expression drew her eyes against their will. She was also constantly aware of the impression Louis made upon the crowd, of the way in which he was stared at and remarked upon. Whenever she passed in or out of the church, people turned, and the girl, expecting it and totally unabashed, flashed her proud look from side to side. but once in her place she was not inattentive. The dark chancel with its flowers and incense, the rich dresses and slow movements of the priests, the excitement of the processional hymns, those things caught her and held her. Her look was fixed and eager all the time. As to the clergy, Dora spoke to Father Russell's sister, and some efforts were made to get hold of the newcomer. But none of them were at all successful. The girl slipped through everybody's hands. Only in the case of one of the curates, a man with a powerful, ugly head and a penetrating personality, did she show any wavering. Dora fancied that she put herself once or twice in his way, that something about him attracted her, and that he might have influenced her. But as soon as the Paris project rose on the horizon, Louie thought of nothing else. Father Impey and St. Damian's, like everything else, were forgotten. She never went near the church from the evening David told her his news to the day they left Manchester. David ran in to say good-bye to Daddy and Dora on the night before they were to start. Since the Paris journey had been in the air, Daddy's friendliness for the young fellow had revived. He was not, after all, content to sit at home upon his £600 like a hatching hen, and so far Daddy, whose interest in him had been for the time largely dashed by his sudden accession to fortune, was appeased. When David appeared, Lomax was standing on the rug with a book under his arm. "Well, good-bye to you, young man, good-bye to you. And here's a book to take with you that you may read in the train. It will stir you up a bit, give you an idea or two. Don't you come back too soon." "Father," remonstrated Dora, who was standing by, "who's to look after his business?" "Be quiet, Dora. That book'll show him what can be made even of a beastly bookseller." David took it from him, looked at the title, and laughed. He knew it well. It was The Life and Errors of John Dunton, Citizen of London, the eccentric record of a 17th-century dealer in books, who, like Daddy, had been a character and a vagrant. "Ah, don't I know it by heart," said Daddy with enthusiasm. "Many a time it sent me off tramping, when my poor Isabella thought she'd got me tied safe by the heels in the chimney-corner. Though love is strong as death, and every good man loves his wife as himself, yet, many's the score of times I've sent it off pat to an Isabella, yet I cannot think of being confined in a narrower study than the whole world. There's a man for you. He gets rid of one wife and saddles himself with another. Sorrow a bit will he stop at home for either of them. Finding I am for travelling, Valeria, to show the height of her love, is as willing as I should see Europe as Eliza was I should see America. Ah, give me the book, you divil!" cried Daddy, growing more and more Hibernian as his passion rose. "And bedad, but I'll drive it into you." And, reaching over, Daddy seized it and turned over the pages with a trembling hand. Dora flushed, and the tears rose into her eyes. She realized perfectly that this performance was levelled at her at least as much as at David. Daddy's mad irritability had grown of late with every week. "Listen to this, Davy," cried Daddy, putting up his hand for silence. "When I have crossed the Hellespont, where poor Leander was drowned, Greece, China, and the Holy Land, and the other 3 countries I'm bound to, and perhaps when my hand is in—" "My hand is in," repeated Daddy in an ecstasy. "What a jewel of a man! "I may step thence to the Indies, for I am a true lover of travels, and when I am once mounted, care not whether I meet the sun at his rising or going down, provided only I may but ramble. He is truly a scholar who is versed in the volume of the universe, who does not so much read of nature as study nature herself." Well said indeed," cried Daddy, flinging the book down with a wild gesture which startled them both. "Was that the man, Adrian Lomax, to spend the only hours of the only life he was ever likely to see, his first thought in the morning and his last thought at night, in tickling the stomachs of Manchester clerks?" His peaked chin and straggling locks fell forward on his breast. He stared sombrely at the young people before him, in an attitude which, as usual, was the attitude of an actor. David's natural instinct was to jeer, but a glance at Dora perplexed him. There was some tragedy he did not understand under this poor comedy. "Don't speak back," said Dora hurriedly under her breath, as she passed him to get her frame. "It only makes him worse." After a few minutes' broken chat, which Daddy's mood made it difficult to keep up, David took his departure. Dora followed him downstairs. "You're going to be away a fortnight?" she said timidly. As she spoke, she moved her head backwards and forwards against the wall, as though it ached and he could not find a restful spot. "Oh, we shall be back by then, never fear," said David cheerfully. He was growing more and more sorry for her. "I should like to see foreign parts," she said wistfully. "Is there a beautiful church, a cathedral in Paris?" "Oh, there are a great many in France, I know. I've heard the people at St. Damien speak of them. I would like to see the services, but they can't be nicer than ours." David smiled. "I'm afraid I can't tell you much about them, Miss Dora. They aren't in my line. Good-bye, and keep your heart up." He was going, but he turned back to say quickly, "Why don't you let him go off for a bit of a tramp? It might quiet him." I would," she said eagerly, "but I don't know what would come of it. We're dreadfully behindhand this month, and if he were to go away, people will be down on us. They'd think he wanted to get out of paying." He stayed, talking a bit, trying to advise her, and in the first place trying to find out how wrong things were. But she had not yet come to the point of disclosing her father's secrets. She parried his questions, showing him all the while, by look and voice, that she was grateful to him for asking, for caring. He went at last, and she locked the door behind him. But when that was done, she stood still in the dark, wringing her hands in a silent passion of longing to be with him, outside, in the night, to hear his voice, to see his handsome looks again. Oh, the fortnight would be long. So long as he was there, within a stone's throw, though he did not love her, and she was sad and anxious, yet Manchester held her treasure, and Manchester streets had glamour, had charm. He walked to Piccadilly, and took a bus to Mortimer Street. He must say good-bye also to Mr. Ancram, who had been low and ill of late. "So you're off, Davy," said Ancram, rousing himself from what seemed a melancholy brooding over books that he was in truth not reading. As David shook hands with him, the small fusty room, the pale face and crippled form, awoke in the lad a sense of indescribable dreariness. In a flash of recoil and desire, his thoughts sprang to the journey of the next day, to the May seas, the foreign land. "Well, good luck to you," said the minister, altering his position so as to look at his visitor full, and doing it with a slowness which showed that all movement was an effort. "Look after your sister, Davy." David had sat down at Ancram's invitation. He said nothing in answer to this last remark, and Ancram could not decipher him in the darkness visible of the ill-trimmed lamp. "She's been on your mind, Davy, hasn't she?" he said gently, laying his blanched hand on the young man's knee. "Well, perhaps she has," David admitted with an odd note in his voice. "She's not an easy one to manage." "No, but you've got to manage her, Davy. There's only you and she together. It's your task. It sets you. And you're young indeed, and raw, to have that beautiful, self-willed creature on your hands." "Beautiful? Do you think she's that?" David tried to laugh it off. The minister nodded. "You'll find it out in Paris even more than you have here. Paris is a bad place, they say. So's London, for the matter of that. Davy, before you go, I've got one thing to say to you." "Say away, sir." "You know a great deal, Davy. My wits are nothing to yours. You'll shoot ahead of all your old friends, my boy, some day. But there's one thing you know nothing about, absolutely nothing, and you prate as if you did. Perhaps you must turn Christian before you do. I don't know. At least, so long as you're not a Christian, you won't know what we mean by it, what the Bible means by it. It's one little word, Davy. Sin." The minister spoke with a deep intensity, as though his whole being were breathed into what he said. David sat silent and embarrassed, opposition rising in him to what he thought ministerial assumption. "Well, I don't know what you mean," he said, after a pause. "One needn't be very old to find out that a good many people and things in the world are pretty bad. Only we secularists explain it differently from you. We put a good deal of it down to education, or health, or heredity." "Oh, I know," said the minister hastily, as though shrinking from the conversation he had himself invoked. "I'm not fit to talk about it, Davy. I'm ill, I think. But there were those two things I wanted to say to you, your sister, and—" His voice dropped. He shaded his eyes and looked away from David into the smouldering coals. "No, he resumed almost in a whisper. "It's the will. It's the will. It's not anything to say, and Christ Christ's the only help." Again there was a silence. David studied his old teacher attentively, as far as the half-light availed him. The young man was simply angry with a religion which could torment a soul and body like this. Ancram had been down in this way for a long time now. Was another of his black fits approaching? If so, religion was largely responsible for them. When at last David sighted his own door, he perceived a figure lounging on the steps. "I say," he said to himself with a groan, "it's John." "What on earth do you want, John, at this time of night?" he demanded, but he knew perfectly. "Look here," said the other thickly, "it's all straight. You're coming back in a fortnight, and you'll bring her back too." David laughed impatiently. "Do you think I shall lose her in Paris, or drop her in the Channel?" "I don't know," said Dalby, with a curiously heavy and indistinct utterance. "She's very bad to me. She won't ever marry me, I know that. But when I think I might never see her again, I'm fit to go and hang myself." David began to kick the pebbles in the road. "You know what I think about it all," he said at last, gloomily. "I've told you before now. She couldn't care for you if she tried. It isn't a ha'porth of good. I don't believe she'll ever care for anybody. Anyway, she'll marry nobody who can't give her money and fine clothes. There, you put that in your pipe and smoke it, for it's as true as you stand there." John turned round restlessly, laid his hands against the wall and his head upon them. "Well, it don't matter," he said slowly, after a pause. "I'll be here early. Good night." David stood and looked after him in mingled disgust and pity. "I must pack him off," he said. "I must." Then he threw back his young shoulders and drew in the warm spring air with a long breath. Away with care and trouble. Things would come right, must come right. This weather was summer, and in 48 hours they would be in Paris. End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 1 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Storm and Stress. Chapter 1. The brother and sister left Manchester about midday and spent the night in London at a little city hotel much frequented by nonconformist ministers, which Ancram had recommended. Then, next day. How little those to whom all the wider opportunities of life come for the asking can imagine such a zest, such a freshness of pleasure. David had hesitated long before the expense of the day service via Calais. They could have gone by night, third class, for half the money, or they could have taken returns by one of the cheaper and longer routes. But the eagerness to make the most of every hour of time and daylight prevailed. They were to go by Calais and come back by Dieppe, seeing thereby as much as possible on the two journeys, in addition to the fortnight in Paris. The mere novelty of going anything but third class was full of savour. Louie's self-conscious dignity, as she settled herself into her corner on leaving Charing Cross, caught David's eye. He saw himself reflected, and laughed. It was a glorious day, the firstling of the summer. In the blue overhead the great clouds rose intensely thunderously white, and journeyed seaward under a light westerly wind. The railway banks, the copses, were all primroses. Every patch of water had in it the white and azure of the sky. The lambs were lying in the still scanty shadow of the elms. Every garden showed its tulips and wallflowers, and the air, the sunlight, the vividness of each hue and line bore with them an intoxicating joy, especially for eyes still adjusted to the tones and lights of Manchester in winter. The breeze carried them merrily over a dancing sea, and once on the French side they spent their first hour in crossing from one side of their carriage to the other, pointing and calling incessantly. For the first time since certain rare moments in their childhood, they were happy together and at one. Mother Earth unrolled for them a corner of her magic show, and they took it like children at the play, now shouting, now spellbound. David had George Sand's Mauprat on his knee, but he read nothing the whole day. Never had he used his eyes so intently, so passionately. Nothing escaped them, neither the detail of that strange and beautiful fen from which Amiens rises, a country of peat and peat-cutters, where the green plain is diapered with innumerable tiny lakes edged with black heaps of turf and daintily set with scattered trees, nor the delicate charm of the forest lands above Chantilly. So much thinner and gracefuller these woods were than English woods. French art and skill were here already in the wild country. Each tree stood out as though it had been personally thought for. Every plantation was in regular lines. Each woody walk drove straight from point to point, following out a plan orderly and intricate as a spider's web. By this time Louie's fervour of curiosity and attention had very much abated. She grew tired and cross, and presently fell asleep. But with every mile less between them and Paris, David's pulse beat faster, and his mind became more absorbed in the flying scene. He hung beside the window, thrilling with enchantment and delight, drinking in the soft air, the beauty of the evening clouds, the wonderful greens and silvers and fiery browns of the poplars. His mind was full of images. The deep, lily-sprinkled lake, wherein Stenio, Lelia's poet-lover, plunged and died. The grandiose landscape of Victor Hugo. René sitting on the cliffside and looking farewell to the white home of his childhood. Of lines from Childe Harold and from Shelley. His mind was in a ferment of youth and poetry, and the France he saw was not the workaday France of peasant and high-road and factory, but the creation of poetic intelligence, of ignorance and fancy. Paris came in a flash. He had realized to the full the squalid and ever-widening zone of London, had frittered away his expectations almost in the passing it. But here the great city had hardly announced itself before they were in the midst of it, shot out into its noise and glare and crowd of the Nord station. They had no luggage to wait for, and David, trembling with excitement so that he could hardly give the necessary orders, shouldered the bags, got a cab, and gave the address. Outside it was still twilight, but the lamps were lit, and the boulevard into which they presently turned seemed to brother and sister a blaze of light. The young green of the trees glittered under the gas like the trees of a pantomime. The kiosks threw their lights out upon the moving crowd. Shops and cafes were all shining and alive, and on either hand rose the long line of stately houses, unbroken by any London or Manchester squalors and inequalities, towering, as it seemed, into the skies, and making for the great spectacle of life beneath them a setting more gay, splendid, and complete than any Englishman in his own borders can ever see. Louis had turned white with pleasure and excitement. All her dreams of gaiety and magnificence, of which the elements had been gathered from the illustrated papers and the Manchester theatres, were more than realized by these Paris gaslights, these vast houses, these laughing and strolling crowds. "Look at those people having their coffee out of doors," she cried to David. "And that white and gold place behind. Goodness, what they must spend in gas! And just look at those two girls. Look, quick, there with the young man in the black moustache. They are loud, but aren't their dresses just sweet?" She craned her neck out of the window, exclaiming, now at this, now at that, till suddenly they passed out of the boulevard into the comparative darkness of sideways. Here the height of the houses produced a somewhat different impression. Louis looked out none the less keenly, but her chatter ceased. At last the cab drew up with a clatter at the side of a particularly dark and narrow street, ascending somewhat sharply to the northwest from the point where they stopped. "Now for the concierge," said David, looking round him after he had paid the man. And, conning Barbier's directions in his mind, he turned into the gateway and made boldly for a curtained door behind which shone a light. The woman who came out in answer to his knock looked him all over from head to foot, while he explained himself in his best French. "Tiens," she said indifferently to a man behind her, "it's the people for number 26, des Anglais. Monsieur Paul te l'a dit. And Mitiki." Bonhomme addressed, a little, stooping, wizened creature, with china blue eyes showing widely in his withered face under the light of the paraffin lamp his wife was holding, reached a key from a board on the wall and gave it to her. The woman again surveyed them both, the young man and the girl, and seemed to debate with herself whether she should take the trouble to be civil. Finally she said in an ungracious voice, "It's the 4th floor to the right. I must take you up, I suppose." David thanked her, and she preceded them with the light through a door opposite and up some stone stairs. When they had mounted 2 flights, she turned abruptly on the landing. "You would take the appartement from Monsieur Dubois?" "Yes," said David, enchanted to find out that, thanks to old Barbier's constant lessons, he could both understand and reply with tolerable ease. "For a fortnight." "Take care, the landlord will be sending on you. Monsieur Dubois never pays. He may be turned out any day, and his things sold." Where's Mademoiselle going to sleep?" "But in Monsieur Dubois' appartement," said David, hoping this time, in his dismay, that he did not understand. "He promised to arrange everything." "He's arranged nothing. Do you wish that I should provide some things? You can hire some furniture from me. And do you want service?" The woman had a grasping eye. David's frugal instincts took alarm. "Merci, madame. My sister and I do not require much. We shall wait upon ourselves. If madame will tell us the name of some restaurant near—" Instead, madame made an angry sound and thrust the key abruptly into Louis's hand, David being laden with the bags. "There are 2 more flights," she said roughly. "Then turn to the left and go up the staircase straight in front of you. First door to the right. You've got eyes, you'll find the way." "Mais, madame," cried David, bewildered by these directions, and trying to detain her. But she was already halfway down the flight below them, throwing back remarks which, to judge from their tone, were not complimentary. There was no help for it. Louie was dropping with fatigue, and beginning to be much out of temper. David, with difficulty, assumed a hopeful air, and up they went again. Leading off the next landing but one, they found a narrow passage, and at the end of it a ladder-like staircase. At the top of this they came upon a corridor at right angles, in which the first door bore the welcome figures 26. "All right," said David. "Here we are. Now we'll just go in and look about us. Then, if you'll sit and rest a bit, I'll run down and see where we can get something to eat." "Be quick then, do," said Louis. "I'm just fit to drop." With a beating heart he put the key into the lock of the door. It fitted, but he could not turn it. Both he and Louis tried in vain. "What a nuisance," said he at last. "I must go and fetch up that woman again. You sit down and wait." As he spoke, there was a sound below of quick steps, and of a voice, a woman's voice, humming a song. "Someone coming," he said to Louis. "Perhaps they understand the lock." They ran down to the landing below to reconnoitre. There was, of course, gas on the staircase, and as they hung over the iron railing they saw mounting toward them a young girl. She wore a light fawn-coloured dress and a hat covered with Parma violets. Hearing voices above her, she threw her head back and stopped a moment. Louis's eye was caught by her hand and its tiny wrist as it lay on the balustrade, and by the coils and twists of her fair hair. David saw no details, and in what seemed to him a miracle of grace and colour, born in an instant out of the dark, or out of his own excited fancy. She came slowly up the steps, looking at them, at the tall dark youth and the girl beside him. Then on the top step she paused, instead of going past them. David took off his hat, but all the practical questions he meant to ask deserted him. His French seemed to have flown. "You are strangers, aren't you?" she said in a clear, high, somewhat imperious voice. "What number do you want?" Her expression had a certain hauteur, as of one defending her native ground against intruders. Under the stimulus of it, David found his tongue. "We have taken Monsieur Paul Dubois' rooms," he said. "We have found his door, but the key the concierge gave us does not fit it." She laughed, a free, frank laugh which had a certain wild note in it. "These doors have to be coaxed," she said. "They don't like foreigners. Give it to me. This is my way, too." Stepping past them, she preceded them up the narrow stairs, and was just about to try the key in the lock, when a sudden recollection seemed to flash upon her. "I know," she said, turning upon them. "Tenez, que je suis bête. You are Dubois' English friends. He told me something, and I have forgotten all about it. You are going to take his rooms?" "For a week or 2, said David, irritated a little by the laughing malice, the sarcastic wonder of her eyes. "While he is doing some work in Brussels. Seemed a convenient arrangement, but if we are not comfortable, we shall go elsewhere. If you can open the door for us, we shall be greatly obliged to you, mademoiselle. But if not, I must go down for the concierge. We've been travelling all day, and my sister is tired." "Where did you learn such good French?" she said carelessly, at the same time leaning her weight against the door, and manipulating the key in such a way that the lock turned, and the door flew open. Behind it appeared a large, dark space. The light from the gas jet in the passage struck into it, but beyond a chair and a tall screen-like object in the middle of the floor, it seemed to David to be empty. "That's his atelier, of course," said the unknown, "and mine is next to it at the other end. I suppose he has a cupboard to sleep in somewhere. Most of us have. But I don't know anything about Dubois. I don't like him. He is not one of my friends." She spoke in a dry, masculine voice, which contrasted in the sharpest way with her youth, her dress, her dainty smallness. Then, all of a sudden, As her eyes travelled over the English pair standing bewildered on the threshold of Dubois' most uninviting apartment, she began to laugh again. Evidently the situation seemed to her extremely odd. "Did you ask the people downstairs to get anything ready for you?" she inquired. No," said David, hesitating. "We thought we could manage for ourselves." "Perhaps after the first," she said, still laughing. "But I may as well warn you. The Militia will be very uncivil to you if you don't manage to pay her for something. Hadn't you better explore? That thing in the middle is Dubois' easel, of course." David groped his way in, took some matches from his pocket, found a gas bracket with some difficulty, and lit up. Then he and Louie looked round them. They saw a gaunt, high room, lit on one side by a huge studio window, over which various tattered blinds were drawn. A floor of bare boards, with a few rags of carpet here and there. In the middle, a table covered with painter's apparatus of different kinds, palettes, paints, rags, tint pots, and thrown down amongst them some stale crusts of bread. A large easel, with a number of old and dirty canvases piled upon it. 2 chairs, one of them without the usual complement of legs. A few etchings and oil sketches and fragments of coloured stuffs pinned against the wall in wild confusion. And, spread out casually behind the easel, an iron folding bedstead, without either mattress or bedclothes. In the middle of the floor stood a smeared kettle on a spirit stove, and a few odds and ends of glass and china were on the mantelpiece, together with a paraffin lamp. Every article in the room was thick with dust. When she had, more or less, ascertained these attractive details, Louis stood still in the middle of Monsieur Dubois' appointment. "What did he tell us all those lies for?" she said to David fiercely. For in the very last communication received from him, Dubois had described himself as having made all necessary preparations, et pour la toilette et pour le manger. He had also asked for the rent in advance, which David, with some demur, had paid. "Here's something," cried David, and turning a handle in the wall, he pulled a flimsy door open and disclosed what seemed a cupboard. The cupboard, however, contained a bed, some bedding, blankets, and washing arrangements, and David joyously announced his discoveries. Louis took no notice of him. She was tired, angry, disgusted. The illusion of Paris was for the moment all gone. She sat herself down on one of the 2 chairs, and taking off her hat, she threw it from her onto the belittered table with a passionate gesture. The French girl had so far stood just outside, leaning against the doorway, and looking on with unabashed amusement while they made their inspection. Now, however, as Louis uncovered, the spectator at the door made a little quick sound, and then ran forward. "Mais mon Dieu, how handsome you are!" she said with a whimsical eagerness, stopping short in front of Louis and driving her little hands deep into the pockets of her jacket. "What a head! What eyes! Why didn't I see you before? You must sit to me. You must. You will, won't you? I will pay anything you like. You shan't be dull. Somebody shall come and amuse you. Voyons, monsieur," she called imperiously. David came up. She stood up with one hand on the table, leaning her light weight backward, looking at them with all her eyes, the very embodiment of masterful caprice. "Both of them," she said under her breath. "Superbe! Monsieur, look here. You and mademoiselle are tired. There is nothing in these rooms. Dubois is a scamp without a sou. He does no work, and he gambles on the bourse. Everything he had he has sold by degrees. If he has gone to Brussels now to work honestly, it is for the first time in his life. He lives on the hope of getting money out of an uncle in England. That I know, for he boasts of it to everybody. It is just like him to play a practical joke on strangers. No doubt you have paid him already, n'est-ce pas?" "I thought as much." "Well, never mind. My rooms are next door. I am Elise Delaunay. I work in Taran's atelier. I am an artist, pure and simple, and I live to please myself and nobody else. But I have a chair or two, and the woman downstairs looks after me because I make it worth her while. Come with me. I will give you some supper, and I will lend you a rug and a pillow for that bed. Then tomorrow you can decide what to do." David protested, stammering and smiling, but he flushed a rosy red, and there was no real resistance in him. He explained the invitation to Louis, who had been looking helplessly from one to the other, and she at once accepted it. She understood perfectly that the French girl admired her. Her face relaxed its frown. She nodded to the stranger with a sort of proud yielding, and then let herself be taken by the arm and led once more along the corridor. Elise Delaunay unlocked her own door. "Bien," she said, putting her head in first. "Mélichard has earned her money. Now go in, and see if I don't give you some supper. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 2. She pushed them in and shut the door behind them. They looked round them in amazement. Here was an atelier precisely corresponding in size and outlook to Dubois, but to their tired eyes the change was one from squalor to fairyland. The room was not in fact luxurious at all, but there was a Persian rug or two on the polished floor, there was a wood fire burning on the hearth, and close to it there was a low sofa or divan covered with pieces of old stuffs, and flanked by a table whereon stood a little meal, a roll, some cut ham, part of a flat fruit tart from the pâtissier next door, a coffee pot, and a spirit kettle ready for lighting. There were 2 easels in the room. One was laden with sketches and photographs, the other carried a half-finished picture of a mosque interior in Oran, a rich splash of colour making a centre for all the rest. Everywhere, indeed, on the walls, on the floor, or standing on the chairs, were studies of Algeria, done with an ostentatiously bold and rapid hand. On the mantelpiece was a small reproduction in terracotta of one of Dalou's early statues, a peasant woman in a long cloak straining her homely baby to her breast, true and passionate. Books lay about, and in a corner was a piano, open, with a confusion of tattered music upon it. And everywhere, as it seemed to Louis, were shoes, the daintiest and most fantastic shoes imaginable, Turkish shoes, pompadour shoes, old shoes and new shoes, shoes with heels and shoes without, shoes lined with fur, and shoes blown together, as one might think, out of cardboard and ribbons. The English girl's eyes fastened upon them at once. "Ah, you think my shoes pretty?" said the hostess, speaking a few words of English. "C'est mon dada, voyez-vous, ma collection. Tenez, I cannot say that in English, monsieur. Explain to your sister. My shoes are my passion, next to my foot. I am not pretty, but my foot is ravishing. Talon modelled it for his salon. That turned my head. Sit down, mademoiselle. We will find some plates." She pushed Louis into a corner of the divan, and then she went over to a cupboard standing against the wall, and beckoned to David. "Take the plates, and this potted meat. Now for the petit vin my doctor cousin brought me last week from the family estate. I have stowed it away somewhere. Ah, here it is. We are from the Gironde, at least my mother was. My father was nobody, bourgeois from tip to toe, though he called himself an artist. It was a mésalliance for her when she married him. Oh, he led her life. She died when I was small, and last year he died, 11 months ago. I did my best to cry. Impossible. He had made maman and me cry too much. And now I am perfectly alone in the world, and perfectly well behaved. Monsieur Proudhon may talk. I snap my finger at him. You will have your ideas, of course. No matter. If you eat my salt, you will hardly be able to speak ill of me." "Mademoiselle," cried David, inwardly cursing his shyness, a shyness new to him, and his complete apparent lack of anything to say, or the means of saying it. "Oh, don't protest. After that journey you can't afford to waste your breath. Move a little, monsieur. Let me open the other door of the cupboard. There are some chocolates worth eating on that back shelf. Do you admire my armoire? It is all Breton. It belonged to my grandmother, who was from Morbihan. She brought her linen in it. It is cherry wood, you see, mounted in silver. You may search Paris for another like it. Look at the flower work on the panels. It is not banal at all. It has character. There is real design in it. Now take the chocolates and these sardines. Put these down over there. As for me, I make the coffee." She ran over to the spirit lamp and set it going. She measured out the coffee. Then, sitting down on the floor, she took the bellows and blew up the logs. "Tell me your name, monsieur," she said suddenly, looking round. David gave it in full, his own name and Louis's. Then he walked up to her, making an effort to be at his ease, and said something about their French descent. His mode of speaking was slow and bookish, correct but wanting in life. After this year's devotion to French books, after all his compositions with Barbier, he had supposed himself so familiar with French. With a woman from the Loge, indeed, he could have talked at large, had she been conversational instead of rude. But here, with this little glancing creature, he felt himself plunged in a perfect quagmire of ignorance and stupidity. When he spoke of being half French, she became suddenly grave, and studied him with an intent, piercing look. "No," she said slowly. "No, at bottom you are not French a bit. You are all English. I feel it. I should fight you, en entrance. Grieve! What a strange name! It's a bird's name. You're not like it. You do not belong to it. But David! Ah, that is better. Voyons!" She sprang up, ran over to the furthest easel, and rooting about among its disorder of prints and photographs, she hit upon one which she held up triumphantly. "There, monsieur, there is your prototype. That is David, the young David, scourge of the Philistine. You are bigger and broader. I would rather fight him than you. But it is like you all the same. Take it." And she held out to him a photograph of the Donatello David at Florence, the divine young hero in his shepherd's hat, fresh from the slaying of the oppressor. He looked at it, red and wondering, then shook his head. "What is it? Who made it, mademoiselle?" "Donatello. Oh, I never saw it. I was never in Italy, but a friend gave it me. It is like you, I tell you. But what use is that? You are English. Yes, you are, in spite of your mother. It is very well to be called David. You may be Goliath all the time." Her tone had grown hard and dry, insulting almost. Her look sent him a challenge. He stared at her dumbfounded. All the self-confidence with which he had hitherto governed his own world had deserted him. He was like a tongue-tied child in her hands. She enjoyed her mastery and his discomfiture. Her look changed and melted in an instant. "I am rude," she said, "and you can't answer me back. Not yet, for a day or two. Pardon. Monsieur David, mademoiselle, will you come to supper?" She put chairs and waved them to their places with the joyous animation of a child, waiting on them, fetching this and that, with the quickest, most graceful motions. She brought from the armoire some fine white napkins, and now she produced a glass or two, and made her guests provide themselves with the red wine, which neither had ever tasted before, and over which Louis made an involuntary face. Then she began to chatter and to eat, both as fast as possible, now laughing at her own English or at David's French, and now laying down her knife and fork that she might look at Louis with an intent, professional look, which contrasted oddly with the wild freedom of her talk and movements. Suddenly she took up a wine-glass and held it out to David with a piteous, childish gesture. "Fill it, monsieur, and then drink. Drink to my good luck. I wish for something with my life, my soul. But there are people who hate me, who would delight to see me crushed. And it will be 3 weeks, 3 long, long weeks almost, before I know." She was very pale. The tears had sprung to her eyes, and the hand holding the glass trembled. David flushed and frowned in the vain desire to understand her. "What am I to do?" he said, taking the glass mechanically, but making no use of it. "Drink, drink to my success. I have 2 pitchers, monsieur, in the salon. You know what that means? The same as your académie? Parfaitement. Ah, you understand. One is well hung, on the line. The other has been shamefully treated, but shamefully. And all the world knows why. I have some enemies on the jury, and they delight in a mean triumph over me, a triumph which is a scandal. But I have friends, too, good friends, and in 3 weeks the rewards will be voted. You understand? The medals and the mention honorable. As for a medal, no, I'm only 2 years in the atelier. I am not unreasonable. But a mention, ah, Monsieur David, if they don't give it to me, I shall be very miserable." Her voice had gone through a whole gamut of emotion in this speech. Pride, elation, hope, anger, offended dignity, sinking finally to the plaintive note of a child asking for consolation. Unluckily, David had followed her. His French novels had brought him across the salon and the jury system, and Barbier had told him tales. His courage rose. He poured the wine into the glass with a quick, uncertain hand, and raised it to his lips. "À la gloire de mademoiselle!" he cried, tossing it down with a gesture almost as free and vivid as her own. Her eye followed him with excitement, taking every detail of the action, the masculine breadth of chest, the beauty of the dark head and short upper lip. "Very good, she said, clapping her small hands. "You did that admirably. You improve. N'est-ce pas, mademoiselle?" But Louis only stared blankly and somewhat haughtily in return. She was beginning to be tired of her silent role and of the sort of subordination it implied. The French girl seemed to divine it, and her. "She does not like me,"
she said, with a kind of wonder under her breath, so that David did not catch the words. "The other is quite different." Then, springing up, she searched in the pockets of her jacket for something, lips pursed, brows knitted, as though the quest were important. "Where are my cigarettes?" she demanded sharply. "Ah, here they are. Mademoiselle, monsieur?" Louie laughed rudely, pushing them back without a word. But then she got up and began boldly to look about her. The shoes attracted her, and some Algerian scarves and burnous that were lying on a distant chair. She went to turn them over. Mademoiselle Delaunay looked after her for a moment, with the same critical attention as before. Then, with a shrug, she threw herself into a corner of the divan, drawing about her a bit of old embroidered stuff which lay there. It was so flung, however, as to leave one dainty foot in an embroidered silk stocking visible beyond it. The tone of the stocking was repeated in the bunch of violets at her neck, and the purples of the flowers told with charming effect against her white skin and the pale fawn colour of her dress and hair. David watched her with intoxication. She could hardly be taller than most children of 14, but her proportions were so small and delicate that her height, whatever it was, seemed to him the perfect height for a woman. She handled her cigarette with mannish airs. Unless it were some old harridan at a collier's cottage, he had never seen a woman smoke before, and certainly he had never guessed it could become her so well. Not pretty. He was in no mood to dissect the pale, irregular face with its subtleties of line and expression. But as she sat there, smoking and chatting, she was to him the realization, the climax of his dream of Paris. All the lightness and grace of that dream, the strangeness, the thrill of it, seemed to have passed into her. "Will you stay in those rooms?" she inquired, slowly blowing away the curls of smoke in front of her. David replied that he could not yet decide. He looked as he felt, in a difficulty. "Oh, you will do well enough there. But your sister, Dene, there is a family on the floor below, an artist and his wife. I've known them take pensionnaires. They are not the most distinguished persons in the world. Mes enfants, it is not for long. Your sister might do worse than board with them." David thanked her eagerly. He would make all inquiries. He had in his pocket a note of introduction from Dubois to Madame Servin, and another, he believed, to the gentleman on the ground floor, to Monsieur Montjoy, the sculptor. "Ah, Monsieur Montjoy!" Her brow went up, her grey eyes flashed. As for her tone, it was half amused, half contemptuous. She began to speak, moved restlessly, then apparently thought better of it. "After all," she said in a rapid undertone, "qu'est-ce que cela me fait? Allons, why did you come here at all, instead of to an hotel for so short a time?" He explained as well as he was able. "You wanted to see something of French life and French artists or writers?" she repeated slowly. "And you come with introductions to Xavier Dubois? C'est drôle, ça. Have you studied art?" He laughed. "No, except in books." "What books?" "Novels, George Sand." It was her turn to laugh now. "You are really too amusing. No, monsieur, no, you interest me. I have the best will in the world towards you, but I cannot ask Consuelos and Cleverinos to meet you. Pas possible. I regret." She fell into a silence for a moment, studying him with a merry look. Then she broke out again. "Are you a connoisseur in pictures, monsieur?" He had reddened already under her persiflage. At this he grew redder still. "I have never seen any, mademoiselle," he said, almost piteously, "except once a little exhibition in Manchester." "Nor sculpture?" "No," he said honestly, "nor sculpture." It seemed to him he was being held under a microscope, so keen and pitiless were her laughing eyes. But she left him no time to resent it. "So you are a blank page, monsieur, virgin soil, and you confess it. You interest me extremely. I should even like to teach you a little. I am the most ignorant person in the world. I know nothing about artists in books. Mais je suis artiste, moi, fille d'artiste. I could tell you tales." She threw her graceful head back against the cushion behind her, and smiled again broadly, as though her sense of humour were irresistibly tickled by the situation. Then a whim seized her, and she sat up, grave and eager. "I have drawn since I was 8 years old," she said. "Would you like to hear about it? It is not romantic, not the least in the world, but it is true." And with what seemed to his foreign air a marvellous swiftness and fertility of phrase,
she poured out her story. After her mother died, she had been sent at 8 years old to board at a farm near Rouen by her father, who seemed to have regarded his daughter now as plaything and model, now as an intolerable drag on the freedom of her vicious career. And at the farm the child's gift declared itself. She began with copying the illustrations, the saints and holy families, in a breviary belonging to one of the farm servants. She went on to draw the lambs, the carts, the horses, the farm buildings, on any piece of white wood she could find lit up about the yard, or in a bit of paper saved from a parcel, till at last the old curé took pity upon her and gave her some chalks and a drawing-book. At 14, her father, for a caprice, reclaimed her, and she found herself alone with him in Paris. To judge from the hints she threw out, her life during these next few years had been of roughest and wildest, protected only by her indomitable resolve to learn, to make herself an artist, come what would. "I meant to be famous, and I mean it still," she said, with a passionate emphasis which made David open his eyes. Her father refused to believe in her gift, and was far too self-indulgent and brutal to teach her. But some of his artist friends were kind to her, and taught her intermittently. By the help of some of them she got permission, although under age, to copy in the Louvre, and with hardly any technical knowledge worked there feverishly from morning to night. And at last Taran, the great Taran, from whose atelier so many considerable artists have gone out to the conquest of the public, Taran had seen some of her drawings, heard her story, and generously taken her as a pupil. Then emulation took hold of her, the fierce desire to be first in all the competitions of the atelier. David had the greatest difficulty in following her rapid speech, with its slang, its technical idioms, its extravagance and variety, but he made out that she had been for a long time deficient in sound training, and that her rivals at the atelier had again and again beaten her easily, in spite of her gift, because of her weakness in the grammar of her art. And whenever they beat me, I could have killed my conquerors, and whenever I beat them, I despised my judges and wanted to give the prize away. It's not my fault. Je suis fait comme ça, voilà. I am as vain as a peacock, yet when people admire anything I do, I think them fools, fools. I am jealous and proud and absurd, so they all say. Yet a word, a look from a real artist, from one of the great men who know, can break me, make me cry. Demêlez ça, monsieur, si vous pouvez. She stopped, out of breath. Their eyes were on each other. The fascination, the absorption expressed in the Englishman's look, startled her. She hurriedly turned away, took up her cigarette again, and nestled into the cushion. He vainly tried to clothe some of the quick comments running through his mind in adequate French, could find nothing but the most commonplace phrases, stammered out a few, and then blushed afresh. In her pity for him, she took up her story again. After her father's sudden death, the shelter, such as it was, of his name and companionship was withdrawn. What was she to do? It turned out that she possessed a small rente which had belonged to her mother, and which her father had never been able to squander. 2 relations from her mother's country near Bordeaux turned up to claim her, a country doctor and his sister, middle-aged, devout, to her wild eyes at least, altogether forbidding. They made too much of their self-sacrifice in taking me to live with them, she said with her little ringing laugh. I said to them, My good uncle and aunt, it is too much. No one could have the right to lay such a burden upon you. Go home and forget me. I am incorrigible. I am an artist. I mean to live by myself and work for myself. I am sure to go to the bad. Good morning. They went home and told the rest of my mother's people that I was insane, but they could not keep my money from me. It is just enough for me. Besides, I shall be selling soon. Certainly I shall be selling. I have had 2 or 3 inquiries already about one of the exhibits in the salon. Now then, talk, Monsieur David. And she emphasized the words by a little frown. It is your turn. And gradually, by skill and patience, she made him talk, made him give her back some of her confidences. It seemed to amuse her greatly that he should be a bookseller. She knew no booksellers in Paris. She could assure him they were all pure bourgeois, and there was not one of them who could be likened to Donatello's David. Manchester she had scarcely heard of. She shook her fair head over it. But when he told her of his French reading, when he waxed eloquent about Rousseau and George Sand, then her mirth became uncontrollable. You came to France to talk of Rousseau and George Sand? she asked him with dancing eyes. Mon Dieu, what do you take us for?" This time his vanity was hurt. He asked her to tell him what she meant, why she laughed at him. "I will do better than that," she said. "I will get some friend of mine to take you tomorrow to Les Trois Rats." "What is Les Trois Rats?" he asked, half wounded and half mystified. "Les Trois Rats, monsieur, is an artist's cafe. It is famous. It is characteristic. If you are in search of local colour, you must certainly go there. When you come back, you will have some fresh ideas, I promise you." He asked if ladies also went there. "Some do. I don't. Conventions mean nothing to me, as you perceive, or I should have a companion here to play propriety. But like you, perhaps I am romantic. I believe in the grand style. I have ideas as to how men should treat me. I can read Octave Fourier. I have a terrible weakness for those cavaliers of his, and garbage makes me ill, so I avoid the Trois Rats." She fell silent, resting a little chin on her hand. Then, with a sudden sly smile, she bent forward and looked him in the eyes. "Are you pious, monsieur, like all the English? There is some religion left in your country, isn't there?" "Yes, certainly," he admitted. "There was a good deal." Then, hesitating, he described his own early reading of Voltaire, watching its effect upon her, afraid lest here too he should say something fatuous behind the time, as he seemed to have been doing all through. "Voltaire?" She shrugged her little shoulders. "Voltaire to me is just an old perruque, a prating philanthropical person who talked about le bon Dieu, and wrote just what every bourgeois can understand. If he had had his will and swept away the clergy and the church, how many fine subjects we artists should have lost!" He sat helplessly staring at her. She enjoyed his perplexity a minute. Then she returned to the charge. "Well, my credo is very short. Its first article is art, and its second is art, and its third is art." Her words excited her. The delicate colour flushed into her cheek. She flung her head back and looked straight before her with half-shut eyes. "Yes, I believe in art, and expression, and colour, and le vrai. Velasquez is my god, and he has too many prophets to mention. I was devout once for 3 months. Since then I've never had as much faith of the church sort as would lie on a 10-sou piece. But," with a sudden whimsical change of voice, "I am as credulous as a Breton fisherman, and as superstitious as a gypsy. Wait and see. Will you look at my pictures?" She sprang up and showed her sketches. She had been a winter in Algiers, and had there and in Spain taken a passion for the East, for its colour, its mystery, its suggestions of cruelty and passion. She chatted away, explaining, laughing, haranguing, and David followed her submissively from thing to thing, dumb with the interest and curiosity of this new world and language of the artist. Louie, meanwhile, who after the refreshment of supper had been forgetting both her fatigue and the other two in the entertainment provided her by the shoes and the oriental dresses, had now found a little inlaid coffer on a distant table, full of Algerian trinkets, and was examining them. Suddenly a loud crash was heard from her neighbourhood. Elise Delaunay stood still. Her quick speech died on her lips. She made one bound forwards to Louis. Then, with a cry, she turned deathly pale, tottered, and would have fallen, but that David ran to her. "The glass is broken," she said, or rather gasped. "She has broken it. That old Venetian glass of Maman. Oh, my pictures, my pictures! How can I undo it? Je suis perdu. Oh, go, 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 both of you! Leave me alone! Why did I ever see you?" She was beside herself with rage and terror. She laid hold of Louis, who stood in sullen awkwardness and dismay, and pushed her to the door so suddenly and so violently that the stronger, taller girl yielded without an attempt at resistance. Then, holding the door open, she beckoned imperiously to David, while the tears streamed down her cheeks. "Adieu, monsieur. Say nothing. There is nothing to be said. Go." He went out, bewildered, and the two, in their amazement, walked mechanically to their own door. "She's mad," said Louis, her eyes blazing, when they paused and looked at each other. "She must be mad. What did she say?" "What happened?" was all he could reply. "I threw down that old glass. It wasn't my fault. I didn't see it. It was standing on the floor against a chair. I moved the chair back just a trifle, and it fell. Shabby old thing. I could have paid for another easily. Well, I'm not going there again to be treated like that." The girl was furious. All that chafed sense of exclusion and slighted importance which had grown upon her during David's tete-a-tete with this strange hostess came to violent expression in her resentment. She opened the door of their room, saying that whatever he might do, she was going to bed, and to sleep somewhere if it was on the floor. David made a melancholy light in the squalid room, and Louie went about her preparations in angry silence. When she had withdrawn into the little cupboard room, saying carelessly that she supposed he could manage with one of the bags and his greatcoat, he sat down on the bare iron bedstead, and recognized with a start that he was quivering all over, with fatigue or excitement. His chief feeling, perhaps, was one of utter discomfiture, flatness, and humiliation. He had sat there in the dark without moving for some minutes, when his ear caught a low, uncertain tapping at the door. His heart leapt. He sprang up and turned to the key in an instant. There, on the landing, stood Elise Delaunay, her arms filled with what looked like a black bearskin rug, her small tremulous face and tear-wet eyes raised to hers. "Pardon, monsieur," she said hurriedly. "I told you I was superstitious. Well, now you see. Will you take this rug? One can sleep anywhere with it, though it is so old. And has your sister what she wants? Can I do anything for her? No? Law, I must talk to you about her in the morning. I've some more things in my head to say. Pardon, et bonsoir." She pushed the rug into his hands. He was so moved that he let it drop on the floor unheeding, and as she looked at him, half audacious, half afraid, she saw a painful struggle, as of some strange new birth, pass across his dark young face. They stood so a moment, looking at each other. Then he made a quick step forward with some inarticulate words. In an instant she was halfway along the corridor, and, turning back so that her fair hair and smiling eyes caught the light she held, she said to him with the queenliest gesture of dismissal, "Au revoir, Monsieur David. Sleep well." End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 3. David woke early from a restless sleep. He sprang up and dressed. Never had the May sun shone so brightly. Never had life looked more alluring. In the first place, he took care to profit by the hints of the night before. He ran down to make friends with Madame Medichat, a process which was accomplished without much difficulty as soon as a franc or two had passed, and arrangements made for the passing of a few more. She was to take charge of the appartement and provide them with their morning coffee and bread, and upon this her grim countenance cleared. She condescended to spend a quarter of an hour gossiping with the Englishman, and she promised to stand as a buffer between him and Dubois' irate landlord. "A job of work at Brussels, you say, monsieur? Bien, I will tell the proprietor. He won't believe it. Monsieur Dubois tells too many lies, but perhaps it will keep him quiet. He will think of the return, of the money in the pocket. He will bid me inform him the very moment Monsieur Dubois shows his nose, that he may descend upon him, and so you will be let alone." He mounted the stairs again, and stood a moment looking along the passage with a quickening pulse. There was a sound of low singing, as of one crooning over some occupation. It must be she. Then she had recovered her trouble of the night before, her strange trouble. Yet he dimly remembered that in the farmhouses of the Peak also the breaking of a looking-glass had been held to be unlucky, and of course in interpreting the omen she had thought of her pictures and the jury. How could he see her again? Suddenly it occurred to him that she had spoken of taking a holiday since the salon opened, a holiday which for her meant copying in the Louvre. And where else, pray, does the tourist naturally go on the first morning of a visit to Paris? The young fellow went back into his room with a radiant face, and spent some minutes, as Louis had not yet appeared, in elaborating his toilette. The small cracked glass above the mantelpiece was not flattering, and David was almost for the first time anxious about and attentive to what he saw there. Yet on the whole he was pleased with his short serge coat and his new tie. He thought they gave him something of a student air, and would not disgrace even her should she deign to be seen in his company. As he laid his brush down, he looked at his own brown hand, and remembered hers with a kind of wonder, so small and white, the wrist so delicately rounded. When Louis emerged, she was not in a good temper. She declared that she had hardly slept a wink, that the bed was not fit to sleep on, that the cupboard was alive with mice, and smelt intolerably. David first endeavoured to appease her with the coffee and rolls which had just arrived, and then he broached the plan of sending her to board with a servant whom Mademoiselle Delaunay had suggested. What did she think? It would cost more, perhaps, but he could afford it. On their way out he would deliver the 2 notes of introduction, and no doubt they could settle it directly, if she liked. Louis yawned, put up objections, and refused to see anything in a promising light. Paris was horrid, and the man who had let them the rooms ought to be had up. As for people who couldn't talk any English, she hated the sight of them. The remark from an Englishwoman in France had its humour, but David could not see that point of it. He flushed hotly, and with difficulty held an angry tongue. However, he was possessed with an inward dread, the dread of the idealist who sees his pleasure as a beautiful whole, lest they should so quarrel as to spoil the visit and the new experience. Under this curb he controlled himself, and presently, with more savoir-vivre than he was conscious of, proposed that she should go out and see the shops. Louis, at the mere mention of shops, passed into another mood. After she had spent some time on dressing, they sallied forth, David delivering his notes on the way down. Both noticed that the house was squalid and ill-kept, but apparently full of inhabitants. David surmised that they were for the most part struggling persons of small means and extremely various occupations. There were 3 ateliers in the building, the 2 on their own top floor, and Monsieur Mountjoy's, which was apparently built out at the back of the ground floor. The first floor was occupied by a dressmaker, the proprietaire's best tenant, according to Madame Mélichat. Above her was a clerk in the Ministry of the Interior, with his wife and 2 or 3 children. Above them again the servant and a couple of commercial travellers, and so on. The street outside, in its general aspect, suggested the same small, hard-pressed professional life. It was narrow and dull. It mounted abruptly towards the hill of Montmartre with its fort and cemetery, and but for the height of the houses, which is in itself a dignified architectural feature, would have been no more inspiring than a street in London. A few steps, however, brought them on to the Boulevard Montmartre, and then, taking the Rue Lafitte, they emerged upon the Boulevard des Italiens. Louis looked round her, to this side and that, paused for a moment, bewildered as it were by the general movement and gaiety of the scene. Then a lingerie shop caught her eye, and she made for it. Soon the last cloud had cleared from the girl's brow. She gave herself with ecstasy to the shops, to the people. What jewellery, what dresses, what delicate cobwebs of lace and ribbon, what miracles of colour in the florists' windows, what suggestions of wealth and of lavishness everywhere! Here, in this world of costly contrivance, of an eager and inventive luxury, Louis Severet's daughter felt herself at last at home. She had never set foot in it before, yet already it was familiar, and she was part of it. Yes, she was as well dressed as anybody, she concluded, except perhaps the ladies in the closed carriages whose dress could only be guessed at. As for good looks, there did not seem to be much of them in Paris. She called the Frenchwomen downright plain. They knew how to put on their clothes. There was style about them, she did not deny that. But she was prepared to maintain that there was hardly a decent face among them. Such air, and such a sky! The trees were rushing into leaf. Summer dresses were to be seen everywhere. The shops had swung out their awnings, and the day promised a summer heat still tempered by a fresh spring breeze. For a time David was content to lounge along, stopping when his companion did, lost as she was in the enchantment and novelty of the scene, drinking in Paris, as it were, at great gulps, saying to himself that they were the Opera directly, then the Théâtre Français, the Louvre, the Tuileries, the Place de la Concorde. Every book that had ever passed through his hands, containing illustrations and descriptions of Paris, he had read with avidity. He too, like Louis, though in a different way, was at home in these streets, and hardly needed to look at the map he carried to find his way. Presently, when he could escape from Louis, he would go and explore to his heart's content, see all that the tourist sees, and then penetrate further, and judge for himself as to those sweeping and iconoclastic changes which, for its own tyrant's purposes, the Empire had been making in the older city. As he thought of the Emperor and the government, his gorge rose within him. Barbier's talk had insensibly determined all his ideas of the imperial regime. How much longer would France suffer the villainous gang who ruled her? He began an inward declamation in the manner of Hugo, exciting himself as he walked, while all the time it was the spring of 1870 which was swelling and expanding in the veins and branches of the plane trees above him. May was hurrying on, and Worth lay 3 short months ahead. Then suddenly, into the midst of his political musings and his traveller's ardour, the mind thrust forward a disturbing image, the figure of a little fair-haired artist. He looked round impatiently. Louie's loiterings began to chafe him. "Come along, do," he called to her, waking up to the time. "We shall never get there." "Where?" she demanded. "Why, to the Louvre." "What's there to see there?" "It's a great palace. The kings of France used to live there once. Now they've put pictures and statues into it. You must see it, Louis. Everybody does. Come along." "I'll not hurry," she said perversely. "I don't care that about silly old pictures." And she went back to her shop-gazing. David felt for a moment precisely as he had been used to feel in the old days on the Scout, when he tried to civilize her on the question of books. And now, as then, he had to wrestle with her, using the kind of arguments he felt might have a chance with her. At last she sulkily gave way, and let him lead on at a quick pace. In the Rue Saint-Honoré, indeed, she was once more almost unmanageable, but at last they were safely on the stairs of the Louvre, and David's brow smoothed, his eyes shone again. He mounted the interminable steps with such gaiety and eagerness that Louis's attention was drawn to him. "Whatever do you go at that pace for?" she said crossly. "It's enough to kill anybody going up this kind of thing." "It isn't as bad as the downfall," said David, laughing, "and I've seen you get up that fast enough. Come, catch hold of my umbrella, and I'll drag you up." Louis reached the top, out of breath, turned into the first room to the right, and looked scornfully round her. "Well, I never!" she ejaculated. "What's the good of this?" Meanwhile David shot on ahead, beckoning to her to follow. She, however, would take her own pace, and walked sulkily along, looking at the people who were not numerous enough to please her, and only regaining a certain degree of serenity when she perceived that here, as elsewhere, people turned to stare after her. David, meanwhile, threw wondering glances at the great Veronese, at Raphael's Archangel, at the towering Van Dyck, at the Virgin of the Rocks. But he passed them by quickly. Was she here? Could he find her in this wilderness of rooms? His spirits wavered between delicious expectancy and the fear of disappointment. The gallery seemed to him full of copyists, young and old, beardless rapins laughing and chatting with fresh maidens, old men sitting crouched on high seats with vast canvases before them, or women, middle-aged and plain, with knitted shawls round their shoulders, at work upon the radiant Gros and Lancret. But that pale, golden head, nowhere. At last! He hurried forward, and there, in front of a Velasquez, he found her, in the company of 2 young men, who were leaning over the back of her chair, criticizing the picture on her easel. "Ah, Monsieur David!" She took up the brush she held with her teeth for a moment, and carelessly held him out 2 fingers of her right hand. "Monsieur, make a diversion. Tell the truth. These gentlemen here have been making a fool of me." And throwing herself back with a little laughing, coquettish gesture, she made room for him to look. "Ah, but I forgot. Let me present you. Monsieur Alphonse, this is an Englishman. He is new to Paris, and he is an acquaintance of mine. You are not to play any joke upon him. Monsieur Lénard, this gentleman wishes to be made acquainted with art. You will undertake his education. You will take him tonight to Les Trois Rats. I promised for you." She threw a merry look at the elder of her 2 attendants, who ceremoniously took off his hat to David and made a polite speech, in which the word enchante recurred. He was a dark man, with a short black beard and full, restless eye, some 10 years older, apparently, than the other, who was a daredevil boy of 20. "Allons, tell me what you think of my picture, Monsieur David." The 3 waited for the answer, not without malice. David looked at it, perplexed. It was a copy of the black and white Infanta, with the pink rosettes, which, like everything else that France possesses from the hand of Velasquez, is to the French artist of to-day among the sacred things, the flags and battle-cries of his art. Its strangeness, its unlikeness to anything of the picture kind that his untrained provincial eyes had ever lit upon, tied his tongue. Yet he struggled with himself. "Mademoiselle, I cannot explain. I cannot find the words. It seems to me ugly. The child is not pretty, nor the dress, but—" He stared at the picture, fascinated, unable to express himself, and blushing under the shame of his incapacity.
The other three watched him curiously. "Taran should get hold of him," the elder artist murmured to his companion, with an imperceptible nod towards the Englishman. "The models lately have been too common. There was a rebellion yesterday in the Atelier des Femmes. One and all declared the model was not worth drawing, and one and all left." "Minxes," said the other coolly, a twinkle in his wild eye. "Taran will have to put his foot down. There are one or two demons among them. One should make them know their place." Lenin threw back his head and laughed, a great frank laugh which broke up the ordinary discontent of the face agreeably. The speaker, Monsieur Alphonse Duchâtel, had been already turned out of 2 ateliers for a series of the most atrocious charges on record. He was now with Taran on trial, the authorities keeping a vigilant eye on him. Meanwhile, Elise, still leaning back with her eye on her picture, was talking fast to David, who hung over her, absorbed. She was explaining to him some of the Infanta's qualities, pointing to this and that with her brush, talking a bright, untranslatable artist's language which dazzled him, filled him with an exciting medley of new impressions and ideas, while all the time his quick sense responded with a delightful warmth and eagerness to the personality beside him. Child, prophetess, egotist, all in one, noticing each characteristic detail, the drooping, melancholy trick of the eyes, the nervous delicacy of the small hand holding the brush. "David, David, I'm tired of this, I tell you. I'm not going to stay, so I thought I'd come and tell you. Goodbye." He turned abruptly and saw Louie standing defiantly a few paces behind him. "What do you want, Louie?" he said impatiently, going up to her. It was no longer the same man, the same voice. "I want to go. I hate this." "I'm not ready, and you can't go by yourself. Do you see?" in an undertone. "This is Mademoiselle Delaunay." "That doesn't matter," she said sulkily, making no movement. "If you ain't going, I am." By this time, however, Elise, as well as the two artists, had perceived Louis's advent. She got up from her seat with a slight sarcastic smile, and held out her hand. "Bonjour, mademoiselle. You forgave me for that I did last night? I ask your pardon. Oh, de tout mon cœur." Even Louis perceived that the tone was enigmatical. She gave an inward gulp of envy, however, excited by the cut of the French girl's black and white cotton. Then she dropped Elise's hand and moved away. "Louis!" cried David, pursuing her in despair. "Now just wait half an hour, there's a good girl, while I look at a few things, and then afterwards I'll take you to the street where all the best shops are, and you'd look at them as much as you like." Louis stood irresolute. "What is it?" said Elise to him in French. "Your sister wants to go? Why, you've only just come." "She finds it dull looking at pictures," said David, with an angry brow, controlling himself with difficulty. "She must have the shops." Elise shrugged her shoulders, and turning her head, said a few quick words that David did not follow to the two men behind her. They all laughed. The artists, however, were both much absorbed in Louis's appearance, and could not apparently take their eyes off her. "Ah!" said Elise suddenly. She recognized someone at a distance to whom she nodded. Then she turned and looked at the English girl, laughed, and caught her by the wrist. "Monsieur David, here are Monsieur and Madame Urvin. Have you thought of sending your sister to them? If so, I will present you. Why not? They would amuse her. Madame Servin would take her to all the shops, to the races, to the bois. Que sais-je?" All the while she was looking from one to the other. David's face cleared. He thought he saw a way out of this impasse. "Louis, come here a moment. I want to speak to you." And he carried her off a few yards, while the Servins came up and greeted the group round the Infanta. A powerfully built, thick-set man in a grey suit, who had been walking with them, fell back as they joined Elise Delaunay, and began to examine a pièce de Hogue with minuteness. Meanwhile David wrestled with his sister. She had much better let Mademoiselle Delaunay arrange with these people. Then Madame Servin would take her wherever she wanted to go. He would make a bargain to that effect. As for him, he must and would see Paris, pictures, churches, public buildings. If the Louvre bored her, everything would bore her, and it was impossible either that he should spend his time at her apron-string, flattening his nose against the shop windows, or that she should go about alone. He was not going to have her taken for a bad lot and treated accordingly, he told her frankly, with an imperious tightening of all his young frame. He discovered some time since that it was necessary to be plain with Louis. She hated to be disposed of on any occasion, except by her own will and initiative,
and she still made difficulties for the sake of making them, till he grew desperate. Then, when she had pushed his patience to the last point, she gave way. "You tell her she's to do as I want her," she said threateningly. "I won't stay if she doesn't, and I'll not have her paid too much." David led her back to the rest. "My sister consents. Arrange it if you can, mademoiselle," he said imploringly to Elise. A series of quick and somewhat noisy colloquies followed, watched with disapproval by the gardien near, who seemed to be once or twice on the point of interfering. Mademoiselle Delaunay opened the matter to Madame Servin, a short, stout woman with no neck and a keen, small eye. Money was her daily and hourly preoccupation, and she could have kissed the hem of Elise Delaunay's dress in gratitude for these free francs thus placed in her way. It was some time now since she had lost her last boarder, and had not been able to obtain another. She took David aside, and while her looks sparkled with covetousness, explained to him volubly all that she would do for Louis, and for how much. And she could talk some English too. Certainly she could. Her education had been excellent, she was thankful to say. "Mon Dieu, qu'elle est belle!" she wound up. "Ah, monsieur, you do very right to entrust your sister to me. A young fellow like you? No, that is not convenable. But I will be a dragon. Make your mind quite easy. With me all will go well." Louis stood in an impatient silence while she was being thus talked over, exchanging looks from time to time with the two artists, who had retired a little behind Mademoiselle Delaunay's easel, and from that distance were perfectly competent to let the bold-eyed English girl know what they thought of her charms. At last the bargain was concluded, and the Servins walked away with Louis in charge. They were to take her to a restaurant, then show her the Rue Royale and the Rue de la Paix, and finally, David making no demur whatever about the expense, there was to be an afternoon excursion through the Bois de Longchamp, where some of the May races were being run. As they receded, the man in grey, before the Piètre de Hougue, looked up, smiled, dropped his eyeglass, and resumed his place beside Madame Servin. She made a gesture of introduction, and he bowed across her to the young stranger. For the first time Elise perceived him. A look of annoyance and disgust crossed her face. "Do you see," she said, turning to Lénard, "there is that animal, Montjoy. He did well to keep his distance. What do the Servins want with him?" The others shrugged her shoulders. "They say his Maynard would be magnificent if he could keep sober enough to finish her," said Lénard. "It is his last chance. He will go under altogether if he fails. He is almost done for already." "Ah, what a gift!" said Alphonse, in a lofty tone of critical regret. "He should have been a second Barrier. Ah, la vie parisienne, la maudite vie parisienne!" Again Lénard exploded. "Come and lunch, you idiot," he said, taking the lad's arm. "For whom are you posing?" But before they departed, they inquired of David in the politest way what they could do for him. He was a stranger to Molly, Delaunay's acquaintance. They were at his service. Should they take him somewhere at night? David, in an effusion of gratitude, suggested Les Trois Rats. He desired greatly to see the artist world, he said. Alphonse grinned. An appointment was made for 8 o'clock, and the two friends walked off. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 4. David and Elise Delaunay thus found themselves left alone. She stood a moment irresolutely before her canvas, then sat down again and took up her brushes. "I cannot thank you enough, mademoiselle," the young fellow began shyly, while the hand which held his stick trembled a little. "We could never have arranged that affair for ourselves." She coloured and bent over her canvas. "I don't know why I troubled myself," she said in a curious, irritable way. "Because you are kind," he cried, his charming smile breaking. "Because you took pity on a pair of strangers, like the guardian angel that you are." The effect of the foreign language on him, leading him to a more set and literary form of expression than he would have naturally used, was clearly marked in the little outburst. Elise bit her lip, frowned and fidgeted, and presently looked him straight in the face. "Well, Sir David, warn your sister that that man with the Servins this morning, the man in grey, the sculptor, Monsieur Montjoy, is a disreputable scoundrel that no decent woman should know." David was taken aback. "And Madame Servin?" Elise raised her shoulders. "I don't offer a solution," she said, "but I have warned you." "Monsieur Servin has a somewhat strange appearance," said David, hesitating. And, in fact, while the negotiations had been going on, there had stood beside the talkers a shabby, slouching figure of a man, with longish grizzled hair and a sleepy eye, a strange, remote creature who seemed to take very little notice of what was passing before him. From various indications, however, in the conversation, David had gathered that this looker-on must be the former Prix de Rome. Elise explained that Monsieur Servin was the wreck of a genius. In his youth he had been the chosen pupil of Ingres and Hippolyte Flandrin, had won the Prix de Rome, and after his 3 years in the Villa Medicis had come home to take up what was expected to be a brilliant career. Then for some mysterious reason he had suddenly gone under, disappeared from sight, and the waves of Paris had closed over him. When he reappeared, he was broken in health and married to a retired modiste, upon whose money he was living. He painted bad pictures intermittently, but spent most of his time in hanging about his old haunts, the Louvre, the Salon, the various exhibitions, and the dealers, where he was commonly regarded by the younger artists who were on speaking terms with him as a tragic old bore, with a head of his own worth painting, however, if he could be got to sit, for an augur or a chief priest. "It was Absinthe that did it," said Elise calmly, taking a fresh charge into her brush and working away at the black trimmings of the Infanta's dress. "Every day, about 4, he disappears into the boulevard. Generally, Madame Servin drives him like a sheep, but when 4 o'clock comes, she daren't interfere with him. If she did, he would be unmanageable altogether. So he takes his 2 hours or so, and when he comes back there is not much amiss with him. Sometimes he is excited and talks quite brilliantly about the past. Sometimes he is nervous and depressed, starts at a sound, and storms about the noises in the street. Then she hurries him off to bed, and the next morning he is quite meek again and tries to paint. But his hand shakes, and he can't see, so he gives it up, and calls to her to put on her things. Then they wander about Paris till 4 o'clock comes round again, and he gives her the slip, always with some elaborate pretence or other. Oh, she takes it quietly. Other vices might give her more trouble." The tone conveyed the affectation of a complete knowledge of the world, which saw no reason whatever to be ashamed of itself. The girl was just 20, but she had lived for years, first with a disreputable father, and then in a perpetual camaraderie within the field of art, with men of all sorts and kinds. There are certain feminine blooms which a milieu like this effaces with deadly rapidity. For the first time David was jarred. The idealist in him recoiled. His conscience, too, was roused about Louie. He had handed her over, it seemed, to the custody of a drunkard and his wife, who had immediately thrown her into the company of a man no decent woman ought to know. And Mademoiselle Delaunay had led him into it. The guardian angel speech of a few moments before rang in his ears uncomfortably. Moreover, whatever rebellions his young imagination might harbour, whatever licence in his eyes the great passions might claim, he maintained for months and years past a practical asceticism which had left its mark. The young man who had starved so gaily on 6pence a day that he might read and learn had nothing but impatience and disgust for the glutton and the drunkard. It was a kind of physical repulsion, and the woman's light, indulgent tone seemed for a moment to divide them. Elise looked round. Why this silence in her companion? In an instant she divined him. Perhaps her own conscience was not easy. Why had she meddled in the young Englishman's affairs at all? For a whim, out of a mere good-natured wish to rid him of his troublesome sister? Or because his handsome looks, his naivety, and his eager admiration of herself amused and excited her, and she did not care to be balked of them so soon? At any rate, she found refuge in an outburst of temper. "Ah," she said, after a moment's pause and scrutiny, "I see. You think I might have done better for your sister than sent her to lodge with a drunkard, that I need not have taken so much trouble to give you good advice for that. You repent your little remarks about guardian angels. You are disappointed in me. You distrust me." She turned back to her easel and began to paint with headlong speed, the small hand flashing to and fro, the quick breath rising and falling tempestuously. He was dismayed, afraid, and he began to make excuses both for himself and her. It would be all right. He should be close by, and if there were trouble, he could take his sister away. She let her brushes fall into her lap with an exclamation. "Listen," she said to him, her eyes blazing. Why, he could not for the life of him understand. "There will be no trouble. What I told you means nothing open or disgusting. Your sister will notice nothing unless you tell her. But I was candid with you. I always am. I told you last night that I had no scruples. You thought it was a woman's exaggeration. It was the literal truth. If a man drinks or is vicious, so long as he doesn't hurl the furniture at my head or behave himself offensively to me, what does it matter to me? If he drinks so that he can't paint, and he wants to paint, well, then he seems to me another instance of the charming way in which a kind Providence has arranged this world. I am sorry for him, tout bonnement. If I could give the poor devil a hand out of the mud, I would. If not, well then, no sermons. I take him as I find him. If he annoys me, I call in the police. But as to hiding my face and canting, not at all. That is your English way. It is the way of our bourgeoisie. It is not mine. I don't belong to the respectables. I would sooner kill myself a dozen times over. I can't breathe in their company. I know how to protect myself. None of the men I meet dare to insult me. That is my idiosyncrasy. Everyone has his own. But I have my ideas, and nobody else matters a fig to me. So, now, monsieur, if you regret our forced introduction of last night, let me wish you a good morning. It would be perfectly easy for your sister to find some excuse to leave the Sevres. I can give you the addresses of several cheap hotels where you and she will be extremely comfortable, and where neither I nor Monsieur Servin will annoy you." David stared at her. He had grown very pale. She too was white to the lips. The violence and passion of her speech had exhausted her. Her hands trembled in her lap. A wave of emotion swept through him. Her words were insolently bitter. Why, then, this impression of something wounded and young and struggling, at war with itself and the world, proclaiming loneliness and Sehnsucht, while it flung anger and reproach? He dropped on one knee, hardly knowing what he did. Most of the students about had left their work for a while. No one was in sight but a gardien, whose back was turned to them, and a young man in the remote distance. He picked up a brush she had left to fall, pressed it into her reluctant hand, and laid his forehead against the hand for an instant. "You misunderstand me," he said with a broken, breathless utterance. "You are quite wrong, quite mistaken. There are not such thoughts in me as you think. The world matters nothing to me either. I am alone, too. I've always been alone. You meant everything that was heavenly and kind. You must have meant it. I'm a stupid idiot. But I could be your friend, if you would permit it." He spoke with an extraordinary timidity and slowness. He forgot all his scruples, all pride, everything. As he knelt there, so close to her delicate slimness, to the curls on her white neck, to the quivering lips and great defiant eyes, she seemed to him once more a being of another clay from himself, beyond any criticism his audacity could form. He dared hardly touch her, and in his heart there swelled the first irrevocable wave of young passion. She raised her hand impetuously and began to paint again. But suddenly a tear dropped onto her knee. She brushed it away, and her wild smile broke. "Bah!" she said. "What a scene! What a pair of children! What was it all about? I vow I haven't an idea. You are an excellent farceur, Monsieur David. One can see well that you have read George Sand." He sat down on the little three-legged stool she had brought with her, and held her box open on his knee. In a minute or two they were talking as though nothing had happened. She was giving him a fresh lecture on Velasquez, and he had resumed his role of pupil and listener. But their eyes avoided each other, and once, when in taking a tube from the box he held, her fingers brushed against his hand, she flushed involuntarily and moved her chair a foot further away. "Who is that?" she asked, suddenly looking round the corner of her canvas. "Mon Dieu, Monsieur Regnault! How does he come here? They told me he was a Granada." She sat transfixed, a joyous excitement illuminating every feature. And there, a few yards from them,
examining the Rembrandt Supper at Emmaus with a minute and absorbed attention, was the young man he had noticed in the distance a few minutes before. As Elise spoke, the newcomer apparently heard his name and turned. He put up his eyeglass, smiled, and took off his hat. "Mademoiselle Delaunay, I find you where I left you, at the feet of the master. Always at work. You are indefatigable. Taran tells me great things of you. Ah, he says, if the men would work like the women, I assure you he makes us smart for it. May I look? Good, very good. A great improvement on last year. Stronger, more knowledge in it. That hand wants study, but you will soon put it right. Ah, Velasquez, that a man should be great, one can bear that, but so great. It is an offence to the rest of us mortals. But one cannot realize him out of Madrid. I often sigh for the months I spent copying in the Museo. There is a repose of soul to copying a great master. Don't you find it? One rests from one's own efforts a while. The spirit of the master descends into yours, gently, profoundly. He stood beside her, smiling kindly, his hat and gloves in his hands, perfectly dressed, an air of the great world about his look and bearing, which differentiated him wholly from all other persons whom David had yet seen in Paris. In physique, too, he was totally unlike the ordinary Parisian type. He was a young athlete, vigorous, robust, broad-shouldered, tanned by sun and wind. So subtle, so melancholy, so passionate, revealed the artist and the thinker. Elise was evidently transported by his notice of her. She talked to him eagerly of his pictures in the salon, especially of a certain Salome, which, as David presently gathered, was the sensation of the year. She raved about the qualities of it, the words colour, poignancy, force, recurring in the quick phrases. No one talks of your success now, monsieur. It is another word. C'est la gloire elle-même qui vous parle à l'oreille. As she let fall the most characteristic of all French nouns, a slight tremor passed across the young man's face, but the look which succeeded it was one of melancholy. The blue eyes took a steely hardness. "Or perhaps a lying spirit, mademoiselle. And what matter, so long as everything one does disappoints oneself. What a tyrant is art! Insatiable, adorable! You know it. We serve our king on our knees, and he deals us the most miserly gifts." "It is the service itself repays," she said eagerly, her chest heaving. "True, most true. But what a struggle always! No rest, no content. And there is no other way. One must seek, grope, toil, then produce rapidly, in a flash, throw what you have done behind you, and so on to the next problem, and the next. There is no end to it, there never can be. But you hardly came here this morning, I imagine, mademoiselle, to hear me prate. I wish you good day and good-bye. I came over for a look at the salon, but tomorrow I go back to Spain. I can't breathe now for long away from my son and my south. Adieu, mademoiselle. I am told your prospects, when the voting comes in, are excellent. May the gods inspire the jury." He bowed, smiled, and passed on, carrying his lion head and kingly presence down the gallery, which had now filled up again, and where, so David noticed, person after person turned as he came near, with the same flash of recognition and pleasure he had seen upon Elise's face. A wild jealousy of the young conqueror invaded the English lad. "Who is he?" he asked. Elise, womanlike, divined him in a moment. She gave him a sidelong glance and went back to her painting. "That," she said quietly, "is Henri Regnault. Ah, you know nothing of our painters. I can't make you understand. For me, he is a young god. There is a halo round his head. He has grasped his fame, the fame we poor creatures are all thirsting for. It began last year with the Prim, General Prim on horseback. Oh, magnificent! A passion, an energy. This year it was the Salome. About Gautier, all the world have lost their heads over it. If you go to see it at the Salon, you will have to wait your turn. Crowds go every day for nothing else. Of course, there are murmurs. They say the study of Fortuny has done him harm. Nonsense! People discuss him because he is becoming a master. No one discusses the nonentities. They have no enemies. Then he is sculptor, musician, athlete, well-born besides. All the world is his friend.
but with it all so simple. Bon camarade, even for poor scribblers like me. Je l'adore. So it seems, said David. The girl smiled over her painting, but after a bit she looked up with a seriousness, nay, a bitterness, in her siren's face, which astonished him. It is not amusing to take you in. You are too ignorant. What do you suppose Henri Regnault matters to me? His world is as far above mine as Velasquez's art is above my art. But how can a foreigner understand our shades and grades? Nothing but success, but la gloire, could ever lift me into his world. Then indeed I should be everybody's equal, and it would matter to nobody that I've been a bohemian and a déclassé. She gave a little sigh of excitement and threw her head back to look at her picture. David watched her. I thought, he said ironically, that a few minutes ago you were all for Bohemia. I did not suspect these social ambitions. All women have them. All artists deny them, she said recklessly. There, explain me as you like, Monsieur David, but don't read my riddle too soon, or I shall bore you. Allow me to ask you a question. She laid down her brushes and looked at him with the utmost gravity. His heart beat. He bent forward. Are you ever hungry, Monsieur David? He sprang up, half enraged, half ashamed. Where can we get some food? That is my affair, she said, putting up her brushes. Be humble, monsieur, and take a lesson in Paris. And out they went together, he beside himself with the delight of accompanying her, and proudly carrying her box and satchel. How her little feet slipped in and out of her pretty dress! How, as they stood on the top of the great flight of stairs leading down into the court of the Louvre, the wind from outside blew back the curls from her brow and ruffled the violets in her hat, the black lace about her tiny throat. It was an enchantment to follow and to serve her. She led him through the Tuileries Gardens and the Place de la Concorde in the Champs-Élysées. The fountains leapt in the sun. The river blazed between the great white buildings of its banks. To the left was the gilded dome of the Les Invalides and the mass of the Corps Legislatif, while in front of them rose the long ascent to the Arc de l'Étoile, set in vivid green on either hand. Everywhere was space, glitter, magnificence. The gaiety of Paris entered into the Englishman and took possession. Presently, as they wandered up the Champs-Élysées, they passed a great building to the left. Elise stopped and clasped her hands in front of her with a little nervous, spasmodic gesture. That, she said, is the salon. My fate lies there. When we have had some food, I will take you in to see. She led him a little further up the avenue, then took him aside through cunningly devised labyrinths of green, till they came upon a little cafe-restaurant among the trees, where people sat under an awning, and the wind drove the spray of a little fountain hither and thither among the bushes. It was gay, foreign, romantic, unlike anything David had ever seen in his northern world. He sat down with Barbier's stories running in his head. Mademoiselle Delaunay was George Sand, independent, gifted, on the road to fame like that great déclassé of old, and he was her friend and comrade, a humble soldier, a camp follower, in the great army of letters. Their meal was of the lightest. This descent on the Champs-Élysées had been a freak on Elise's part, who wished to do nothing so banal as take her companion to the Palais Royal. But the restaurant she had chosen, though of a much humbler kind than those which the rich tourist commonly associates with this part of Paris, was still a good deal more expensive than she had rashly supposed. She opened her eyes gravely at the charges, abused herself extravagantly for a lack of savoir-vivre, and both, with one accord, declared it was too hot to eat. But upon such eggs and such green peas as they did allow themselves, a portion of each scrupulously shared, David, at any rate in his traveller's ardour, was prepared to live to the end of the chapter. Afterwards, over the coffee and the cigarettes, Elise taking her part in both, they lingered for one of those hours which make the glamour of youth. Confidences flowed fast between them. His French grew suppler and more docile, answered more truly to the individuality behind it. He told her of his bringing up, of his wandering with the sheep on the mountains, of his reading among the heather, of Laius and his visions, of Hannah's cruelties and Louis's tempers, that same idyll of pleasant life to which Dora had listened months before. But how differently told! Each different listener changes the tale, readjusts the tone. But here also the tale pleased. Elise, for all her leanings towards new schools in art, had the romantic's imagination and the romantic's relish for things foreign and unaccustomed. The English boy and his story seemed to her both charming and original. Her artist's eye followed the lines of the ruffled black head and noted the red-brown of the skin. She felt a wish to draw him, a wish which had entirely vanished in the case of Louie. "Your sister has taken a dislike to me," she said to him once coolly. "And as for me, I am afraid of her. Ah, she broke my glass." She shivered, and a look of anxiety and depression invaded her small face. He guessed that she was thinking of her pictures, and began timidly to speak to her about them. When they returned to the world of art, his fluency left him. He felt crushed beneath the weight of his own ignorance and her accomplishment. "Come and see them," she said, springing up. "I am tired of my Infanta. Let her be a while. Come to the salon, and I will show you Salome. Or are you sick of pictures? What do you want to see? Ça m'est égal. I can always go back to my work." She spoke with a cavalier lightness which teased and piqued him. I wish to go where you go," he said, flushing, "to see what you see." She shook her little head. "No compliments, Monsieur David. We are serious persons, you and I. Well, then, for a couple of hours, soyons camarades." Of those hours, which prolonged themselves indefinitely, David's after-remembrance was somewhat crowded and indistinct. He could never indeed think of Regnau's picture without a shudder, so poignant was the impression it made upon him under the stimulus of Elise's nervous and passionate comments. It represented the daughter of Herodias resting after the dance, with the dish upon her knee which was to receive the head of the saint. Her mass of black hair, the first strong impression of the picture, stood out against the pale background, and framed the smiling, sensual face, broadly and powerfully made, like the rest of the body, and knowing neither thought nor qualm. The colour was a bewilderment of scarlets and purples, of yellow and rose-colour, of turtle greys and dazzling flesh tints, bathed the whole of it in the searching light of the east. The strangeness, the sounds of it, its extraordinary brilliance and energy, combined with its total lack of all emotion, all pity, took indelible hold of the English lad's untrained provincial sense. He dreamt of it for nights afterwards. For the rest, what whirl and confusion! He followed Elise through suffocating rooms, filled with the liveliest crowd he had ever seen. She was constantly greeted, surrounded, carried off to look at this and that. Her friends and acquaintances, indeed, whether men or women, seemed all to treat her in much the same way. There was complete and often noisy freedom of address and discussion between them. She called all the men by their surnames, and she was on half-mocking, half-caressing terms with the women, who seemed to David to be generally art students of all ages and aspects. But nobody took any liberties with her. She had her place, and that one of some predominance. Clearly she had already the privileges of an eccentric, and a certain cool ascendancy of temperament. Her little figure fluttered hither and thither, gathering a train, then shaking it off again. Sometimes, and her friends, finding the heat intolerable, and wanting space for talk, would overflow into the great central hall with its cool palms and statues. And there David would listen to torrents of French artistic theory, anecdote, and blague, till his head whirled, and French cleverness, conveyed to him in what, to the foreigner, is the most exquisite and the most tantalizing of all tongues, seemed to him superhuman. As to what he saw after Salome, he remembered vividly only 3 pictures. Elise Delaunay's 2, a portrait and a workshop interior, before which he stood, lost in naive wonder at her talent, and the head of a woman with a thin, pale face, reddish-brown hair, and a look of pantherish grace and force, which he was told was the portrait of an actress at the Odeon who was making the world stare, Mademoiselle Bernhardt. For the rest, he had the vague, distracting impression of a new world, of nude horrors and barbarities of all sorts, of things licentious or cruel, which yet apparently were all of as much value in the artist's eye, and to be discussed with as much calm or eagerness as their neighbours. One moment he loathed what he saw, and threw himself upon his companion with the half-coherent protest of an English idealism, of which she scarcely understood a word. The next he lost himself in some landscape which had torn the very heart out of an exquisite mood of nature, or in some scene of peasant life, so true and living that the scents of the fields and the cries of the animals were once more about him, and he lived his childhood over again. Perhaps the main idea which the experience left with him was one of a goading and intoxicating freedom. His country lay in the background of his mind as a symbol of all dull convention and respectability. He was in the land of intelligence, where nothing is prejudged, and all experiments are open. When they came out, it was to get an ice in the shade, and then to wander to and fro, watching the passers-by, the young men playing a strange game with discs under the trees, the nurses and children, the ladies in the carriages, and talking with a quick perpetual advance towards intimacy, towards emotion. More and more there grew upon her the charm of a certain rich poetic intelligence there was in him, stirring beneath his rawness and ignorance, struggling through the fetters of language. And in response, as the evening wore on, she threw off her professional airs and sank the egotist out of sight. She became simpler, more childish. Her variable, fanciful youth answered to the magnetism of his. At last he said to her, as they stood by the Arc de l'Étoile, looking down towards Paris, "The sun is just going down. This day has been the happiest of my life." The low intensity of the tone startled her. Then she had a movement of caprice, of superstition. "Alors, assez, Monsieur David. Stay where you are. Not another step. Adieu." Astonished and dismayed, he turned involuntarily. But in the crowd of people passing through the arch, she had slipped from him, and he had lost her beyond recovery. Moreover, her tone was peremptory. He dared not pursue and anger her. Minutes passed while he stood, spell and trance bound, in the shadow of the arch. Then, with a long and labouring breath, the sudden fatigue of one who has leapt in a day from one plane of life to another, in whom a passionate and continuous heat of feeling has for the time burnt up the nervous power, he moved on eastwards, down the Champs-Élysées. The sunset was behind him, and the trees threw long shadows across his path. Shade and sun spaces alike seemed to him full of happy crowds. The beautiful city laughed and murmured round him. Nature and man alike bore witness with his own rash heart that all is divinely well with the world, let the cynics and the mourners say what they will. His hour had come, and without a hesitation or a dread he rushed upon it. Passion and youth, ignorance and desire, have never met in madder or more reckless dreams than those which filled the mind of David Grieve as he wandered blindly home. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 5. As David climbed the garret stairs to his room, the thought of Louie flashed across his mind for the first time since the morning. He opened the door and looked round. Yes, all her things were gone. She had taken up her abode with the servant. A certain anxiety and discomfort seized him. Before going out to the boulevard to snatch some food in preparation for his evening at the Trois, he descended to the landing below and rang the servant's bell. A charwoman, dirty and tired with much cleaning, opened to him. No, Madame was not at home. No one was at home, and the dinner was spoiling. Had they not been seen all day? Certainly. They come in about 6 o'clock, avec une jeune personne, and Monsieur Mangery. She thought it probable that they were all at that moment down below, in the studio of Monsieur Mangery. David already knew his way thither, and was soon standing outside the high black door with the pane of glass above it to which Madame Madichat had originally directed him. While he waited for an answer to his ring, he looked about him. He was in a sort of yard which was almost entirely filled up by the sculptor's studio,
a long structure lighted at one end, as it seemed, from the roof, and at the other by the usual north window. At the end of the yard rose a huge many-storied building which seemed to be a factory of some sort. David's Lancashire eye distinguished machinery through the monotonous windows and the figure of the operatives. It took note also of the fact that the rooms were lit up and work still going on at 7 o'clock. All around were the ugly backs of tall houses, every window flung open to this May heat. The scene was squalid and triste, save for the greenish blue of the evening sky and the flight of a few pigeons round the roof of the factory. A man in a blouse came at last and led the way in when David asked for Madame Savin. They passed through the inner studio, full of a confusion of clay models and casts, to which the dust of months gave the look and relief of bronze. Then the further door opened, and he saw beyond a larger and emptier room. Sculpture's work of different kinds and in various stages on either side, casts and charcoal studies on the walls, and some dozen people scattered in groups over the floor, all looking towards an object on which the fading light from the upper part of the large window at the end was concentrated. What was that figure on its pedestal, that white image which lived and breathed? Louis? The brother stood amazed beside the door, staring while the man in the blouse retreated, and the persons in the room were too much occupied with the spectacle before them to notice the newcomer's arrival. Louis stood upon a low pedestal, which apparently revolved with the model, for as David entered, Montjoy, the man in the grey suit with the square massive head, who had joined the party in the Louvre, ran forward and moved it round slightly. She was in Greek dress, and some yards away from her was the clay study, a Maenad with vine wreath, tambourine, thyrsus, and floating hair, for which she was posing. Even David was dazzled by the image thus thrown out before him. With her own dress, Louis Grieve seemed to have laid aside for the moment whatever common or provincial elements there might be in her strange and startling beauty. Clothed in the clinging folds of the Greek chiton, neck, arms, and feet bare, the rounded forms of the limbs showing under the soft stuff, the face almost in profile, leaning to the shoulder, as though the delicate ear were listening for the steps of the wine-god. A wreath of vine leaves round the black hair, which fell in curly masses about her, sharpening and framing the rosy whiteness of the cheek and neck. One hand lightly turned back behind her, showing the palm, the other holding a torch. One foot poised on tiptoe, and the whole body lightly bent forward as though for instant motion. In this dress and this attitude, worn and sustained with extraordinary intelligence and audacity, the wild hybrid creature had risen, as it were, for the first time, to the full capacity of her endowment, had eclipsed and yet revealed herself. The brother stood speechless, looking from the half-completed study to his sister. How had they made her understand? Where had she got the dress? And such a dress! To the young fellow, who in his peasant and tradesman experience had never even seen a woman in the ordinary low dress of society, it seemed incredible, outrageous. And to put it on for the purpose of posing as a model in a room full of strange men. Madame Savin was the only woman present. His cheek burnt for his sister, and for the moment indignation and bewilderment held him paralyzed. In front of him a little way, but totally unaware of the stranger's entrance, were two men whispering and laughing together. One held a piece of paper on a book, and was making a hurried sketch of Louis. Every now and then he drew the attention of his companion to some of the points of the model. David caught a careless phrase or two, and understood just enough of their student slang to suspect a good deal worse than was actually said. Meanwhile, Montjoy was standing against an iron pillar, studying intently every detail of Louis's pose, both hands arched over his eyes. "Best, did one ever see so many points combined?" he threw back to a couple of men behind him. "Too thin, the arms might be better, and the hands are a little common. But for the ensemble, mon Dieu, we should make Carpez's atelier look alive, huh?" "Take care," laughed a man who was leaning against a cast a few feet away and smoking vigorously. "She likes it. She's never done it before, but she likes it. Suppose Capo gets hold of her. You may repent showing her if he wants to keep her to yourself." "Ah, that right knee wants throwing forward a trifle," said Montjoy in a preoccupied tone, and going up to Louis he spoke a few words of bad English. "Allow me, mademoiselle, put your hand on me, ainsi, while I change this pretty foot.
Louie looked down bewildered, then at the other men about her, with her great eyes half exultant, half inquiring. She understood hardly anything of their French. One of them laughed, and running to the clay-minded, stooped down and touched the knee and ankle to show her what was meant. Louie instinctively put her hand on Montjoy's shoulder to steady herself, and he proceeded to move the bare, sandalled foot. One of the men near him made a remark which David caught. He suddenly strode forward. "Sir, have the goodness to tell me how you wish my sister to stand, and I will explain to her. She is not your model." The sculptor looked up, startled. Everybody stared at the intruder, at the dark English boy, standing with a threatening eye and trembling with anger beside his sister. Then Madame Servin, clasping her little fat hands with an exclamation of dismay, rushed up to the group, while Louie leapt down from her pedestal and went to David. "What are you interfering for?" she said, pushing Madame Servin aside and looking him full in the eyes, her own blazing, her chest heaving. "You are disgracing yourself," he said to her, with the same intensity, fast and low under his breath, so as to be heard only by her. "How can you expose yourself as a model to these men whom you never saw before? Let them find their own models. They are a pack of brutes." But even as he spoke, he shrank before the concentrated wrath of her face. "I will make you pay for it," she said. "I will teach you to domineer." Then she turned to Madame Servin. "Come and take it off, please," she said imperiously. "It's no good while he is here." As she crossed the room with her free, wild step, her white draperies floating, Montjoy, who had been standing pulling at his moustaches and studying the brother from under his heavy brows, joined her, and stooping, said 2 or 3 smiling words in her ear. She looked up, tossed her head, and laughed, a laugh half reckless, half farouche. 2 or 3 of the other men hurried after them, and presently they made a knot in the further room, Louis calmly waiting for Madame Servin, and sitting on the pedestal of a bronze group, her beautiful head and white shoulders thrown out against the metal. Montjoy's artist friends, of the kind which haunt a man whose murs are gradually bringing his talent to ruin, stood round her, smoking and talking and staring at the English girl between whiles. The arrogance with which she bore their notice excited them, but they could not talk to her, for she did not understand them. Only Montjoy had a few words of English. Occasionally Louis bent forward and looked disdainfully through the door. When would David be done prating? For he, in fact, was grappling with Madame Servin, who was showing great adroitness. This is what had happened, according to her. Monsieur Montjoy, a man of astonishing talent, an artist altogether superior, was in trouble about his statue, could not find a model to suit him, was in despair. It seemed that he had heard of Mademoiselle's beauty from England in some way before she arrived. Then in the studio he had shown her the Greek dress. "There were some words between them, some compliments, monsieur, I suppose, and your sister said she would pose for him. I opposed myself. I knew well that Mademoiselle was a young person tout à fait comme il faut, that monsieur her brother might object to her making herself a model for Monsieur Montjoy. Mais mon Dieu!" And the ex-modiste shrugged her round shoulders. "Mademoiselle has a will of her own." Then she hinted that in an hour's acquaintance Mademoiselle had already shown herself extremely difficult to manage. Monsieur would probably understand that. As for her, she had done everything possible. She had taken Mademoiselle upstairs and dressed her with her own hands. She had been her maid and companion throughout. She could do no more. Mademoiselle would go her own way. "Who were all those men?" David inquired, still hot and frowning. Madame Servin rose on tiptoe and poured a series of voluble biographies into his ear. According to her, everybody present was a person of distinction, was at any rate an artist and a man of talent. But let monsieur decide. If he was dissatisfied, let him take his sister away. She had been distressed, insulted by his behaviour. Mademoiselle's box had been not yet unpacked. Let him say the word, and it should be taken upstairs again. And she drew away from him, bridling, striking an attitude of outraged dignity beside her husband, who had stood behind her in a slouching, abstracted silence during the whole scene, so far as her dwarf stature and vulgar little moon-face permitted. "We are strangers here, madame," cried David. "I asked you to take care of my sister, and I find her like this, before a crowd of men neither she nor I have ever seen before." Madame Servin swept her hand grandiloquently around. "Monsieur has his remedy. Let him take his sister." He stood silent, in a helpless and obvious perplexity. What? Saddle himself afresh after these intoxicating hours of liberty and happiness? Fetter and embarrass every moment? Shut himself out from freedom? From her? Besides, already his first instinctive rage was disappearing. In the confusion of this new world he could no longer tell whether he was right or ridiculous. Had he been playing the Philistine, mistaking a mere artistic convention for an outrage? And Louis was so likely to submit to his admonitions. Madame Servin watched him with a triumphant eye. When he began to stammer out what was in effect an apology, she improved the opportunity, threw off her suave manners, and let him understand with a certain plain brutality that she had taken Louis's measure. She would do her best to keep the girl in order. It was lucky for him that he had fallen upon anybody so entirely respectable as herself and her husband. But she would use her own judgment, and if Monsieur made scenes, she would just turn out her boarder and leave him to manage her as best he could. She had the whip hand, and she knew it. He tried to appease her, then discovered that he must go, and went with a hanging head. Louis took no notice of him, nor he of her, as he passed through the inner studio, but Montjoy came forward to meet the English lad, bending his great head and shoulders with a half-ironic politeness. Monsieur Grieve, he feared, had mistaken the homage rendered by himself and his friends to his sister's beauty for an act of disrespect. Let him be reassured. Such beauty was its own defence. No doubt Monsieur did not understand artistic usage. He, Montjoy, made allowance for the fact. Otherwise the young man's behaviour towards himself and his friends would have required explanation. The two stood together at the door, David proudly crimson, seeking in vain for phrases that would not come. Montjoy cool and malicious, his battered weather-beaten face traversed by little smiles. Louis was looking on with scornful amusement, and the group of artists round her could hardly control their mirth. He shut the door behind him with the feeling of one who has cut a ridiculous figure and beaten a mean retreat. Then, as he neared the bottom of the stairs, he gave himself a great shake, with the gesture of one violently throwing off a weight. Let those who thought that he ought to control Louis and could control her come and see for themselves. He had done what he thought was for the best. His quick inner sense carefully refrained from attaching any blame whatever to Mademoiselle Delaunay. And now Louis must go her own gait, and he would go his. He had said his say, and she should not spoil this hoarded, this long-looked-for pleasure. As he passed into the street, on his way to the boulevard for some food, his walk and bearing had in them a stern and passionate energy. He had to hurry back for his appointment with Mademoiselle Delaunay's friends of the morning. As he turned into the Rue Chantel, he passed a flower stall aglow with roses from the south and sweet with narcissus and mignonette. An idea struck him, and he stopped, a happy smile softening away the still lingering tension of the face. For a few sous he bought a bunch of yellow-eyed narcissus and stepped gaily home with them. He had hardly time to put them in water, and to notice that Madame Mélichard had made Dubois' squalid abode look much more habitable than before, when there was a knock at the door, and his two guides stood outside. They carried him off at once. David found more of a tongue than he had been master of in the morning, and the three talked incessantly as they wound in and out of the streets which covered the face of the hill of Montmartre, ascending gradually towards the place they were in search of. David had heard something of the history of the two from Élise Delaunay. Alphonse was a lad of 19, brimming over with wild fun and mischief, and perpetually in disgrace with all possible authorities. The possessor, nevertheless, of a certain delicate and subtle fancy which came out in the impressionist landscapes, many of them touched with a wild melancholy as inexplicable probably to himself as to other people, which he painted in all his spare moments. The tall, black-bearded Lenain was older, had been for years in Taran's atelier, was an excellent draftsman, and was now just beginning seriously upon the painting of large pictures for exhibition. In his thin, long face there was a pinched and anxious look, as though in the artist's inmost mind there lay hidden the presentiment of failure. They talked freely enough of Élise Delaunay, David alternately wincing and craving for more. What a clever little devil it was! She was burning itself away with ambition and work. Taran flattered her a good deal. It was absolutely necessary. Otherwise she would be for killing herself 2 or 3 times a week. Oh, she might get her mention at the salon. The young Solons, sitting in judgment on her, thought on the whole she deserved it. 2 of her exhibits were not bad, but there was another girl in the atelier, Mademoiselle Briel, who had more interest in high places. However, Taran would do what he could. He had always made a favourite of the little Elise, and only he could manage her when she was in one of her impracticable fits. Then Alphonse put the Englishman through a catechism, and at the end of it they both advised him not to trouble his head about George Sand. That was all dead and done with, and Balzac not much less. He might be great, Balzac, but who could be at the trouble of reading him nowadays? Lenain, who was literary, named to him with enthusiasm Flaubert's Madame Bovary and the brothers Goncourt. As for Alphonse, who was capable, however, of occasional excursions into poetry, and could quote Musset and Hugo, the feuilleton in the Gaulois or the Figaro seemed on the whole to provide him with as much fiction as he desired. He was emphatically of opinion that the artist wants no books. A little poetry, perhaps, did no harm, but literature in painting was the very devil. Then, perceiving that between them they had puzzled their man, Alphonse would have proceeded to cram him in the most approved style, but that Lenain interposed, and a certain cooling of the Englishman's bright eye made success look unpromising. Finally, the wild fellow clapped David on the back and assured him that Les Trois Rats would astonish him. "Ah, here we are!" As he spoke, they turned a corner, and a blaze of light burst upon them, coming from what seemed to be a gap in the street fence, a house whereof the 2 lower stories were wall and windowless, though not in the manner of the ordinary café, seeing that the open parts were raised somewhat above the pavement. "The patron saint," said Alphonse, stopping with a grin and pointing. Following the finger with his eye, David caught a fantastic sign swinging above him, a thin iron crescent, and, sitting up between its 2 tips, a lean black rat, its sharp nose in the air, its tail curled round its iron perch, while 2 other creatures of the same kind crept about him, the one clinging to the lower tip of the crescent, the other peering down from the top on the king rat in the middle. Below the sign, and heavily framed by the dark overhanging eave, the room within was clearly visible from the street. From the background of its black oak walls and furniture emerged figures, lights, pictures, above all an imposing cheminée advancing far into the floor, a high fantastic structure also of black oak like the panelling of the room, but overrun with chains of black rats, carved and combined with a wild diablerie, and lit by numerous lights in branching ironwork. The dim grotesque shapes of the pictures, the gesticulating, shouting crowd in front of them, the medievalism of the room and of that strange sign dangling outside, these things took the English lad's excited fancy, and he pressed his way in behind his companions. He forgot what they had been telling him. His pulse beat to the old romantic tune. Poets, artists, talkers. Here he was to find them. David's 2 companions exchanged greetings on all sides, laughing and shouting like the rest. With difficulty they found a table in a remote corner, and sitting down, ordered coffee. "Alphonse, mon cher!" A young man sitting at the next table turned round upon them, slapped Alphonse on the shoulder, and stared hard at David. He had fine black eyes and a bronzed face, a silky black beard, and long hair à la Lyon, that is to say, thrown to one side of the head in a loose, mane-like mass. "I've just come from the salon. Not bad, Renan, hein?" "Non, il arrivera, celui-là," said the other, calmly. "As for the other things from the Villa de Medici fellows," said the first speaker, throwing his arm round the back of his chair and twisting it round so as to front them, "they make me sick. I should hardly do my far the injustice of lighting it with some of them." "All the same," replied Alphonse stoutly, "that Campagna scene of D's is well done." "Literature, mon cher, literature!" cried the unknown. "And what the deuce do we want with literature in painting?" He brought his fist down violently on the table. "Oh, connu," said Alphonse scornfully. "Don't excite yourself. But the story in these pictures doesn't matter a halfpenny. Who cares what the figures are doing? It's the brushwork and the values I look to. How did he get all that relief, that brilliance? No sunshine, no local colour, and the thing glows like a Rembrandt." The boy's mad blue eyes took a curious light, as though some inner enthusiasm had stirred. "Pah! We all know you, Alphonse. Say what you like. You want something else in a picture than painting. That'll damn you, and make your fortune some day, I warn you. Now I have got a picture on the easel that will make the bourgeois skip." And the speaker passed a large tremulous hand through his waves of hair, his lip almost quivering with the nervousness of a man overworked and overdone. "You have not sent it to the salon, I imagine?" said another man beside him, dryly. He was fair, small, and clean-shaven, wore spectacles, and had the look of a clerk or man of business. "Yes, I shall," cried the other violently. His name was Dumesnil. "They'll fling it at their heads. That's all our school can do, make a scandal." "Well, that has even been known to make money," said the other, fingering his watch-chain with a disagreeable little smile. "Money!" shouted Dumesnil, and swinging round to his own table again, he poured out hot denunciations of the money-grabbing reptiles of to-day, who shelter themselves behind the sacred name of art. Meanwhile, the man at whom it was all levelled sipped his coffee quietly, and took no notice. "Ah, a song!" cried Alphonse. "Then, vois-tu? It's that little devil Parino. He's been painting churches down near Toulouse, his own country. Saints by the dozen, like this," said Alphonse, and Alphonse drooped his eyes and crossed his limp hands, taking off the fresco medieval saint for an instant, as only the parish gamin can do such things. "You should see him with the curé. However, the curés don't follow him here, more's the pity. Ah, très bien, très bien." These plaudits were called out by some passages on the guitar with which the singer was prefacing his song. His chair had been mounted onto a table, so that all the world could see and hear. A hush of delighted attention penetrated the room, and outside in the street David could see dark forms gathering on the pavement. The singer was a young man, undersized and slightly deformed, with close-cut hair and a large face, droll, pliant, and ugly as a gutta-percha mask. Before he opened his lips, the audience laughed. David listened with all his ears, feeling through every fibre the piquant strangeness of the scene, alive with the foreigner's curiosity and with youth's pleasure in mere novelty. And what clever fellows, what dash, what camaraderie! That old imaginative drawing towards France and the French was becoming something eagerly personal, combative almost, and in the background of his mind throughout was the vibrating memory of the day just past, the passionate sense of a new life. The song was tumultuously successful. The whole crowded salle, while it was going on, was one sea of upturned faces, and it was accompanied at intervals by thunders of applause, given out by means of sticks, spoons, fists, or anything else that might come in handy. It recounted the adventures of an artist and his model. As it proceeded, a slow crimson rose into the English lad's cheek, overspread his forehead and neck. He sat staring at the singer, or looking round at the absorbed attention and delight of his companions. By the end of it, David, his face propped on his hands, was trying nervously to decipher the names and devices cut in the wood of the table on which he leant. His whole being was in a surge of physical loathing. The revulsion of feeling was bewildering and complete. So this was what Frenchmen thought of women, what they could say of them when the mask was off and they were at their ease. The witty brutality, the naked coarseness of the thing scourged the boy's shrinking sense. Freedom, passion, yes, but this! In his wild recoil he stood again under the Arc de Triomphe, watching her figure disappear. Ah, pardon! That he should be listening at all seemed to a conscience and imagination quickened by first love to be an outrage to women, to love, to her. Yet how amusing it was, how irresistible, as the first shock subsided, was the impression of sparkling verse, of an astonishing mimetic gift in the singer. Towards the end he had just made up his mind to go on the first pretext, when he found himself, to his own disgust, shaking with laughter. He recovered himself after a while, resolved to stay it out, and betrayed nothing. The comments made by his two companions on the song, consisting mainly of illustrative anecdote, were worthy of the occasion. David sat, however, without flinching, his black eyes hardening, laughing at intervals. Presently the room rose en bloc, and there was a move towards the staircase. "The manager, Monsieur Edmond, has come," explained Alphonse. "They are going upstairs to the concert room. They will have a recitation, perhaps, ombre chinoise, music. Come and look at the drawings before we go." And he took his charge round the walls, which were papered with drawings and sketches, laughing and explaining. The drawings were done in the main, according to him, by the artists on the staffs of 2 illustrated papers which had their headquarters at the Trois Rats. David was especially seized by the innumerable sheets of animal sketches, series in which some episode of animal life was carried through from its beginning to a close, sometimes humorous, but more often tragic. In a certain number of them there was a free imagination, an irony, a pity, which linked them together, marked them as the conceptions of one brain. Alphonse pointed to them as the work of a clever fellow, lately dead, who had been launched and supported by the Trois Rats and its frequenters. One series in particular, representing a robin overcome by the seduction of a glass of absinthe and passing through the stages of delirium tremens, had a grim inventiveness, a fecundity of half-humorous, half-pathetic fancy, which held David's eyes riveted. As for the ballet girl, she was everywhere, with her sisters, the model, and the grisette, and the artistic abilities shown in the treatment of her had nowhere been hampered by any Philistine scruple in behalf of decency. Upstairs there was the same mixed experience. David found himself in a corner with his 2 acquaintances, and 4 or 5 others, a couple of journalists, a musician, and a sculptor. The conversation ranged from art to religion, from religion to style, from style to women, and all with a perpetual recurrence either to the pictures and successes of the salon, or to the liaison of well-known artists. "Why do none of us fellows in the press pluck up courage and tell H what we really think about those Homeric machines of his, which he turns out year after year?" said a journalist, who was smoking beside him, an older man than the rest of them. "I have 100 things I want to say, but H is popular. I like him himself, and I haven't the nerve. But what the devil do we want with the Greeks? They painted their world, let us paint ours. Besides, it is an absurdity. I thought, as I was looking at H's things this morning, of what Prior used to say of Pradier. Il partait tous les matins pour la Grèce, et arrivait tous les soirs rue de Breda. Pose your goddesses as you please, they are grisettes all the same." "All very well for you critics," growled a man smoking a long pipe beside him, "but the artist must live, and the bourgeois will have subjects. He won't have anything to do with your notes and impressions and arrangements. When you present him with the view, served hot, from your 4-pair back, he buttons up his pockets and abuses you. He wants his stories and his sentiment. And where the deuce is the sentiment to be got? I should be greatly obliged to anyone who would point me to a little of the commodity. The Greeks are already ridiculous, and as for religion—" The speaker threw back his head and laughed silently. "Ah, I agree with you," said the other emphatically. "The religious pictures this year are really too bad. Christianity is going too fast for the artist." "And the sceptics are becoming bores," cried the painter. "They take themselves too seriously. It is, after all, only another dogmatism. One should believe in nothing, not even in one's doubts." "Yes," replied the journalist, knocking out his pipe with a sardonic little smile. "Strange fact. One may swim in free thought and remain as banal as a bishop all the time." "I say," shouted a fair-haired youth opposite, "who has seen C's Holy Family? Who knows where he got his Madonna?" Nobody knew, and the speaker had the felicity of imparting an entirely fresh scandal to attentive ears. The mixture in the story of certain brutalities of modern manners with names and things still touching or sacred for the mass of mankind had the old Voltairean flavour. But somehow, presented in this form and at this moment, David no longer found it attractive. He sat nursing his knee, his dark brows drawn together, studying the storyteller, whose florid Norman complexion and blue eyes were already seared by a vicious experience. The tale, however, was interrupted and silenced by the notes of a piano. The room was now full, and a young actor from the Gymnase company was about to give a musical sketch. The subject of it was St. Francis and Santa Clara. The performance was perhaps more wittily broad than anything which had gone before. The audience was excessively amused by it. It was indeed the triumph of the evening, and nothing could exceed the grace and point of the little speech in which Monsieur Edmond, the manager of the café, thanked the accomplished singer afterwards. While it was going on, David, always with that poignant, shrinking thought of Elise at his heart, looked round to see if there were any women present. Yes, there were 3. 2 were young, outrageously dressed, with sickly, pretty, tired faces. The 3rd was a woman in middle life, with short hair parted at the side, and a strong masculine air. Her dress was as nearly as possible that of a man, and she was smoking vigorously. The rough bonhomie of her expression and her professional air reminded David once more of George Sand, an artist, he supposed, or a writer. Suddenly, towards the end of the sketch, he became conscious of a tall figure behind the singer, a man standing with his hat in his hand, as though he had just come in and were just going away. His fine head was thrown back, his look was calm, David thought disdainful. Bending forward, he recognized Monsieur Regnault, the hero of the morning. Regnault had come in unperceived while the dramatic piece was going on, but it was no sooner over than he was discovered, and the whole salle rose to do him honour. The generosity, the extravagance of the ovation offered to the young painter by this 100 or 2 of artists and men of letters were very striking to the foreign eye. David found himself thrilling and applauding with the rest. The room had passed in an instant from cynicism to sentiment. A moment ago it had been trampling to mud the tenderest feelings of the past. It was now eagerly alive with the feeling of the present. The newcomer protested that he had only dropped in, being in the neighbourhood, and must not stay. He was charming to them all, asked about this man's picture and that man's statue, talked a little about the studio he was organising at Tangiers, and then, shaking hands right and left, made his way through the crowd. As he passed David, his quick eye caught the stranger, and he paused. "Were you not in the Louvre this morning with Mademoiselle Delaunay?" he asked, lowering his voice a little. "You are a stranger." "Yes, an Englishman," David stammered, taken by surprise. Regnault's look swept over the youth's face, kindling in an instant with the artist's delight in beautiful line and tint. "Are you going now?" "Yes," said David hurriedly. "It must be late." "Midnight past. May I walk with you?" David, overwhelmed, made some hurried excuses to his 2 companions, and found himself pushing his way to the door, an unnoticed figure in the tumult of Regnault's exit. When they got into the street outside, Regnault walked fast southwards for a minute or so without speaking. Then he stopped abruptly with the gesture of one shaking off a weight. "Pah! This Paris chokes me." Then, walking on again, he said, half coherently and to himself, "So vile, so small, so foul! And there are such great things in the world, beasts, pigs, and yet so generous, so struggling, such a hard fight for it, so gifted many of them. What are you here for?" And he turned round suddenly upon his companion. David, touched and captured he knew not how by the largeness and spell of the man's presence, conquered his shyness and explained himself as intelligibly as he could. An English bookseller, making his way in trade, yet drawn to France by love for her literature and her past, and by a blood tie which seemed to have in it mystery and pain, for it could hardly be spoken of. The curious little story took the artist's fancy. Regnault did his best to draw out more of it, helped the young fellow with his French, tried to get at his impressions, and clearly enjoyed the experience to which his seeking artist's sense had led him. "What a night!" he said at last, drawing a full draught of the May into his great chest. "Stop and look down those streets in the moonlight. What surfaces, what gradations, what a beauty of multiple lines, though it is only a piece of vulgar houseman. Indoors I can't breathe, but out of doors and at night, this Paris of ours, ah, she is still beautiful, beautiful. Now one has shaken the dust of that place off, one can feel it. What did you think of it? Tell me." He stooped and looked into his companion's face. David was tall and lithe, but Regnault was at least half a head taller and broader in proportion. David walked along for a minute without answering. He too, and even more keenly than Regnault, was conscious of escape and relief. A force which had, as it were, taken life and feeling by the throat had relaxed its grip. He disengaged himself with mingled loathing and joy. But in his shyness he did not know how to express himself, fearing to wound the Frenchman. At last he said slowly, "I never saw so many clever people together in my life." The words were bald, but Regnault perfectly understood what was meant by them, as well as by the troubled consciousness of the black eyes raised to his. He laughed shortly and bitterly. "No, we don't lack brains, we French. All the same, I tell you, in the whole of that room there are about half a dozen people, not so many, not nearly so many, who will ever make a mark, even for their own generation, who will ever strike anything out of nature that is worth having, wrestle with her to any purpose. Why? Because they have every sort of capacity, every sort of cleverness, and no character." David walked beside him in silence. He thought suddenly of Regnault's own picture, its strange cruelty and force, its craftsman's brilliance, and the recollection puzzled him. Regnault, however, had spoken with passion, and as though out of the fullness of some sore and long familiar pondering. "You never saw anything like that in England?" he resumed quickly. David hesitated. "No, I never did. But I am a provincial, and I have never seen nothing at all. Perhaps in London." "No, you would see nothing like it in London," said Regnault decidedly. "Bah! It is not that you are more virtuous than we are. Who believes such folly? But your vice is grosser, stupider. Lucky for you, you don't sacrifice to it the best young brain of the nation, as we are perpetually doing. Ah, mon Dieu!" he broke out in a kind of despair. "This enigma of art, of the artist. One flounders and blunders along. I have been floundering and blundering with the rest, playing tricks, following this man and that, till suddenly a door opens and one sees the real world through for the first time." He stood still in his excitement, a smile of the most exquisite quality and sweetness dawning on his strong young face. "And then," he went on, beginning to walk again, and talking much more to the night than to his companion, "one learns that the secret of life lies in feeling, in the heart, not in the head, and no more limits than before. All is still open, divinely open. Range the whole world, see everything, learn everything, till at the end of years and years you may perhaps be found worthy to be called an artist. But let art have her ends all the while, shining beyond the means she is toiling through, her ends of beauty or of power. To spend herself on the mere photography of the vile and the hideous, what waste, what sacrilege!" They had reached the Place de la Concorde, which lay bathed in moonlight, the silver fountains plashing, the trees in the Champs-Élysées throwing their sharp yet delicate shadows on the intense whiteness of the ground, the buildings far away rising softly into the softest, purest blue. Regnault stopped and looked round him with enchantment. As for David, he had no eyes save for his companion. His face was full of a quick, responsive emotion. After an experience which had besmirched every idea and bemocked every faith, the young Frenchman's talk had carried the lad once more into the full tide of poetry and romance. The secret of life lies in feeling, in the heart, not the head. Ah, that he understood. He tried to express his assent, his homage to the speaker, but neither he nor the artist understood very clearly what he was saying. Presently Regnault said in another tone, "And they're such good fellows, many of them, starving often, but nothing to propitiate the bourgeois, nothing to compromise the dignity of art. A man will paint to please himself all day, paint on a crust something that won't and can't sell, that the world in fact would be mad to buy. Then in the evening he will put his canvas to the wall and paint sleeve links or china to live. And so generous to each other. They will give each other all they have, food, clothes, money, knowledge. That man who gave that abominable thing about St. Francis, I know him. He has a little apartment near the Quai Saint-Michel and an invalid mother. He is a perfect angel to her. I could take off my hat to him whenever I think of it." His voice dropped again. Regner was pacing along across the Place, his arms behind him, David at his side. When he resumed, it was once more in a tone of despondency. "There is an ideal, but so twisted, so corrupted. What is wanted is not less intelligence, but more knowledge, more experience, something beyond this fevering, brutalizing Paris, which is all these men know. They've got the poison of the boulevards in their blood, and it dulls their eye and hand. They want scattering to the wilderness. They want the wave of life to come and lift them past the mud they are doubling in, with its hideous wrecks and debris, out and away to the great sea, to the infinite beyond of experience and feeling. You too feel with me? You too see it like that? Ha! When one has seen and felt Italy, the East, the South, lived heart to heart with a wild nature, or with the great embodied thought of the past, lived at large among great things, great sights, great emotions, then there comes purification. There is no other way out. No, none." So, for another hour, Regnault led the English boy up and down and along the quays, talking in the frankest, openest way to this acquaintance of a night. It was as though he were wrestling his own way through his own life problem. Very often David could hardly follow. The joys, the passions, the temptations of the artist, struggling with a life of thought and aspiration, the craving to know everything, to feel everything, at war with the hunger for a moral unity and a stainless self-respect. There was all this in his troubled, discursive talk, and there was besides the magic touch of genius, youth, and poetry. "Well, this is strange," he said at last, stopping at a point between the Louvre on the one hand and the Institute on the other, the moonlit river lying between. "My friends come to me at Rome or at Tangiers, and they complain of me. 'Regnault, you have grown morose. No one can get a word out of you.' And they go away wounded. I have seen it often. And it was always true. For months I have had no words. I have been in the dark, wrestling with my art and with this goading, torturing world, which the artist with his puny forces has somehow to tame and render. Then, the other day, no matter, but the dark broke and there was light. And when I saw your face, your stranger's face, in that crowd tonight, listening to those things, it threw me. I wanted to say my say. I don't make excuses. Very likely we shall never meet again, but for this hour we have been friends. Good night. Good night. Look, the dawn is coming." And he pointed to where, behind the towers of Notre Dame, the first whiteness of the coming day was rising into the starry blue. They shook hands. "You go back to England soon?" "In a week or two." "Only believe this. We have things better worth seeing than Les Trois Rats, things that represent us better. That is what the foreigner is always doing. He spends his time in wondering at our monkey tricks. There is no nation could do them so well as we. And the great France, the undying France, disappears in a splutter of blague." He leant over the parapet, forgetting his companion, his eyes fixed on the great cathedral, on the slender shaft of the Sainte-Chapelle, on the sky filling with light. Then suddenly he turned round, laid a quick hand on his companion's shoulder. "If you ever feel inclined to write to me, the École des Beaux-Arts will find me. Adieu." And drawing his coat round him in the chillness of the dawn, he walked off quickly across the bridge. David also hurried away, speeding along the deserted pavements till again he was in his own dark street. The dawn was growing from its first moment of mysterious beauty into a grey, disillusioning light, but he felt no reaction. He crept up the squalid stairs to his room. It was heavy with the scent of the narcissus. He took them and stole along the passage to Elise's door. There were 3 steps outside it. He sat down on the lowest, putting his flowers beside him. There was something awful to him even in this nearness. He dare not have gone higher. He sat there for long, his heart beating. Every part of his French experience so far, whether by sympathy or recoil, had helped to bring to him to this intoxication of sense and soul. Regnault had spoken of the great things of life. Had he too come to understand them thus? At last he left his flowers there, kissing the step on which they were laid, and which her foot must touch. He could hardly sleep. The slight fragrance which clung to the old bearskin in which he wrapped himself helped to keep him restless. It was a faint heliotrope scent he had noticed in her room. End of Book 3, Chapter 5.